Chapter 994. Yan Zhaoge strode atop space, standing behind Qing Shizi. He extended a hand, his index and middle fingers standing side by side like a sword, his fingertips jabbing at Qing Shizi's temples. The brutal sword radiance pierced through Qing Shizi's brain, piercing right through his skull and emerging from the other side of his temple. This peak expert of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm perished within the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, just like that. In the entire world beyond worlds, Qing Shizi was publicly acknowledged as the expert with the greatest hope of attaining the human exalt stage within a short period of time. With the potential that he had displayed at his age, he even had hopes of becoming a martial monarch. Not only was his current strength superior, but he also had a bright future ahead of Peng He, Zhang Shuren, and Guanlide. But life was impermanent and swords had no eyes. After today's battle, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. No matter how great his future was, it was all for naught. Seeing Qing Shizi's lifeless body plummeting downwards from midair, Yan Zhaoge shook his head slightly. He descended as well, and the muddy waters of the Yellow River below parted. There, Zhang Shuren was suppressed by the extreme Yang seal. He could only barely hold on, unable to push the extreme Yang seal away. As the Yellow River of 9 Bends Formation continued to corrode him, his cultivation level and strength continued to drop, and he became more and more powerless. At this moment, he just happened to see Qing Shizi's corpse fall into the water. He could not help but feel sorrow and despair. Then, Yan Zhaoge's face appeared before his eyes. "I didn't expect it. Zhang Shuren was calm at this moment. He just kept shaking his head. "You killed martial nephew Li Jin, helped the southeastern Golden Court Mountain capture martial nephew Wang Hui, and ruined Jiao Hui's plan to bring back the Phoenix Bone. At that time, no one in our sect thought that things would end up like this. It's only been 6 years, not even 7. Yan Zhaoge was even calmer as he seemed to be having a casual chat with Zhang Shuren. It was a little longer than that. For around 3 years, this Yan spent it in a lower world where time flowed faster than in the world beyond worlds. For me, from the time I killed your sect's disciple until now, about 11 or 12 years have passed. Zhang Shuren heaved a long sigh. 11, 12 years. Haha, what a good 11, 12 years. Compared to you, old people like us have lived our entire lives in vain. But don't be too complacent. Qing Shizi, who just died at your hands, will often make others feel the same way." At this moment, the old man's body was hunched, and he couldn't bear the burden anymore. However, there was only indifference on his face at this moment. Those who kill will always be killed. There will always be someone stronger than you. You are stronger than us, so you can kill us. However, there will always be someone stronger than you. Let's see who will kill you. Up above, the extreme Yang seal transformed into a brilliant sun, its radiance dazzling even above the 9 bends of the dim Yellow River. However, the scorching sunlight also turned into destructive flames that gradually engulfed Zhang Shuren's body. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. "At least it's not you." Zhang Shuren's body was swallowed by the blazing sun. A clear phoenix cry rang out from the embers of the flames, and a figure gradually reappeared. Yan Zhaoge did not even look carefully as he struck out with a palm. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slopes experts underwent nirvanic rebirth. Under normal circumstances, after being reborn, one's cultivation level and strength would be no different from before they were reborn. It wasn't as simple as preserving one's life. But now that he had been reborn in the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, the negative effects of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation still existed. After undergoing nirvanic rebirth, Zhang Shuren's cultivation base and strength had still been greatly whittled down, as he was only roughly equivalent to when he had been at the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm. As Yan Zhaoge's palm descended, bolstered by 4 virtues and wielded by the Wudong Divine Palm, Zhang Shuren was hard-pressed to withstand it. This longtime elder of Phoenix, Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, had followed in the footsteps of his fellow disciple, Pang He, and died in the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. Gusts of chilly wind blew, and black fog covered the sky. Only the murky, dark Yellow River was surging. That riding wind, heavenly vessel that was close to breaking apart, completely disintegrated at this moment. The broken pieces of wood from the ship floated on the surface of the river, but as the waves rose and fell, they gradually sank and were swallowed by the river. On the ship, Taoist leading mist, Yuan Xianqing, and the other southern martial practitioners were drowned by the 9 bends of the Yellow River along with the sunken ship, vanishing without a trace. Yuan Xianqing used his left eye to refine the Phoenix doppelganger, so he still had a chance to undergo nirvana, but at this moment it had lost all meaning. Standing atop the turbid waves that surged to the heavens, Yen Zhaoge silently watched all of this. Hu, Xiaoguang, and Pan Pan appeared beside him, all of them having different expressions on their faces. Xiaoguang's gaze that was currently on Yen Zhaoge contained some fanaticism and reverence besides envy and yearning. Pan Pan shrunk in size, lying beside Yen Zhaoge in a rather sycophantic manner as he rubbed against him. Hu imitated Yen Zhaoge's actions, stroking his lower chin as he said, "A seeing divinity martial saint slaying 3 late immortal bridge, martial saints of the 9th level of the martial saint realm. This is truly unprecedented. Young master, you have really gone overboard this time. It would be hard for your name not to shake the heavens." Yen Zhaoge smiled, bringing his palms together before his chest before forming a seal together. Gusts of chilly wind began to calm, the dense black fog dissipating as well. The dim Yellow River water began to recede, the heavens and earth of Circumference Mountain reappearing. The water returned to the Dynasty River, the great river continuing to surge from north to south. It was as if nothing had happened earlier at all. Seeing the light of day once more, Yen Zhaoge turned to look towards the east. There, sword light lit up as a few figures appeared. The one at their head was a white-haired old woman whom Yen Zhaoge was familiar with. It was precisely the southeastern sword's mistress, a late immortal bridge martial saint of the southeastern Yang, Heaven Territories, Golden Court Mountain. Wudong Slope had Zhang Shuren guarding over the border of Circumference Mountain. Golden Court Mountain naturally had experts stationed in the neighboring Royal Reed Sea as well. All these years, it had been this old woman before him who had been guarding over the area most of the time. Yen Zhaoge was on friendly terms with Golden Court Mountain and was very familiar with the southeastern sword's mistress as well. While she had a strict and upright personality, the sword's mistress similarly admired Yen Zhaoge's talent, as she rather thought highly of this young man who had just risen up. It was just that she was still greatly shocked upon seeing Yen Zhaoge now. She had also been paying attention to the happenings at Circumference Mountain at all times. Suddenly sensing that something seemed wrong here, she hurriedly led some people over to investigate, who knew that just having arrived at the border, she would see gloomy clouds and chilly winds howling as she was completely unable to see what was going on within. The southeastern sword's mistress was very familiar with Zhang Shuren's Wudong Phoenix perching formation. Yet this formation before her was foreign to her. She tried to enter, yet felt dizzy as she was nearly trapped within. The ancient name of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation surfaced within her mind, causing the southeastern sword's mistress to be even more shocked. Yet, she was unable to ascertain who it was that had set up this formation before her. She could only silently observe and not provoke them for now. Finally, the formation gradually dissipated. The sword's mistress was also a resolute person, as she directly led her people across the border, entering the southern blazing Heaven Territory, who knew that it would have been better if they had not seen it. As they did, everyone was rendered dazed on the spot. There was only Yen Zhaoge who seemed completely unaffected as he smiled, cupping his hands towards them. Sword's mistress, long time no see. Chapter 995. Gazing over. Yanjiaoga saw that besides the southeastern sword's mistress, most of the others present were familiar faces. Besides Golden Court mountain martial practitioners, Yanjiaoga even saw Pavilion Lord Guhong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and other martial practitioners who were active in the Royal Reed Sea. Having been saved by the Shadow Mountain's Sword King Long Hanhua that year, Guhong had been able to return to the North Sea after the Grand Xian dynasty had been destroyed and rebuild his sect. It was just that the North Sea Sword Pavilion had been virtually wiped out that year, its vitality having been greatly damaged as it had still been recuperating all these years. Not seeing anyone from Broad Creed Mountain, Yanjiaoga guessed that his father Yendi had still yet to emerge from seclusion. The others might still be in the Royal Reed Sea, not having followed the southeastern sword's mistress into the vicinity of Circumference Mountain. After all, Broad Creed Mountain was in the west of the Royal Reed Sea, very close to the border between the two territories. With a major incident suddenly occurring at Circumference Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain was naturally on high alert. "Little friend, Yen, what exactly is this?" The southeastern sword's mistress composed herself and asked after greeting Yen Zhaoga. Yen Zhaoga answered simply. Returning from a foreign dimension, the dimensional passageway just so happened to be in the endless mountain range of the southern blazing heaven territory. On the way back, I had to clash with people of the southern blazing heaven territory. Arriving at Circumference Mountain with treasured branch suppressing peak Zhang Shurin blocking my way and blazing king Peng He chasing after me, I could only make use of the terrain here to set up a formation. The southeastern sword's mistress gaze hardened. If this old woman is not wrong, this formation of yours actually seems to be that legendary Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. That's right, Yen Zhaoga nodded candidly. It is precisely the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. Looking at the solemn expressions on their faces, he smiled. When this Yen was adventuring outside, I once entered a cave manor that was of the direct lineage of the Emperor of the Yellow River, Dragon Sect. Oh, the southeastern sword's mistress expression eased slightly. Everyone else exchanged looks, seeming rather confused. The southeastern sword's mistress explained. In pre-great calamity times, immortals occasionally descended into the mortal realm from the heavenly court's divine palace above the nine heavens, establishing their legacies. One of the seniors established a sect, the Yellow River Dragon Sect. He called himself the Dragon Sect's great emperor and raised a great commotion. The Yellow River Dragon Sect is of the Jade, clear lineage. It has two core supreme martial arts. One is the cyclic heavenly scripture, one of the earlier heaven 3 scriptures of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. The other is the Dragon Gate profound art created by the Dragon Gate Emperor. However, the grand protective formation is the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. Rumor has it that the 3 sky fairies of the prime clear lineage entered the heavenly court after they were conferred as gods. Many of the secret arts and profundities of the 3 immortal island were brought into the heavenly court's divine palace above the 9 heavens. The Dragon's Gate Emperor's 9 Bends Yellow River Formation probably originated from there. Unfortunately, during the Great Calamity, the Dragon's Gate Emperor and the Yellow River Dragon's Gate disappeared in the long river of history. What this old lady knows about them is only from some ancient records. As the sword's mistress said this, she looked at Yen Zhaoga. I have long heard that your Broad Creed Mountain has the legacy of the cyclic heavenly seal. Could it also originate from the cave manor of that Yellow River Dragon Sect? That being said, the old lady's gaze was still scrutinizing and cautious. During Yen Zhaoga's great battle against the star-plucking practitioner Guanlai that year, the immortal ending sword had left a wound in the heavens and earth of the Royal Reed Sea, which had only dissipated after a long time. Putting the blame on Guanlai's head would give an explanation to the people in and out of the southeast. However, it was impossible for the sword's mistress and the others to not be suspicious at all. Now, with the addition of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, the contrast between the two was even more extraordinary. As the sword's mistress said, our clan's cyclic, heavenly scripture originates precisely from the cave manner of the lineage of the Yellow River Dragon sect. Yanjauga's face did not turn red, nor did his heart leap. Apart from that, there is naturally also the Dragon Gate profound art. Saying thus, Yanjauga turned and punched towards the air beside him. His quintessential essence turned into a surging river in midair. As the river water twisted, it formed a giant whirlpool. Countless vortexes were hidden deep within, continuously colliding with each other, forming a terrifying might that could destroy the heavens and the earth. This Yen has only read through the Dragon's Gate profound art and has not practiced it in depth. I only have a superficial understanding of it, and only have the appearance of it. I have made a fool of myself. Saying thus, Yanjauga retracted his palm. His Dragon Gate mysterious art was the real deal. The southeastern sword's mistress looked quietly at Yanjauga. She had never seen the Dragon Gate mysterious skill or the other unique skills of the Yellow River Dragon sect with her own eyes. She had only seen some descriptions in ancient books. From the external appearance of Yanjauga's attack, it was exactly the same as described in the ancient texts. That was very good. It was fine as long as he could explain it to the others. While the sword's mistress was straightforward, she was able to differentiate between friend and foe. It was rare for her to be confused about many things, like Guanlide or Long Hanhua from earlier. Little friend Yen, you are truly blessed. With you, it is no wonder that Broad Creed Mountain is where it is today. After praising him, the sword's mistress did not continue on this topic, as she instead asked, "You just said that apart from Zhang Shuren, Peng He has also arrived at Circumference Mountain?" Yanjauga patted Pan Pan's head beside him. Pan Pan emitted a low cry, flying down to the ground. Apart from Zhang Shuren and Peng He, there is another expert of the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm, Yanjauga said, of illusory Coming Peaks lineage, the head disciple of the Heaven Emperor, Qing Shizi. Hearing this name, the southeastern sword's mistress's expression turned solemn. While he was much younger than her, as a late immortal bridge martial saint, Qing Shizi's aura surpassed hers as well. The two had never clashed before. Still, having personally witnessed Qing Shizi in action that year, the southeastern sword's mistress knew that she was probably inferior to him. Zhang Shuren, Peng He, Qing Shizi, these three late immortal bridge martial saints would be able to cause those beneath the human exalt realm to feel suffocated just by standing side by side. If they suddenly attacked the southeast, the sword's mistress knew that she would definitely not be able to withstand them with just her own strength, as she might even perish on the spot. As for them now, Yanjauga swiveled his head, seeing Pan Pan flying over once more. Currently, there were a few corpses on Pan Pan's back. Some of them had died horrifying deaths, as they were completely disfigured. This Yen did not hold back, resulting in some of the corpses being hard to identify. Yanjauga said rather apologetically. Still, those who battled me at Circumference Mountain are all here, not a single one missing. As the martial practitioners of the southeast pondered over the meaning of Yanjauga's words and looked at those corpses, they were all rendered dazed on the spot. The southeastern sword's mistress hurriedly stepped forward, her gaze fixated on a corpse that was missing an arm. That was precisely Qing Shizi's corpse. While his arm had been broken by Yanjauga and his head had been pierced through by a sword glow, his appearance had not been affected in the slightest. Having seen Qing Shizi in person before, the southeastern sword's mistress was naturally able to recognize him with a single glance. It was just that with this single glance, this long-time elder of the southeast who had weathered many trials and tribulations was rendered completely dazed. The next moment, as she regained her wits, the sword's mistress's first reaction was to scan the surrounding area. She was searching for any traces of other experts in the vicinity. Still, she found nothing. There could only be one explanation for this. These experts who had been slain had all been killed by Yanjauga alone. How did he do it? even with the 9 bends Yellow River Formation. The old lady rarely lost her composure as she swiveled her head in shock, looking at Yen Jiaoge in bewilderment. Chapter 996. The Southeastern Sword Mistress couldn't help but be shocked. What did Qing Shizi dying at Yen Jiaoge's hands signify? This meant that if she were to clash with Yen Jiaoge, she would very likely be slain. A late immortal bridge martial saint had been slain by a seeing divinity martial saint? Before today, this was something that was practically unimaginable to the Southeastern Sword Mistress. But now she had to recognize the problem. This was especially so when, according to Yen Jiaoge, it was not just Qing Shizi who had perished in the 9 bends Yellow River Formation. Zhang Shuren and Peng, he had also perished. These two had both died beneath Yen Jiaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. Their heads were battered and bleeding, their skulls shattered as their appearances could only barely be distinguished. After being corroded by the 9 bends Yellow River Formation, his body was no longer as strong as before. Others would find it hard to distinguish her from her outer appearance and clothing, but the Southeastern Swords Mistress was no stranger to her. As a senior elder of the South and Southeast sects, she had been in contact with Zhang Shuren and Peng He for a long time. If one were to say that Yen Jiaoge had forged a corpse with the deceased Qing Shizi by the side, there was clearly no need for that. This caused the Southeastern Swords Mistress to feel even more shocked. Zhang Shuren and Peng He were both late immortal bridge martial saints as well. The martial arts they practiced were all passed down from Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. Each of them had their own specialties, and their strength was extraordinary. The Southeastern Swords Mistress could not guarantee that she would definitely be able to kill Zhang Shuren or Peng He in a one-on-one battle. And now they had clearly all died at Yen Jiaoge's hands. Could it be that the might of the 9 bends Yellow River Formation he set up far surpasses expectations? The Southeastern Swords Mistress was bewildered. Previously, even though they had truly barged into the formation, when the 9 bends Yellow River Formation had just appeared and the situation was unclear, the Southeastern Swords Mistress had once probed the might of the Grand Formation. While it was very powerful, being able to suppress even the cultivation bases of late immortal bridge martial saints, it was still impossible for it to slay a martial practitioner like him within a short period of time. Moreover, Qing Shizi and the other two were traveling together, and from the looks of it, there were other southern martial artists as well. The Southeastern Sword Mistress swept her gaze around, already seeing Yuan Xianqing, Phoenix pupils Yuan Xianqing, the disciple that the Southern Exalt Zhuangxin was most proud of, a peak figure amongst the younger generation experts of a southern blazing heaven territory. However, such a figure had also perished at Yen Jiaoge's hands. Immortal weapon? Now, the Southeastern Swords Mistress thought of another possibility. While it was similarly inconceivable for a seeing divinity martial saint to wield an immortal artifact, the Southeastern Swords Mistress really could not think of any other methods that Yen Jiaoge could employ to slay Qing Shizi and the others. However, she could not sense the remnant aura of the immortal weapon. This contradicted her deduction once again. Even though the Sword Mistress was experienced and knowledgeable, she was still at a loss at this moment. Yen Jiaoge ignored everyone's gazes that seemed like they were looking at a monster as he continued. Apart from Qing Shizi's trio, there was also Wudong Slope's Yuan Xianqing and another person of illusory coming peak. Its Taoist leading mist, Emperor Qian's direct disciple, the Southeastern Sword Mistress said bitterly. She had never seen Taoist leading mist in person, but she had seen images of him. While the Heaven Emperor did not have many personal disciples, all of them were renowned in the world beyond worlds. The Southeastern Swords Mistress looked at those corpses, already recognizing Taoist leading mist. In the announcing Peace Mountain range to the west of Circumference Mountain, I actually first clashed with Zhang Shuren and Yuan Xianqing. Afterwards, they retreated to Circumference Mountain, with Qing Shizi Peng He and the others chasing after me. Yan Zhaoga said, "Fortunately, the river of the Dynasty River flowed through Circumference Mountain, allowing me to establish the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. Otherwise, I really would not have been able to do anything to them." The Nine Bends Yellow River Formation enveloped the entire Circumference mountain range. Besides Zhang Shurin and Qing Shizi's group, the other martial practitioners of the south who lived here were all drowned by me as well. The surging waters of the Yellow River had previously flooded the entire Circumference mountain range, truly resembling an apocalyptic flood. Still under Yan Zhaoga's control, while the river water was ferocious, it did not invade the commoners of the secular world. Wherever there were signs of human habitation, the flood bypassed them as it was just a false alarm. Still, the other martial practitioners were not so fortunate, as they were all washed by the Nine Bends Yellow River. While Yan Zhaoga did not mind killing people, he was not bloodthirsty as well. While those sects had been plundered, no one had been killed or injured, as only their grand formations had been destroyed. The true casualties had all been concentrated on the Wutong Phoenix perching formation and the martial practitioners on the Riding Wind heavenly vessel. If the southeast wants to take over the region of Circumference Mountain, the remaining local martial practitioners would probably be powerless to resist. Yan Zhaoga said, "Over at the announcing Peace Mountain range, a considerable number of martial practitioners of the south have been slain by me as well. Vast Spirit Mountain, one of the two peak sects, had their headquarters broken down by me, their chief Taoist East Spring slain by me as well. Advancing towards the announcing Peace Mountain range from the southeast, there should not be much resistance there. In order to prevent the martial practitioners of the southeast from receiving them or making use of this chance to launch an attack, the southern Blazing Heaven territory had previously kept the news of Yan Zhaoga's battle strictly under wraps. Only now did the people of the southeast learn of this matter. A Golden Court mountain martial practitioner beside the southeastern Sword's Mistress said with a dazed expression on his face, announcing Peace Mountain Range's vast Spirit Mountain, Taoist East Spring. "I seem to have heard of this person before. He should be a mid-immortal bridge martial saint?" "That's right." As Yan Zhaoga said so, a thick iron whip that resembled the tail of a dragon appeared in his hand. "This is the supreme treasure of his vast Spirit Mountain." At the same time, a sword that flickered with purple light appeared in his other hand. Apart from that, there was another person at Vast Spirit Mountain who possessed rather outstanding sword arts. Still, he did not seem to be a martial practitioner of the announcing Peace Mountain range. Everyone was simultaneously shocked. 2 high-grade sacred artifacts. The southeastern Sword's Mistress stared at that sword for a moment before suddenly saying, "The Purple Sea Sword, the sword of the Purple Tide Swordsman, Zhao Zhen of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory's Bright Connection Sea." She paused for a moment before continuing, "He was also a mid-immortal bridge martial saint." She gazed at Yan Zhaoga. Hearing Yan Zhaoga's words, she already understood. Yan Zhaoga had been able to establish the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation at Circumference Mountain because he had borrowed the geographical advantage of the Dynasty River. Still, the announcing Peace Mountain range did not have a great river like the Dynasty River. Thus, Yan Zhaoga had only been able to repel Yuan Xianqing there, slay Taoist East Spring and Zhao Zhen, and even repel Zhang Shurin of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Even if he possessed high-grade sacred artifacts like the Extreme Yang Seal or even an immortal artifact, it would still not change a single fact. Yan Zhaoga himself was currently merely a late-seeing divinity martial saint. It was said that a 3-year-old child wielding a saber would first injure himself before harming others. However powerful a treasure was, if its wielder was too weak, it would not be able to display its power. Yan Zhaoga had once pursued Shen Lingzi of the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm in the Royal Reed Sea. The southeastern Sword's Mistress and the martial practitioners of the southeast all knew about this. Ever since then, they had long since known that this youth before them was extraordinary. Still, one against many and one against many were two completely different things. Facing an encirclement alone, he had still defeated and slain a host of mid-immortal bridge martial saints. Borrowing the power of the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, he had slain Qing Shizi and the other two late immortal bridge martial saints. Such battle accomplishments still left everyone dumbfounded and tongue-tied. A living, legendary figure was nothing more than this. Someone could not help but mutter, "Fallen deity descending into the mortal realm, ah!" Chapter 997. The original meaning of banished immortals was that the immortals in the heavens had been banished and were forced to wander the mortal world. Later on, it was extended to be a talented and pure Taoist figure, like an immortal who had been banished from heaven to the mortal world. Be it before or after the Great Calamity, this title was the highest praise given to geniuses of Taoism who had yet to push open the door to immortality. The Golden Court mountain martial artist was just whispering to himself, and he could not help but blurt it out. As soon as he said this, he felt that it was a little rash and rude. Just as he was feeling vexed, he saw that everyone around him was nodding subconsciously. The group of people came back to their senses and looked at each other in dismay. They were all a little embarrassed, but they quickly became calm again. If the strength and talent displayed by the young man before him were not worthy of the title of banished deity, then no one else would be worthy of such a title. The southeastern sword's mistress was silent for a moment before she too slowly nodded. Young Master Yen is fully deserving of the title of fallen deity. Sword's mistress overpraises me. Everyone overpraises me, Yen Zhaoge smiled. As for how this place should be handled afterwards, we still need to come up with a plan. The southeastern sword's mistress shook her head, sighing, "Let's not talk about the announcing Peace Mountain range first. As long as the southern exalt does not return to Circumference Mountain, Wudong Slope will not be able to maintain their foothold here. The Dynasty River was there and would not change its course. It continued to flow through the mountain range of Circumference Mountain. With the river vein of the dynasty here, Yen Zhaoge did not even have to remain here permanently, as Wudong Slope had lost control over this place. As long as the southern exalt Zhuang Xin did not return, it would be futile even if they came to occupy this place. Whenever Yen Zhaoge was in a good or bad mood, he would come here and immediately drown the 7 armies once more. After today's battle, the eastern border of this southern blazing heaven territory was no longer under the jurisdiction of Wudong Slope. What made Wudong Slope even more vexed was that the matter was not over yet. The source of the Dynasty River was not at Circumference Mountain, but in the distant central June Heaven territory. Starting from the central June Heaven territory, the Dynasty River surged all the way, passing through many regions of the central and southern territories. Circumference Mountain was just one of them. In the north, there are many places that flow through, and in the south there are more. These places were bordered by Circumference Mountain. However, due to the natural chasm separating them, they were not passable from the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Still, it was actually the same as Circumference Mountain in that it was also facing the threat of Yen Zhaoge. Because of the existence of the Dynasty River, the entire eastern region of the southern blazing heaven territory, from north to south, Wudong Slope could no longer maintain a stable footing. Of course, Yen Zhaoge would not be able to occupy all the places by himself. With his current cultivation base, it was also impossible for him to borrow all of the Dynasty River veins within the entire southern blazing heaven territory and transform them into the 9 bends of the Yellow River. But no matter where he went, the southern martial artist would not be able to live in peace. Having left an environment like Circumference Mountain and a water vein like the Dynasty River, it was hard to say how much strength Yen Zhaoge possessed. Here, however, the lives of Qing Shizi and the other 2 had already sufficiently proved Yen Zhaoge's authority. It could even be predicted that other places in the world beyond worlds that had similar massive rivers would not be safe in the future. There was someone here that they needed to be vigilant at all times. Even if they were vigilant, it might not be of any use. This is equivalent to having been conquered by you. It will naturally be up to you and Broad Creed Mountain to deal with, the southeastern sword's mistress said very straightforwardly. Of course, there was no need to kill all the southern martial artists here. Facing such a huge threat, Wudong Slope was unable to provide any help. The native cultivators would naturally choose to submit to the people who truly controlled this place. As for whether or not there would be people moving in from the southeast, that was another matter. This Yen might not be able to stay permanently in one place. My Broad Creed Mountain has only just established itself in the world beyond worlds. Yen Zhaoge smiled. Following this, many things will still require the sword's mistress and the various seniors of Golden Court Mountain to decide. Anyway, no matter what, it was impossible for them to ignore him and Broad Creed Mountain. When he felt that the time was right, or that there was a need for that, he could make a move on Circumference Mountain at any time. And now, the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory could use Circumference Mountain as a springboard to advance deeper into the announcing Peace Mountain Range and other places. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, the southeastern sword's mistress nodded slowly. With the foundation you have established, what comes next will be much easier. Zhang Shuren, Peng He, and Yuan Xianqing died together. Wudong Slope's vitality was greatly damaged. Now that the southern exalt Zhuangshin was not present, Wudong Slope was virtually facing a heaven-collapsing calamity. The southeastern experts could completely suppress the southern experts and give them a good beating. Yen Zhaoge alone had caused the two sides who had originally been evenly matched to instantly lose their balance. Since that is so, this Yen will first return to the southeast. Yen Zhaoge smiled, cupping his hands towards them. I have not been home for some time already. The sword's mistress and the others all smiled. Hadn't Yen Zhaoge's original intention this time actually been to return to Broad Creed Mountain? It was just that whether it was intentional or not, his journey home this time had been too grand and spectacular, causing half of the southern blazing heaven territory to collapse all at once. After taking his leave of the southeastern sword's mistress and the others, Yen Zhaoge returned to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. From this day onwards, his name as the fallen deity spread like wildfire. The first person to mention this was a martial practitioner of the southeastern Exalt's lineage of Golden Court Mountain. As a longtime elder of Golden Court Mountain, the southeastern sword's mistress, it rapidly spread throughout the surrounding area. It was not just in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory as it spread throughout the entire world beyond worlds. The southern blazing Heaven Territory, which neighbored the southeast as the backdrop for Yen Zhaoge's long journey, this time reacted the most intensely. A seeing divinity martial saint had directly become the public enemy of the south. Yet, as the name of Yen Zhaoge as the fallen deity spread, while the martial practitioners of the south grit their teeth, a considerable number of them were unable to say anything in response. While the southern exalt Zhuangshin was not present, the southern blazing heaven territory still had as many experts as there were trees in a forest. Yet a young man who was a seeing divinity martial saint had rampaged through the south, battling for billions of kilometers as he had killed his way back to the southeast. No one able to stop him. In the battle of Vast Spirit Mountain, he had fought 1 against 3, slaying the chief of Vast Spirit Mountain, Crouching Dragon Old Man, Taoist East Spring, slaying the Purple Tide swordsman Zhao Zhen of the Bright Connection Sea, beating the number 1 descendant of Wudong Slope, Phoenix Pupils Yuan Xianqing, to undergo nirvanic rebirth twice. He had defeated the late martial saint of Wudong Slope, Treasured Branch Suppressing Peak Zhang Shuren, finally trampling over the entire Vast Spirit Mountain. At Vast Spirit Mountain, there had been over 100 martial practitioners of the south. None of them had dared to face him as they had all been frightened into fleeing. Afterwards, the Heaven Emperor's disciple Qing Shizi, Wudong Slope's longtime elders Blazing King, Peng He, and Treasured Branch Suppressing Peak Zhang Shuren had gathered at Circumference Mountain, surrounding and suppressing Yen Zhaoge. Apart from that, there had also been the mid-immortal bridge, Yuan Xianqing, and Taoist leading mist, as well as numerous martial practitioners of Wudong Slope who had participated in the capture. In the end, however, the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, which had only existed in legends of the current world beyond worlds, had reappeared in this world. Yan Zhaoge's Nine Bends Yellow River Formation had buried Qing Shizi and the other two late immortal bridge martial saints eternally at Circumference Mountain. It had already been extremely rare for so many experts of the entire world beyond worlds to die in a single battle in recent years. This time, however, they had all perished at the hands of a seeing divinity, martial saint. The battles of Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain had shocked the entire world beyond worlds. Chapter 998. Central June Heaven Territory, Kunlun Mountain, Ingenious Flying Peak. Golden light flickered within a cave manor on Red Lotus Cliff. On the ground, a massive 8 trigrams diagram was circulating unceasingly, a Taiji diagram at its center. A woman was seated in the meditative position on the Taiji diagram. She wore red clothes and a white skirt with a silver fox shawl over her shoulders, her beauty shocking and eye-catching. This was none other than the daughter of the brocade emperor Fu Yunqi, Fu Ting, who was hailed as the Grand Red Lotus. She sat quietly within the Taiji diagram and the 8 trigrams formation, a middle-aged man standing outside the 8 trigrams formation. Golden Court Mountain's Zhang Yuning said it herself. It should not be wrong. That middle-aged man shook his head slightly, seemingly finding it hard to believe whilst also seemingly sighing in admiration. With Zhang Yuning's temper, it is impossible for her to brag for someone else. Zhang Yuning was the Southeastern Swordsmistress' original name. There were already few in the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory who knew of her, as everyone respectfully addressed her as Swordsmistress. Hearing his words, Fu Ting smiled. If it is young Master Yan Zhaoge, I believe that he has such capabilities. I also told you earlier that young Master Yan's talent and strength surpass mine. I am not being humble. That middle-aged man sighed. While that is true, it is still unexpected that even Qing Shizi died at his hands. If not for young Master Yan and Senior Zhang informing us, we would not have thought that Qing Shizi had already mastered the heaven earth within sleeve before becoming a human exalt, Fu Ting said. It is often said that Qing Shizi has a chance of surpassing his predecessor. It is indeed not false. The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. That might not be so. The Heaven Emperor is also someone who keeps a deep and unfathomable secret. What everyone knows is that he only mastered the heaven earth within sleeve after becoming a human exalt. Still, he is probably the only one who knows the truth. It should be said that what we and others saw was when he revealed that he had already mastered the heaven earth within sleeve when he was still a human exalt. Who knows when exactly he mastered it? Hearing this, Fu Ting nodded in deep agreement. Senior Apprentice Ant is right. If not for Qing Shizi being forced to the brink of death by young Master Yan this time, no one would have known that he had actually already mastered the heaven earth within sleeve. The Heaven Emperor, who had already pushed open the door to immortality, could never be overestimated. As the daughter of the Brocade Emperor, Fu Ting was deeply aware of how powerful emperors were. To think that back then there were those of the southeast who called that young Master Yan the solar luminary young master, and there were many who were unconvinced. The middle-aged man clicked his tongue in praise. Now there are few who dare to question the title of fallen deity. While Yan Zhaoge's fame had previously spread far and wide, there were few who truly cared about it besides those of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. At that time, the title that people had bestowed upon Yan Zhaoge was the Solar Luminary Young Master. As the name suggested, at least half of the glory of this title originated from the high-grade sacred artifact, the Extreme Yang Seal, originating from the legendary Exalted Solar Luminary. As for Yan Zhaoge himself, most of them were still observing him. As Yan Zhaoge's cultivation base grew higher and higher and his experience grew deeper and deeper when he ascended the Immortal Bridge, even if he was indeed not the descendant of the exalted solar luminary. His title of Solar Luminary Young Master would also gradually be confirmed. Still, ever since Yen Zhaoga had rampaged through the southern blazing heaven territory and caused numerous heroes to bow down to him, shocking the heavens with his battles at vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain, there had instead been fewer people who addressed him as the Solar Luminary Young Master. Of the titles that people praised, only one remained: fallen deity Yen Zhaoga. Speaking of this, Fu Ting thought of something as a smile suddenly surfaced at the corners of her mouth. Young Master Yen himself seems to have never acknowledged the title of Solar Luminary Young Master on any occasion. On the contrary, he has admitted more than once that it was a fortuitous coincidence that he had obtained the extreme Yang seal. Hearing her words, that middle-aged man smiled as well. A proud youngster indeed has the capital to be so. Fu Ting smiled, yet was suddenly unable to smile any more. She lowered her head and looked at the Taiji diagram of the 8 trigrams formation that she was currently in. The senior apprentice uncle before her did not know what all this was for, only thinking that it was the brocade emperor's assistance in Fu Ting's cultivation in seclusion. Still, Fu Ting knew the meaning behind it. She was thinking of how Yen Zhaoga had also gone to the lands of the immortal court with her that year, knowing of the existence of the immeasurable heavenly lord and the immortal court. Yen Zhaoga had claimed that he had not felt anything unusual because he had comprehended chaos in the dim, radiant 12 arts. Still, thinking of her father's stern expression back then, Fu Ting really could not feel anything optimistic. In the eastern vast heaven territory bordering the central June heaven territory, there was a mountain range known as Fog Tea Mountain. The sect that was active at the eastern foothills of Fog Tea Mountain was known as the Rinsing Flower Sect. The Rinsing Flower Sect was not a local sect of the world beyond worlds, as it originated from a lower world. Some of its experts had ascended to the world beyond worlds after breaking through to the seeing divinity stage, finally stabilizing their footing in the vicinity of Fog Tea Mountain, successfully establishing their sect. Quite a number of years had passed since then, as they were now rather famous at the eastern foothills of Fog Tea Mountain. While the Rinsing Flower sect focused most of its attention on the world beyond worlds, accepting disciples as they did their best to raise their strength and expand their influence, they still valued the lower world that they originated from very much. Still, for the disciples of the Rinsing Flower sect of the world beyond worlds, heading to that lower world was no different from being exiled as a punishment. Therefore, no one had ever been willing to go. It was just that some unlucky fellows would be sent down every few years. Of course, it was not that they would never return. Another batch of people would replace them every few years. This could also be considered one of the traditions of the Rinsing Flower sect. The disciples who were going to be sent down this year gathered together in private, voicing their grievances. The elder is definitely using his position to avenge a personal grudge, someone said hatefully. The others all chimed in. Exactly. Having offended him, they would be sent down to the lower world. Amongst them was a young female disciple who had just entered the sect not too long ago, as she appeared to be merely a martial scholar. She seemed a little distracted as she casually agreed. Someone consoled her. Don't worry too much, junior apprentice sisterly. We will be able to return a few years later. The female disciple nodded. Yes, senior apprentice brother is right. Have you heard? A supreme genius, Yen Zhaoga, has appeared in the southeast. The name of the fallen deity has already spread throughout the world beyond worlds. There is no one who does not know of him. The person who had spoken first now said, I heard that he originates from a sect of a lower world, having established himself in the world beyond worlds now. If I could live like him, my life would not have been in vain. Everyone's eyes lit up as they all said, What do you know? The fallen deity is still young. His current accomplishments are still far from his peak. Everyone discussed amongst themselves, discussing various pieces of information whose authenticity was unknown as they were all incomparably envious. That female disciple joined in as well, looking rather excited, as if she was looking forward to it. After everyone had dispersed and returned to their lodgings, she was the only one left. The girl, surnamed Lee, swiped her finger across her cheek. Her face trembled slightly like water, changing for just that one instant. Still, it returned to its original state a moment later. Hee, good, very good. The girl laughed by herself, feeling much happier than when she was in front of others. The look of envy and yearning had vanished, replaced by joy and gratification. After a while, she shook her head lightly. I really want to go take a look. Sadly, I can't. Chapter 999. Central June Heaven Territory. The peak of a certain mountain in the Kunlun Mountains. A black-robed youth sat cross-legged on a boulder at the top of the cliff. Behind him, a middle-aged man appeared. Yan Zhaoge slew the Heaven Emperor's head, disciple Qing Shizi, and 7th, disciple Taoist, leading Mist. The middle-aged man said in a heavy tone, after the Heaven Emperor learns of this, he will definitely not let the matter rest. He's still in the outer realms and can't return, but once he does, he'll definitely go to the southeast. The black-clothed youth stood up from the boulder, turned around, and asked, What does senior brother want to do? The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before replying, I want to go southeast. However, now is not the time. There has to be a suitable time, or else it would be too rude. The black-robed youth didn't say anything and waited for the rest of the sentence. I haven't personally come into contact with him or fought him, so I can't be sure. The middle-aged man continued, Master, there's something that doesn't make sense. I'm not questioning Master's decision, but the identity of the other party has to be confirmed. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he raised his head to look at the horizon. I've already sent another message to Master, but I don't know when I'll get a reply. The black-robed youth's eyes flashed, and he looked up into the sky as well. The reply has already arrived. So fast this time. The middle-aged man was slightly shocked as he stared at the sky. A moment later, the void suddenly split open, and a ray of light descended from the sky, landing on the peak of the mountain. Seeing this, the two at the top of the mountain fell silent. As you wish, Master. The black-clothed young man raised his hand to retract the light and didn't say anything else. The middle-aged man laughed bitterly after a long while. Master, you haven't even seen him. How can you be so sure that he's the person you're looking for? The age difference is too big. The black-clothed youth said, Since Master has already given instructions, he must have his reasons. If that's the case, then we should prepare early, the middle-aged man said slowly. In the northern profound Heaven Territory, on a frozen land, the entrance to a domain passageway stood there. However, unlike ordinary domain passageways, this door that led to another world, from the outside looking in, was pitch black like a black hole. Within it, there were faint flashes of lightning. At this moment, there was a woman standing outside the entrance of the domain passageway. The woman was dressed in white and wielded a black saber. Her black hair was tied behind her head with a simple piece of cloth. It was none other than Feng Yunsheng who was outside alone. In order to keep a low profile, she removed the black-bordered blue robes worn by Broad Creed Mountain's core true disciples, leaving only the white robes worn by Broad Creed Mountain's disciples. Feng Yunsheng turned her head to look towards the south and chuckled softly. With your personality of showing off your divinity in front of your lover, you must be acting sanctimonious on the surface. But who knows how pleased you are in your heart? This time, Yin world, news of this spread even in the bitter cold lands of the extreme north on the other side of the world beyond worlds. Bright moon above the sea, even the ends of the earth share this moment. Thinking of what Yan Zhaoge had once said, Feng Yunsheng muttered to herself. After a moment, she smiled. Chin, after a Saint I world mountain she cloud, mountain world, mountain Yun and Feng, peak the cloud the Guan I sect. Mountain. Dao. Dao sect. I. Yen Feng sect. I sect. Feng. She wrote some words in midair, inscribing them on the spirit orb. The spirit orb transformed into a streak of light, being swallowed into the belly of the hawk. Next, she raised her hand, the hawk taking to the air, flying off towards the distant south. Watching the hawk leave, Feng Yunqing's gaze turned resolute as she turned and entered that pitch-black dimensional passageway. Accompanied by her entry, not long after, the dimensional passageway gradually vanished. There was only the howling of cold wind on the icy plains of the frozen earth as no one could be seen. Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, Royal Reed Sea. After many days, Yen Zhaoge finally returned to Broad Crescent Mountain. Looking at Broad Crescent Mountain before him, Yen Zhaoge chuckled. "It feels good to be home." Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. "Young master, your name has shaken the four seas this time. I think it must feel even better." Yen Zhaoge coughed dryly. Really, it was a daunting experience without any mishaps this time. In the Battle of Circumference Mountain, Zhang Shuren and Peng He aside, that Qing Shizi really cannot be underestimated. I did not know beforehand that he had actually mastered the heaven-earth within sleeve. If not for the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation weakening his cultivation base, if he had taken me by surprise, I might have faced the risk of being overturned. He swiveled his head to look at Ahu, Xiaoguang, and Pan Pan, saying in a meaningful and heartfelt tone, "When you clash with others in the future, you have to be careful at all times. Your opponent might have some unexpected hidden killing moves. Having been ambushed by someone, no matter how many methods and ultimate moves you have, you will still not be able to execute them in time, as you will only be able to die regretfully." Xiaoguang immediately straightened his expression, nodding solemnly, yes. Pan Pan blinked his eyes and yawned. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh as he sent via sound transmission. In the end, he was still defeated by you, young master. Of course. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change even in front of Xiaoguang as he replied via sound transmission without any trace of politeness at all. They conversed and laughed as they descended towards Broad Crescent Mountain. Yen Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted. Gazing over, he saw a handsome man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s with graying hair standing on the peak of the heaven-rising peak, currently smiling at him. It was none other than his father, Yen Di. "You've emerged from seclusion." Gazing over carefully, Yen Zhaoge could vaguely feel that the many acupoints within Yen Di's body that had already been refined to see divinity were shaking slightly at this moment. Yen Di had not concealed anything from him. Therefore, Yen Zhaoge could feel that it was like the stars of the universe had formed a system of their own as they circulated with a unique rhythm. This was precisely the mark of a martial saint who had ascended the immortal bridge. Yen Di, who had been in secluded cultivation ever since leaving the minor no-hatred Dao arena and returning to the world beyond worlds, had successfully broken through his bottleneck this time, advancing from the late seeing divinity stage to the early immortal bridge stage. This entailed that Yen Di had attained the 7th level of the martial saint realm. Broad Creed Mountain finally had an immortal bridge martial saint. Thinking of this, Yen Zhaoge could not help but not know whether to laugh or to cry. The two of them and Broad Creed Mountain could also be considered to be famed in the world beyond worlds now. Yet, only one of them had ascended the immortal bridge today. I just feel that this is a little mocking. Yen Zhaoge cast aside the random thoughts in his mind, still feeling extremely happy. Yen Zhaoge was happy for his father having ascended the immortal bridge as well, feeling no less joyous than his own improvement. As he congratulated Yen Di shook his head, smiling. "You caused a great disturbance in the south this time." Broad Creed Mountain had just received the news as well. There was more than a single late immortal bridge martial saint in pursuit, Yen Zhaoge chuckled. "If I didn't cause a great disturbance, I wouldn't have been able to return." Father and son returned to the great hall where the other higher echelon members of Broad Creed Mountain were waiting for them. Yan Zhaoge's personal narration was naturally much more detailed than the rumors, as everyone sighed in admiration upon hearing it. Afterwards, when they returned to their lodgings, only father and son remained. Yan Zhaoge smiled, asking, "Father, did you encounter anything after leaving the minor no-hatred Dao arena that year?" Chapter 1000. Yan Zhaoge had always known that his father was supremely talented. Still, having been separated in the minor no-hatred Dao arena due to Mars Halberd, Yan Di had immediately entered secluded cultivation as soon as he had returned to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge had still felt that this was rather unusual. Now that Yan Di had emerged from seclusion successfully, having attained the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm, the early Immortal Bridge stage, this seemed to confirm this as well. "I did indeed have some gains." Yan Di looked at Yan Zhaoge. "You said earlier that the Taoist temple you went to this time was not the Grand Clear Lineage, but the Prime Clear Lineage?" Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's right." As he said this, black light suddenly flickered within his pupils. Yan Zhaoge formed a sword seal, threads of black sword qi surging from his fingertips. Even with Yan Di's cultivation base, he could feel that intimidating killing intent and death intent. That was a concept that seemed intent on slaughtering all life forms, slaying all life forms within the world. Amidst its cruel coldness, it appeared calm and natural. It seemed to be proclaiming a principle. Death was the final destination of all life forms. Past or present, near or far, there would always be such a tribulation. As long as it was a life form, it could be slain. Yan Di could feel this sword qi exceptionally clearly because he had studied and cultivated in the life creation, heavenly scripture. This supreme martial art of the jade, clear direct lineage, and the sword Tao that Yan Zhaoge was currently executing were like two sides of the same coin, opposing life and death. Yet they were connected to each other. In principle, they countered each other, yet also reinforced each other. Still, in actual combat, Yan Di could basically tell that this sword Tao just happened to counter the life creation, heavenly scripture, to a certain extent. More accurately speaking, it was not just the life creation, heavenly scripture. Martial arts that cultivated in the power of life could be countered by this sword. For example, the Phoenix true form scripture of the southern blazing heaven territories Phoenix, Ritual Mountains Wudong Slope lineage, or the eastern vast heaven territories, remote cloud mountains, clear light locale, and so on. Of course, against martial practitioners who cultivated in other martial arts, this tyrannical sword Tao that was filled with killing intent to the extreme was similarly a terrifying killer. While devilish martial arts were weak in the 8 extremities world, they had flourished for a time in the vast ocean world. In the world beyond worlds, a small number of devilish martial arts actually circulated as well. Cultivators themselves did not care if they were good or evil, but when cultivating demonic path martial arts, it was often more bloody and involved more killing. However, if one had to find a martial art with the strongest killing intent in this world, even the numerous supreme arts of the devilish Tao could not compare to the sword art that Yan Zhaoge was currently executing. Moreover, this sword Tao did not feel evil or manic, because in itself it signified the end of life. The sword Tao of the prime clear, direct lineage. Could it be the legendary immortal slaughtering sword of the numinous treasure Four Swords? Yan Di quickly realized. He had never seen anyone use the immortal culling sword, but he had heard of it. After all, this sword technique was too famous. Exterminating immortal sharp, slaughtering immortal dead, trapping immortal all around red light. Yan Zhaoge nodded slowly. The prime clear direct lineage legacy that I obtained in the Taoist temple is precisely the immortal slaughtering sword. If the immortal trapping sword could destroy time and space, and the immortal slashing sword could slay all living things, then the immortal slaughtering sword could slaughter all living things. Yan Zhaoge said, "Let's not talk about Circumference Mountain. In the battle of Vast Spirit Mountain, Zhang Shurin and Yuan Xinqing's defeat was not unjust. Many principles of my newly created sword art, slaying Azure Dragon, actually benefit from this immortal slaughtering sword. I remember you saying that when you attempt to ascend the immortal bridge, besides the primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade, Clear, Direct lineage, you will also need a supreme martial art of the Grand, Clear, Direct lineage and the Prime, Clear, Direct lineage. Yan Di said, in heading to the Taoist temple this time, you originally believed that it was the cave manor of a descendant of the Grand, Clear, Direct lineage, hoping to obtain the legacy of a senior of the Grand, Clear, Direct lineage there. That's right. Yan Zhaoga spread his hands apart. Who would have thought that it would actually be of the Prime, Clear, Direct lineage? That's fine too. Anyway, I just happen to lack supreme martial arts of the Prime, Clear lineage as well. It can be said that I have lost something on the swings and gained something on the swings. It is just that I am still considering where to obtain a supreme martial art of the Grand Clear next. Still, I did not make a wasted trip to the Taoist temple this time. He chuckled. Those of 3 Foot Mountain and Wudong Slope are probably going to be greatly disappointed. At this point, Yan Zhaoga's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he looked at his father. Seeing this, Yan Di smiled mildly. You guessed correctly. Amidst his words, streams of qi suddenly surged from the top of Yan Di's head. Those streams of qi appeared chaotic, dim and dim as they resembled a clump of dim clouds. Specks of fragmented radiance flickered amidst the clump of clouds. They were not bright, not dazzling, not resplendent, not eye-catching. Yet they were incomparably profound as they were hard to fathom, hard to describe, hard to describe. The cloud qi expanded, blooming like a lotus flower. The borders of the petals were blurry as they were indistinguishable from the surrounding space. Yet the surrounding space and even the world itself seemed to be collapsing inwards with that lotus flower that resembled a nebula as its center. Primordial, peerless infinity, auspicious cloud. Yan Zhaoga nearly blurted out. His mouth opened, yet he did not utter a sound as he stopped himself at the final juncture. He composed himself, carefully gazing at it for a while before finally letting out a long sigh. That was not the primordial, peerless infinity, auspicious cloud manifested by the primordial heavenly lord of the Jade, Clear lineage. Instead, it was a supreme divine ability obtained from the first scripture of the primordial heavenly scripture, the peerless heavenly scripture. While it also contained the concept of the vast, boundless primordial universe before the heavens and earth had been born, it was still different from the primordial, peerless heavenly scripture. If not for this, Yan Zhaoga would simply suspect that he had cultivated in a fake, peerless heavenly scripture. Peerless, primordial, peerless, heavenly scripture was one of a kind as only a single person could cultivate in it in this world. Before the primordial heavenly lord had transcended, he had occupied that position as no one else had been able to cultivate in it. Therefore, Yan Zhaoga was truly taken aback as he looked at that nebula. But now he had an idea of what to do. It was not the primordial, peerless infinity, auspicious cloud of the Jade, Clear lineage. Instead, it was Tai, the head of the grand cosmos, 5 manifestations of the Grand Clear lineage. Yan Zhaoga now had the urge to sing loudly. He had worn out iron shoes in search of it, yet found it by chance. While this was not the Tai fist, just based on this nebula and his foundation of the peerless heavenly scripture and the convenience of simultaneously cultivating in the 3 purities, the Tai fist was already beckoning towards him. Searching for a supreme martial art of the Grand Clear lineage, he had found a supreme martial art of the Prime Clear lineage. Who knew that upon returning home, there would actually be a supreme martial art of the Grand Clear lineage waiting for him? This was a wonderful feeling indeed. Still, amidst his joy, Yan Zhaoga did not lose his calm. The scene before him was still somewhat different from the Tai that he was familiar with. Tai, the head of the grand cosmos' 5 manifestations, symbolized the most primordial form of the universe. There was no light or shape, as it was silent and formless. This existence that resembled a lotus flower, whilst also a nebula above Yendi's head, did not seem to be purely Tai. Father, this concept is a little like Tai. Still, there seems to be some variation as well. Still, it is not Tai transforming into grand commencement. Instead, it seems to have stepped from the head of the grand cosmos' 5 manifestations to later heaven in a single step. Yen Zhaoge voiced out his doubts. Yendi said, "You naturally have a unique understanding of the Taiji yin-yang palm as you cultivate in it. This is indeed the phenomenon of Tai. Still, there are indeed some later heaven variations as well. I call it the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, or the Grand Simplicity Splendor Lotus." Oh, Yen Zhaoge seemed to have noticed something unusual. "How did you obtain this Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud?" Yen Di's expression turned strange, which was rarely seen on him. Chapter 1001. Hearing his words, Yen Zhaoge could not help but look at that chaotic nebula that resembled a lotus above Yendi's head once more. "It wasn't you who found it, but it found you?" Yen Zhaoge repeated, "On its own." Yendi was silent for a moment before he said, "I do not believe that it was a coincidence." "What's the reason?" Yen Zhaoge pondered as he asked. Yendi reached out with his hand, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud above his head drifting down, transforming into a small, dim, indescribable lotus that hovered silently above his palm. "From the first moment I laid eyes on this Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, I felt a sense of familiarity." Yendi's expression grew increasingly strange. Also, in that instant, I knew exactly what it was. "I'm extremely familiar with the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, but as far as I can remember, this should be my first time seeing it." At this point, Yendi paused for a moment. After a long while, he slowly said, "It's a little hard to say, but I seem to feel a mother's embrace." Yen Zhaoge had a thoughtful look on his face after hearing this as he carefully observed the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud on Yendi's palm. After this Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud fell into my hands, I did not need to refine it, able to wield it as though it belonged to me in the first place, just like... Yendi considered his words for a moment before saying, "Just like it belonged to me in the first place." Yen Zhaoge pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "That time at the Brocade Emperor's minor no-hatred Dao arena seemed to be your first time heading to extra-dimensional space?" Raising his palm lightly, the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud returning above his head as he said, "That's right, it is precisely so. I've also thought of what you've just said. Perhaps it has always been waiting for me in the outer realms. When I arrived there, it took the initiative to find me." Yendi's expression turned tranquil. "The question is why?" Lightly rubbing his temples, Yen Zhaoge raised his head to look at his father. "I have always been waiting for you, as if I belonged to you in the first place." You also feel a sense of familiarity and closeness. Yendi understood the meaning behind Yen Zhaoge's words, because he himself had been doubting it for the past few days. That year, in the 8 Extremities world, when the decimating abyss caused chaos and Broad Creed Mountain met with a tribulation, trouble also arose in the family. Yendi said slowly what Yen Wendao and the others said is true. "I am not my parents' flesh and blood. I knew all of this a long time ago, and the one who told me the truth was my father. But in my heart, I see myself as a member of the Yen clan, and there are people in the clan who also see me as a member of the clan. To me, this is enough. It doesn't matter to me whether I become the clan leader or not. But since grandfather has passed the position of clan leader to me, I won't refuse it and I won't disappoint him." Hearing his father's words, Yen Zhaoge nodded silently. The person who had doubted Yendi's identity back then had a letter personally written by Yendi's father, Yen Zhaoge's grandfather. Judging from the handwriting, it was not forged. From then on, Yen Zhaoge had a rough idea of what to do. At that time, our clan had not yet moved to the Middle Heaven continent of the Heaven Domain, but to the Zhaozhou of the Thunder Domain. A reminiscent look appeared on Yandi's face. Father picked me up in the wilderness of the mountains. Because of my belongings, he eventually brought me back to the family. Saying thus, he took out 2 jade pendants, placing them before Yan Zhaoge. The 2 jade pendants looked exactly the same. They were a pair. They were all extremely ordinary, not all that precious treasures, but they were rather exquisite and beautiful. A word was inscribed on each of the 2 jade pendants. Yan and Di. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. It might be the surnames of 2 people. He did not say the latter half of his words. The possibility of it being a man and a woman was extremely high. However, Yan Zhaoge knew that his father would definitely have the same guess. Because of this, Father brought me home. Picking up the jade pendant with the Yan character inscribed on it, Yan Di said softly, initially he thought that it was some disciple of the family who had lost or abandoned a child. However, after investigating many times, he confirmed that it was not the case. While I was not a member of the family, Father felt that since we were both surnamed Yan, we were ultimately fated. Therefore, he personally adopted me. Saying thus, Yan Di picked up the jade pendant with the D character inscribed on it. My surname is Yan. There is naturally no need to say more. Meanwhile, my name originates from here. Receiving those 2 jade pendants, Yan Zhaoge carefully appraised them, one in each hand. Father and mother treated me as their own, and I did not understand all this before. Yan Di exhaled slowly. It was only when the family met with danger on the way from the Thunder Domain's Zhao region to the Heaven Domain's Central Heaven region that my father told me all of this before his death. Yan Zhaoge nodded. In other words, grandfather also did not know where you came from. Yan Di raised his head slightly, looking at the grand simplicity splendor cloud overhead. After so many years, I have not cared about where I came from. However, it seems that unknowingly the answer seems to be nearing me. Exchanging glances, father and son both shook their heads. If Yan Di's background was ordinary, it would still be fine. However, if he had some other background, it would be hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. The grand simplicity splendor cloud before them was indeed good. But who knew if it was a hidden source of trouble? Yan Zhaoge stopped thinking, smiling. With this grand simplicity splendor cloud protecting you, all attacks of this world against you will have to be twice the effort for half the effect, with many attacks even being unable to exert their effects. With it, when facing many opponents, you can virtually already be said to be in an invincible position even before you make a move. Yan Di's attacks had already shocked the heavens and were extraordinarily sharp. Now that he was protected by the grand simplicity splendor cloud, he had become extremely powerful, both offensively and defensively. The situation of a battle can change in an instant. The grand simplicity splendor cloud is not absolutely indestructible. Yan Di was instead very calm. For example, when you faced that Qing Shizi of the Heaven Emperor's lineage this time, his heaven earth within sleeve was rather hard to guard against. Having been drawn into his sleeve, even if you were not injured, you would still have lost the initiative. Yan Zhaoge smiled. With this grand simplicity splendor cloud, unless the Heaven Emperor comes to take you in, this heaven earth within sleeve that gives most people a headache would really be unable to do anything to you. Still, speaking of the Heaven Emperor, he is currently not in the world beyond worlds. Still, it is hard to say whether he will return after receiving the news. Yan Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. We foiled his plans in the royal Reed Sea. Previously, he was just looking for trouble with the southeastern Exalt, not focusing on us. Having slain Qing Shizi and Taoist, leading mist this time, the Heaven Emperor now has a reason to directly make a move. Hearing his words, Yan Di said mildly, "Those who kill will be killed by others. Since the other party joined forces with those of Wudong Slope to kill you, it would also be normal for them to be killed by you instead due to their inferior skills. If the Heaven Emperor wants to come, there will only be a battle. If others are inferior to me, I will kill them. If I am inferior to others, everyone will kill me. This is a principle that every martial practitioner knows on the very first day of cultivating in martial arts. Yan Zhaoge said, "It is fine for us to kill others. Being killed by others probably doesn't feel that great. It is just that time waits for no man. The problem now is that the time we have left might be very limited." Chapter 1002, Yan Zhaoge's limited time, was not merely referring to the Heaven Emperor. The enmity between the southern Exalt Zhuangshen and Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain was truly irreconcilable. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slopes lineage had a total of 3 late immortal bridge martial saints. Treasured Branch Suppressing Peak Zhang Shuren, Mastiff King Pang He, and Phoenix Cry of the southern border Mao Yuansheng. In the end, 2 of them had perished at Yan Zhaoge's hands. Adding on Phoenix pupils Yuan Xianqing, who was comparable to a 9th level martial saint, more than half of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slopes peak experts had perished in the battle at Circumference Mountain. While Wudong Slope would not fall as long as the southern Exalt Zhuangshan remained, they had also suffered a great blow to their vitality following this battle. Moreover, Zhuangshan's son, Zhuang Chaohui, had died at Yan Zhaoge's hands. Yan Zhaoge had rampaged through the south, killing and injuring countless martial practitioners of the south. As the Lord of the South, Zhuangshan would definitely not let this matter rest. He was currently in a state of no news, but once he heard the news, he would probably come to the southeast very quickly. "I'm afraid that I will have to study your grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud, in the near future," Yan Zhaoge said. Yan Di said, "This is only natural. Whether or not you can ascend the Immortal Bridge, now all depends on how much you can obtain from the grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud. This treasure has endless uses. I can reach the next level in a short period of time and benefit greatly from it." Yan Zhaoge smiled. "With your talent and your relationship with this grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud, you might be able to gain even more in the days to come." Yan Di said, "I feel the same. Still, it is still too early to speak of it now." The father and son immediately sat down facing each other and meditated cross-legged. The grand simplicity Splendor Cloud above Yan Di's head resembled a lotus flower in full bloom, its petals flickering with specks of radiance that were profound beyond compare. Yan Zhaoge raised a hand, a Taiji diagram appearing on his palm. As the Taiji diagram circulated, all things returned to the void as they gradually resonated with the grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud above Yan Di's head. Besides the Taiji yin-yang palm, the phenomenon of chaos gradually manifested in the acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body. As his foundation, the peerless heavenly scripture also began to circulate. The peerless heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineage shared some similarities with the Tai fist of the grand clear lineage. Meanwhile, as Yan Zhaoge simultaneously cultivated in the 3 purities, his various supreme martial arts merged into one. It was much easier for him to comprehend the principles of the grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud now. Beneath the heavens, besides the owner of the grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud, Yan Di, there was probably only the Brocade Emperor who could compare with Yan Zhaoge in terms of speed in comprehending this grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud. Quite unique. His relationship with my father is also quite mysterious. However, as Yan Zhaoge comprehended and cultivated, Yan Di was similarly quietly cultivating as well. At this moment, due to the grand simplicity Splendor Cloud, Yan Zhaoge came into some contact with Yan Di's martial concept. After the contact, his heart stirred slightly. His father Yan Di's martial true intent was condensed and pure, powerful beyond compare. This true martial intent belonged to Yan Di alone, as though it was innate to all, having no direct connection with whatever martial arts he cultivated in. It was the same for cultivating the clear chi energy art, It was the same for cultivating the life creation, heavenly scripture, Yin-yang heavenly scripture, and other primordial heavenly scriptures. Yan Zhaoge believed that even if Yan Di had cultivated in the supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear lineage, or the Sword Tao of the Prime Clear lineage, or even devilish martial arts from a young age, the result would not be much different from how it was now. Cultivating in saber arts, sword arts, spear arts, palm arts, fist arts, staff arts, etc. would not affect the initial result. Others cultivated in martial arts in order to improve themselves. Yan Di cultivated in martial arts. However, it seemed like whatever martial art he cultivated in, he would always attain his own unique concept. That unstoppable momentum of him resembled the opening of the heavens and the earth before its destruction, the circulation of the supreme principles of creation, presiding over all the martial arts that he currently cultivated in as he advanced. With momentum on my side, I will be successful in every endeavor. If he did not cultivate in the primordial heavenly scripture, or even the clear chi profound art which was considered a peak martial art in the 8 extremities world, he would still not have low accomplishments if he was given a random martial art that was more outdated. That way, while Yan Di's upper limits might be limited, his lower limits would still be very high. Of all the people that Yan Zhaoge had come into contact with so far, there was no one else who possessed such a unique trait other than himself, who cultivated in the peerless heavenly scripture, not a creature in a pond, transforming into a dragon upon seeing the clouds. Also, as Yan Di's cultivation base grew higher and higher, this situation was becoming more and more obvious. Generally speaking, the higher one's cultivation base, the more difficult it would be for them to improve, the more time they would have to spend. At the martial saint realm, any random bottleneck could cause a martial practitioner to be stuck for decades or even a lifetime. Geniuses would comparatively be more ferocious, improving even faster. Still, Yan Di's rate of improvement would still leave one dumbfounded and tongue-tied. As he cultivated, it was like his saber, advancing with indomitable will, sweeping through all that stood in its way. In this process, that powerful martial concept of his had become increasingly apparent, clearer, purer, and more condensed. From Yan Zhaoge's senses, when Yan Di had first attained the seeing divinity stage, his martial concept had already been stronger than when he had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Now, having attained the immortal bridge stage, it was even more condensed than when he had just attained the seeing divinity stage. It was just that Yan Zhaoge felt like he had seen through the clouds. When Yan Di had first attained the seeing divinity stage that year, Yan Zhaoge had already guessed something. Now, seeing Yan Di of the immortal bridge stage and feeling his martial true intent, Yan Zhaoge felt that his guess from back then seemed to have been verified. It was just that this guess seemed rather inconceivable, as it left Yan Zhaoge rather bemused. What he was more interested in was how all this had been accomplished. Looking at the grand simplicity, splendor cloud above Yan Di's head, Yan Zhaoge seemed to be thinking about something. The cultivation of the father and son, this time, was not something that could be accomplished in a single go. Yan Zhaoge had to spend a long time studying and comprehending the grand simplicity, splendor cloud. In order to have more time, Yan Zhaoge would even head to the vast ocean world where time flowed faster than in the world beyond worlds from time to meditate and cultivate. Currently, the Royal Reed Sea had basically already become Broad Creed Mountain's world. As Broad Creed Mountain did not expand as it just remained there quietly, the other powers of the Royal Reed Sea dared not overlook its existence. During this period of time, two things that Yan Zhaoge was rather concerned about had happened. The first was that news had returned from Feng Yunsheng, who had already been adventuring outside for over 2 years. Sadly for Yan Zhaoge, this was not good news at all. Due to some discoveries, Feng Yunsheng had headed to extra-dimensional space. It was hard to say whether this would be a blessing or a curse. It was completely unknown when she would be able to return. This feels wrong. Isn't it usually the husband who travels far away while the wife waits silently at home, praying for him? Yan Zhaoge smiled bitterly to himself. He naturally knew that this was a path that Feng Yunsheng, who wanted to temper herself, had to take. Therefore, he could only find joy amidst sorrow, making fun of himself. The second thing that Yan Zhaoge was rather concerned about was the visitors from Ingenious Flying Peak. He found this strange, Yan Zhaoge included. There were only a few people of Broad Creed Mountain who knew that Yan Di had obtained the Grand Simplicity, Splendor Cloud. Ingenious Flying Peak definitely did not know about it. Chapter 1003. It was to be expected that Fu Ting had not come. The repercussions of a trip to the Immortal Court were not to be underestimated. Still, those who had come from Ingenious Flying Peak were of the same generation as the Brocade Emperor and the Grand Planus Origin, Lady Taoyu. After receiving them, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di exchanged looks. It seemed like those of Ingenious Flying Peak were indeed unaware of the matter of the Grand Simplicity, Splendor Cloud. In having come this time, besides exchanging pleasantries, there had only been one thing they had wanted to talk about. Still, this was a matter of immense influence. Simply put, the Brocade Emperor, who had headed to extra-dimensional space after his battle with Mars Halberd, had sent back a message. Yan Zhaoge's battle at Circumference Mountain, where he had slain a personal disciple of the Brocade Emperor's lineage and 2 longtime elders of the Southern Exalt's lineage, as well as Wudong Slope, could be said to be the most influential matter in the world beyond worlds in recent times. It was fine if they could not communicate with him. Once the communication channel was clear, Ingenious Flying Peak would definitely inform the Brocade Emperor as soon as possible. This had nothing to do with Fu Ting's or Taoyu's opinion of Yan Zhaoge, as it was only a matter of course. Rather unexpectedly, the Brocade Emperor replied very quickly. The contents of his reply even surpassed some people's expectations. He will settle the matter at hand as soon as possible, returning before the Heaven Emperor. If the Heaven Emperor is in trouble, will he act? Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself, looking at his father Yan Di, who was also frowning slightly. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yinqi was close friends with the southeastern Exalt Chao Jie. Therefore, when Chao Jie was facing pressure from the Heaven Emperor, the Brocade Emperor had been willing to help him. Still, if the Heaven Emperor turned to deal with Broad Creed Mountain, it was hard to say if the Brocade Emperor would still act. While Yan Zhaoge was on friendly terms with Fu Ting and the other disciples of Red Lotus Cliff, with the Brocade Emperor having invited him and his father to the minor No Hatred Dao arena as guests back then, it was clear that he viewed them in a different light. Still, no one could say for sure how this emperor viewed Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain, especially if he would stand up for Broad Creed Mountain and fight to the death with another true immortal. After all, in consideration of stabilizing the overall situation of the world beyond worlds, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors rarely clashed directly, as they generally restrained each other. If the Brocade Emperor knew of the Grand Simplicity, Splendor Cloud, and knew that Yan Di possessed it, it would be easy to explain. Previously, Yan Zhaoge had still had to make some preparations in order to obtain a direct lineage martial art of the Grand Clear Direct Lineage from Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff. While the supreme martial arts of the Jade Clear lineage that he grasped were useful to the Brocade Emperor, they were not essential. But now, the situation was completely different. The head of the Grand Cosmos 5 Grand Manifestations, Grand Simplicity, was the only connate supreme martial art that Ingenious Flying Peak lacked. If they could gather all of the Grand Cosmos 5 manifestations, it would be far more than just a single martial art to the Brocade Emperor and Ingenious Flying Peak. From a certain perspective, if Ingenious Flying Peak had to exchange the other 4 grand clear connate ultimate techniques for a Tai Fist, they might be willing. He had used the Tai Fist to exchange for the Brocade Emperor's help in resisting the Heaven Emperor. With this bargaining chip, the weight was enough. The Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud entered the world beyond worlds from extra-dimensional space. Could the Brocade Emperor have sensed it? Yan Di knit his brows slightly. It did not matter if the Brocade Emperor knew about it. What he was concerned about was how the Brocade Emperor knew about it. As the owner of the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, Yendi had the intention and also the need to understand everything related to this. Yan Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. There is this possibility, but there are also other possibilities. Ingenious Flying Peak had said that the Yen father and son had only gone to the minor No Hatred Dao Arena because of the Brocade Emperor's invitation. In the end, the Brocade Emperor had stood them up. An emperor standing up to, seeing divinity, martial saints, did not seem like a big deal at all. Yet, Mars Halberd had attacked the minor No Hatred Dao Arena afterwards. Yan Zhaoge and Yendi had been caught in the crossfire for no reason at all. Afterwards, Yan Zhaoge and Fu Ting had been stranded in the Immortal Court, helping each other out in times of trouble. Fu Ting had been able to return from the Immortal Court as soon as possible thanks to Yan Zhaoge. Therefore, the Brocade Emperor had both apologized and thanked him this time. This could be explained. While there seemed to be a gap between their current statuses, the Brocade Emperor had always been carefree and easygoing. It was not impossible. Still, this was still up for discussion. Yan Zhaoge did not intend to measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a petty person. Still, it was not his personality to place all his hopes on the moral integrity of others. The Brocade Emperor had left a very good impression on Yan Zhaoge up until now, and it was also true that he was carefree and easygoing. Still, it would be wrong to think that he was a warm-hearted and good person. Observing his life, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely guess that the Brocade Emperor cultivated in the lineage of the Grand Clear lineage, walking the path of Grand Oblivion. While Grand Oblivion was not heartless, the Brocade Emperor was definitely not a sentimental person like many people thought him to be. It was not without reason that he had only had Fu Ting as his only child in his later years. That was likely due to the principle of the Grand Divination number 50, of which 49 were used, Grand Unity not being used. Fu Ting's birth signified that the Brocade Emperor had transitioned from the stage of never touching a single flower to the stage of only taking a single scoop of water. This signified that his cultivation base had become pure. Still, Yan Zhaoge could not predict how the Brocade Emperor would proceed from here on out. This would directly determine the Brocade Emperor's style of doing things. From how much he cared for Fu Ting now, the situation was still rather optimistic. Of course, Yan Zhaoge had another guess. It was also related to the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. Still, it was not the Tai Fist. Yan Zhaoge looked at Yendi. Understanding his meaning, Yendi said, "Wait and see." Forging iron requires one's own strength, Yan Zhaoge nodded. This is not a reason for us to relax. Yendi said approvingly, "That's right." While the Brocade Emperor's stance was a pleasant surprise, the most important thing for Yan Zhaoge and Yendi would definitely still be raising their strength. Exchanging the Tai Fist for the Brocade Emperor's help would most likely succeed. Still, unless it was absolutely necessary, neither father nor son would consider this possibility. Still, it was useless to just express one's determination and shout slogans in order to deal with threats that could come at any time. There had to be a practical way to do so. Amidst diligent cultivation, Yan Zhaoge was also unceasingly sorting out his thoughts. After stepping past a boundary between human and immortal and attaining the leakless true immortal stage, the arts of the human realm would no longer be able to harm them. However powerful a martial saint was, however powerful they were, they would still be unable to harm a true immortal just by themselves. This was because the two sides were no longer on the same level. If humans wanted to stand against immortals, they would have to find another way. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world. There was indeed a way for martial saints to slay immortals. In the ancient historical records, there had once been 4 exalts of the prime clear direct lineage who stood at the peak of the human realm who had joined forces to establish the immortal exterminating formation, successfully slaying an emperor. This sufficiently displayed the great power of the numinous treasure 4 swords and the immortal exterminating formation that could extinguish the myriad heavens. Since ancient times, There had only been one way for martial saints to slay immortals without the help of external objects. Still, the immortal exterminating formation had long since been lost. For the current Yen Zhaoge, this method clearly did not possess any reference value. The Nine Bends Yellow River Formation was naturally good. Its most famous effects were losing the mind of an immortal, vanishing the soul of an immortal, trapping the form of an immortal, harming the chi of an immortal, harming the original form of an immortal, and harming the limbs of an immortal. Still, without the core immortal bewitching pill and the secluded immortal mantra, it would be unable to do anything to emperors who had already pushed open the door to immortality. Chapter 1004. Yen Zhaoge actually felt that while the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation and the three Sky Maidens were powerful, the most important reason for the investiture of the gods' era to have achieved such glorious feats was the supreme treasure of legend, the chaotic origin Golden Dipper. If it wasn't for the primordial chaos Golden Chalice, it wouldn't have been able to throw so many legendary experts into the 9-turn Yellow River array. The strength of the Yellow River of Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, aside from the fact that it was controlled by the three sky goddesses, was due to the immortal confusion pill and the secluded immortal mantra. The awkward thing was that refining the immortal confusion pill and forming the secluded immortal mantra were all immortal techniques that mortals could not achieve. As Yen Zhaoge's cultivation base increased, the power of the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation would naturally grow stronger and stronger. But without the immortal bewitching pill and the secluded immortal mantra, it was not the core. Moreover, due to the geographical limitations of the Royal Reed Sea, it was impossible to establish a formation here. Yen Zhaoge sat in the meditative position within the room, a dark green bamboo cane appearing within his hands. This was a unique weapon that Yen Zhaoge had forged for himself, having a miraculous effect in suppressing the weapons of others. With his current 7 feet and 7 segments, he could destroy a medial-grade sacred artifact with a single strike. If he were to attack a high-grade sacred artifact, even a high-grade sacred artifact would find it hard to withstand it. Only existences like the extreme Yang Seal and the extreme Yin Crown could barely withstand it. Even the evil sword Tao Tai was unable to do so. However, it was not that effective when used to hit people. Furthermore, there was a difference between immortals and mortals. The gap between immortals and immortals existed not only for humans, but also for immortal armaments and sacred armaments. While he had not tried it before, Yen Zhaoge knew that the dark green bamboo cane would not be able to beat an immortal artifact. Perhaps he could try to resist it, but if he wanted to restrain an immortal artifact, he would probably need to reach 9 feet and 9 segments. As for how to grow it from 8 feet and 8 segments to 9 feet and 9 segments, there were some tricks to it. This treasure was about to face its first bottleneck. Once he passed this trial, his future would still be bright. The difficulty of the path did not mean that they had to stop advancing because of it. It was just that for Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain, distant water could not quench a nearby fire. Comparatively speaking, the extreme Yang Seal, which had not been able to unleash its full power all along, was about to display its true might to the world once more. As Yen Zhaoge himself ascended the immortal bridge, he would be able to fully exert the power of this high-grade, sacred artifact. Among all the saint weapons, this treasure was an existence akin to a king. Still, just the extreme Yang Seal alone is still insufficient. Yen Zhaoge lightly tapped the dark green bamboo cane on his other hand. After a while, he put away the dark green bamboo stick, and the void above his head shook slightly. There, a huge palace appeared, and faint dragon roars could be heard coming from within. The door of the hall opened, and the void inside was folded. However, in the center, where it was difficult to distinguish the distance, a seemingly inconspicuous black iron wheel floated quietly. It was precisely the dim radiant wheel that Yen Zhaoge had obtained from the dim radiant mausoleum. This treasure still showed no reaction to Yen Zhaoge's touch in the slightest, as though it was in a deep slumber. aside from a brief reaction when it had been stimulated by the fist intent of the direct lineage martial Tao of the vast young exalt, Peihua, in the loathing square immortal realm of the immortal court. The dim radiant will had remained completely ordinary and unremarkable. However, Yen Zhaoge had never forgotten this treasure. However, this celestial armament embryo might have many different meanings behind it. It was not as simple as it seemed. Compared to the obvious danger, the unknown was more frightening. Also, Yen Zhaoge was still in the process of figuring out how this treasure would ultimately become a true immortal artifact. Based on the changes in the dim radiant lamp that day and the relationship between it and the dim radiant wheel, it was very easy to guess that if there were 12 high-grade sacred artifacts like the dim radiant lamp, the dim radiant wheel might be completely refined successfully. When attacked by other high-grade sacred artifacts, the dim radiant wheel would indeed react passively, devouring the other party. If there were 12 sacred artifacts that were separately formed from the concepts of light and dim darkness, or light and darkness coexisted, like the dim radiant lamp, would the effects be better than 12 random high-grade sacred artifacts? No, it is probably not like that. Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself. The foundation of the dim radiant will lies in the dim radiant 12 arts, the concepts of which are of the same lineage. After pondering for a moment, Yen Zhaoge retrieved an item. It was a golden wheel that circulated with light on its surface, resembling sunlight. It was precisely the treasure of the Radiant Light sect in the Royal Reed Sea that year, the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun-Moon Wheels. Still, of the Sun-Moon Wheels that had originally been in pairs, only the Sun-Moon Wheel remaining now, as the Moon Wheel had long since been lost. Yen Zhaoge hesitated slightly for a moment before retrieving another item. It was also a high-grade sacred artifact, a saber with a long hilt. It was the high-grade sacred artifact that he had obtained not long ago, the Golden Crow incinerating heaven saber that had originally belonged to 3-Foot Mountain. A pity that the high-grade sacred artifact of the vast young exalt Peihua was destroyed by the little sword god Long Xueji. Otherwise, it would have been more suitable. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Still, if he had been accompanied by a high-grade sacred artifact back then, I might not have been able to kill him. After analyzing the Golden Crow incinerating heaven saber for a moment, Yen Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. While it is more of the blazing of the sun rather than the concept of the light of the sun, it is still suitable for use due to its deep understanding of the profundities of the principles of the sun. It was not that he could not bear to part with the Sun-Moon Wheel. Instead, he was worried that with only the Sun-Moon Wheel and a damaged sacred artifact, it would not be of sufficient use to verify his guesses. The Golden Crow incinerating heaven saber was complete and flawless, being even more powerful than the Sun-Moon Wheel alone. After concluding his thoughts, Yen Zhaoge grabbed the Golden Crow incinerating heaven saber, throwing it towards the dim, radiant wheel. The long saber transformed into a blazing streak of golden fire, resembling the sun as it shot through the sky as it smashed towards the completely inconspicuous, dim, radiant wheel. Feeling the hostility of the Golden Crow incinerating heaven saber, as well as its destructive power as a high-grade sacred artifact, the dim, radiant wheel which had remained silent all along finally shook. A streak of light flew out from one of the 12 slots, sweeping towards the Golden Crow incinerating heaven saber. The Golden Crow incinerating heaven saber shook for a moment, the sunlight and flames dissipating as it regained its form. Then, this high-grade sacred artifact slowly flew towards the dim, radiant wheel on its own accord. That year, the Qingxian spear had nearly been kept by the dim, radiant wheel, just that Yen Zhaoge had stopped it. This time he did not make a move, just observing patiently. Then he saw the Golden Crow incinerating heaven saber land within the slot on the dim, radiant wheel. The dim, radiant wheel ceased shaking, the Golden Crow incinerating heaven saber vanishing. After observing for a moment, Yen Zhaoge was unable to feel the dim, radiant wheel becoming stronger or showing signs of becoming more complete. Instead, sunlight was emitted from the slot where the golden crow incinerating heaven's saber had been kept. Approaching it, Yenjiaoge discovered that there seemed to be a layer of cosmic space within that slot. There was a golden crow struggling unceasingly within, the essence of sunlight on its body being drawn away by this cosmic space. A moment later, however, all of this came to an end. That golden crow looked like it had just survived a great calamity, yet was still trapped within cosmic space, unable to extricate itself. This is an image manifested after the golden crow incinerating heaven's saber was kept by the dim radiant wheel. Yet it was not refined and absorbed by the dim radiant wheel. Yenjiaoge pondered. Still, from the looks of it, it rather seems like it was as if the dim radiant wheel had despised it. Yenjiaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry at this discovery. Chapter 1005. What the dim radiant will disliked was not the golden crow heaven incinerating saber itself. Instead, it was the concept contained within the sacred weapon. In other words, he despised the golden crow world incinerating scripture. But to be fair, the golden crow world incinerating scripture was a rather profound martial art. If the golden crow's world incinerating scripture did not work, then the Vastyang Sutra of the Vastyang Palace would most likely not work either. The dim, radiant sect's own study of the principles of the light of the sun was also insufficient. Under such circumstances, what right did the dim radiant will have to be arrogant? What it wants is an absolute art theory that surpasses itself. Yenjiaoge realized something. The dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia is really ambitious. What he wants is to carry on the past and open up the future, unceasingly advancing upwards. Therefore, the dim radiant wheel attempts to incorporate concepts and principles that are even more profound than the martial arts manuals of the dim radiant sect. With that, the day it truly succeeds, it will be incomparably powerful. It did not necessarily have to surpass the martial arts of the dim radiant sect in all aspects. The martial arts of the dim radiant sect were all-encompassing. After Yin Tianxia's arrangement and guidance, they had been categorized into many different categories, involving many principles. The path of sunlight was one of them. As long as a certain martial art was more profound than the martial arts of the dim radiant sect in the Tao of the light of the sun, then the dim radiant wheel would be interested. The only exception was Yin Tianxia's own dim radiant lamp, because that was the initial foundation for the dim radiant wheel. Yenjiaoge looked at the cosmic void within the black metal wheel's aperture. After pondering for a moment, he took out another item. It was a long sword that rippled with light and flickered with purple splendor. There was a faint sound of tides coming from it, as if the vast sea had fused with it. It was the chief of the Bright Connection Sea's Purple Tide Sword Sect, the Purple Tide Swordsman Zhaozhen, who had assisted Wudong Slope's Yuan Xianqing in the battle of Vast Spirit Mountain earlier. In the end, he had been slain by Yenjiaoge, his accompanying high-grade sacred artifact, the Purple Sea Sword, the supreme treasure of the Purple Tide Sword Sect, having fallen into Yenjiaoge's hands. During that great battle, this sword had nearly been broken by Yenjiaoge. There were still many cracks on the body of the sword, as if the slightest carelessness could cause it to break into pieces. However, the vast sword intent within it was still majestic. Yenjiaoge flicked his wrist, the purple sea sword transforming into a streak of light as it too flew towards the dim, radiant wheel. In the end, it immediately followed in the footsteps of the golden crow world incinerating saber, being devoured by a hole in the dim, radiant wheel. However, this time, Yenjiaoge discovered problem. Although the golden crow heaven incinerating blade and the purple sea sword were not in the same hole, they seemed to have gone to the same place. In the same hole where the golden crow was previously, purple tide surged out and instantly turned into a vast ocean. After pondering, Yenjiaoge's heart jolted. This is that hole in the dim, radiant mausoleum from which the dim, radiant lamp was swallowed back then. Then, upon closer inspection, he saw that the purple ocean formed by the purple sea sword undulated, rising and falling. It looked very normal. What was strange was that the cosmic void in this hole didn't absorb the essence of the purple sea like it did before. It wasn't that he didn't like it, but he didn't do anything at all. Seeing the scene, Yen Zhaoge completely understood. The sword will of the purple sea sword and the purple sea sword chi of the purple tide sword sect were derived from the profound meaning of the vast ocean. Also, this was not within the scope of the martial arts manuals of the dim, radiant sect. While Yin Tianxia wished to strengthen himself by collecting all the scriptures of the world in forging the dim radiant wheel, he did not intend to expand blindly. The martial arts of the dim radiant sect were already extremely complete in his hands, as there was no need for him to continue adding branches and leaves. What he needed was unceasing improvement. The purple sea of sword chi was not what the dim radiant wheel needed. Therefore, while the purple sea sword had been swallowed, the dim radiant wheel actually did not intend to touch it at all. It was unlike the golden crow heaven incinerating blade, which had only given up after experimenting. Then, what was the concept that the dim radiant wheel was interested in? And Tianxia's dim radiant 12 arts had actually already provided a guide. The radiant light sect and the dim darkness sect had both been direct descendants of the dim radiant sect that year. It was just that due to various reasons, they had not been able to learn all of them. The martial arts of the two sects had actually originated from a portion of the legacy of the dim radiant sect that year. Primordial darkness, no light, dim brightness, illusory light, eternal illumination, as well as extreme yang that was similar to the principles of the golden crow world incinerating scripture and the vast yang scripture, as well as the opposing extreme yin. These were all part of the dim radiant 12 arts. Yin Tianxia had died young, but his talent had also shocked the world. Whether or not to absorb and refine the concept contained within a sacred artifact is one thing, Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself. Whether or not to keep this sacred artifact is another. The two are actually separate and independent steps. While the latter serves the former and provides a foundation, they do not interfere with each other. Sensing this, a guess appeared in Yen Zhaoge's mind. He had cultivated in the dim, radiant 12 arts. Still, it was mainly the final art. Meanwhile, of the previous arts, the 11th art was known as wilderness devouring. When martial practitioners cultivated in this art, they would be able to absorb the power of their enemies. This concept being used on the dim radiant wheel might be the reason why it had devoured other sacred artifacts. Yen Zhaoge gazed at the hole that manifested the universe and bore the purple sea sword and the golden crow incinerating heaven's saber after they had been devoured. If a hole does not correspond to a high-grade sacred artifact, instead corresponding to one of the dim radiant 12 arts, this hole should correspond to the 11th art, wilderness devouring. Stroking the surface of the dim radiant wheel with his finger, Yen Zhaoge thought, the dim radiant emperor used the dim radiant lamp to establish a foundation for the dim radiant wheel. The absorption of the dim radiant lamp had not been due to the wilderness devouring art. Instead, it had been due to the dim radiant emperor's ritual with which he had first refined his immortal artifact. The subsequent absorption of other sacred artifacts had been due to the wilderness devouring art that had already been inscribed on the dim radiant wheel. That way, even if Yin Tianxia himself perished in the long years to come, the dim radiant wheel would still have the possibility of continuing to grow. What had allowed the dim radiant wheel to grow, or perhaps it should be said to have allowed it to advance step by step towards complete refinement, was not other high-grade sacred artifacts. Instead, it was various martial arts that could elevate the legacy of the dim radiant sect to a whole new level. Because of this, when the dim radiant wheel's merit had been perfected, the dim radiant 12 arts contained within would all have attained a whole new level. The dim radiant wheel would also be superior to its peers. Yen Zhaoge pondered for a moment before extending his palm towards that hole that represented the wilderness devouring art. The golden crow incinerating world scripture would not work, and the vast yang scripture might not work as well. However, he could try with the extreme yang scripture. Yen Zhaoge did not intend to send the extreme yang seal in, instead projecting the concept of the extreme yang scripture with his true essence. At first, the dim radiant will did not react. It was just like how Yen Zhaoge had experimented countless times with infusing his true essence. Yen Zhaoge retracted his hand. After pondering for a moment, he grabbed the high-grade sacred artifact, the sun wheel, before abruptly smashing it towards the dim, radiant wheel. This time, the black metal will finally reacted. Light flew out from the hole, enveloping the sun wheel. Yen Zhaoge did not resist it. Still, he did not let go as he grabbed the sun wheel, making use of this chance to send his palm in as well. At the same time, he circulated the extreme yang scripture. The next moment, glorious sunlight flickered amidst space, a great amount of the essence of sunlight being unceasingly extracted and absorbed by a formless existence. Chapter 1006. The extreme yang scripture originated from the vast yang sutra of the vast yang palace. However, after being researched and perfected by more than one generation of geniuses and legendary giants, as well as referring to the flipping heavenly scripture, yin-yang heavenly scripture, and other absolute arts, the solar gods canon that was now completed had already shown signs of surpassing the original. The vast yang scripture and the golden crow world incinerating scripture were unable to satisfy the requirements of the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia, in forging the dim radiant wheel. But the sun god canon could. Still, even as it merged and refined the concept of the extreme yang scripture, the dim radiant wheel was also unceasingly extracting the radiance of the sun formed of Yen Zhaoge's true essence. Since it could smelt high-grade sacred weapons, the amount of yuan qi it required was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. Many immortal bridge martial saints who were not renowned for their abundant true essence in their martial arts would be sucked dry by the dim radiant wheel to the point of exhaustion. This was an immortal weapon, a treasure that only experts who had pushed open the immortal gate could refine. There was a difference between immortals and mortals. Even though the dim radiant emperor had already established his foundations, the following steps were not something that ordinary people could handle. Even with Yen Zhaoge's strength, he could still feel a great amount of his true essence flowing away. The rate at which he was expended was even more ferocious than when he had clashed with the longtime elder Zhang Shuren of Wudong Slope earlier. His expression was calm, his cultivation base robust as he breathed in and out quietly, endlessly supplying power to the dim radiant wheel. There was a hole on the pitch-black iron wheel that was emitting light that grew brighter and brighter. At this moment, the seemingly ordinary and silent black iron will gradually emitted a surging feeling of power. The radiance of extreme yang and extreme heat illuminated the space within the myriad dragon palace, resembling an actual sun. This whole should correspond to the sixth art of the dim, radiant 12 arts, extreme yang, Yen Zhaoge understood. The wilderness-devouring art could devour and absorb the energy of others. Meanwhile, the art of the extreme yang of the dim, radiant sect's martial legacies primarily drew on the majesty of the light of the sun, guarding the righteous and warding off evil, stabilizing one's body. External combat techniques were big and bold, dignified and righteous, capable of both offense and defense. However, what was most praiseworthy was the internal cultivation method. The sun shone brightly, and all evils could not invade, and one's mind was clear. His usual cultivation would yield twice the result with half the effort, and at the same time he could resist many evil and bewitching techniques that affected the soul. Now that this technique was inscribed on the dim radiant wheel, this treasure would be able to suppress evil as well as counter the tricks of ghosts. Yen Zhaoge seemed to be seeing the dim radiant wheel all over again at this moment. As he appraised it, my earlier guess was correct. This means that when this dim radiant wheel reaches its peak, the dim radiant 12 arts manifesting, a single treasure will be able to perform 12 different functions. Moreover, he was proficient in all of them, not slack in all of them. If they followed the principles of the dim radiant emperor, Yin Tianxia, and could finally achieve their wishes. The dim, radiant emperor Yin Tianxia is someone with his own ideas. Yan Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. If not for his early death, his fame and achievements would definitely be far greater than what they are now. Of course, this was just an assumption. Yan Zhaoge knew all too well that if Yin Tianxia continued to live, wanting to improve, he would first have to face a problem. His dim, radiant 12 arts had come into contact with the true meaning of peerless infinity. Meanwhile, with the jade clear lineage's first primordial heavenly scripture, the peerless heavenly scripture, weighing down on his head, his path would become incomparably narrow, making it difficult for him to move forward. Unless Yin Tianxia obtained the peerless heavenly scripture, it would be far too difficult for him to continue improving compared to others. He might even be stuck at the leakless true immortal stage for the rest of his life. The thoughts and principles of the dim radiant wheel might be Yin Tianxia's pondering, an attempt on his own path. Could he not know that the path he had chosen was an extremely difficult one? Yan Zhaoge felt that he knew. However, Yin Tianxia had still chosen this path. While it was difficult with little hope, he was still unceasingly attempting to break through his shackles, searching for an effective method. Peerless infinity, Yan Zhaoge muttered to himself. He had previously cultivated in the dim, radiant 12 arts, primarily for the final art. This art was peerless infinity. Yan Zhaoge's original intention had been to make use of the dim, radiant sect's peerless infinity art to conceal his own foundation of the peerless heavenly scripture. According to Yin Tianxia's thoughts in forging the dim radiant wheel, he naturally hoped to absorb techniques that were superior to the dim radiant sect's peerless infinity art. Since ancient times, beneath the heavens, who had analyzed the true intent of peerless infinity better than the peerless heavenly scripture of the jade, clear, direct lineage. With the golden sun wheel as a support, the concept of the extreme yang scripture was refined into the dim radiant wheel, transforming into the divine patterns of the art of the extreme yang that were inscribed within. As time passed, a great amount of Yan Zhaoge's true essence was depleted. This feeling was similar to when he had battled the star-plucking practitioner Guan lied back when he had still been at the 5th level of the martial saint realm, as he had vaguely felt exhausted. For Yan Zhaoge, who was proficient in many supreme martial arts, possessed abundant true essence, and had a rapid qi replenishment rate, such a situation was extremely rare. Still, the results were obvious. Yan Zhaoge retracted his hand, the dim, radiant wheel before him regaining its original calm appearance. It was just that faint sunlight was currently emitted from one of the holes on the black metal wheel, calm and neutral. The concept within was not completely the same as that of the extreme yang scripture. At its core, it was still the concept of the 6th art of the dim, radiant 12 arts, the art of the extreme yang. Still, it was more profound and pure on its original foundation. Yan Zhaoge felt gratified that, as he came into contact with the dim, radiant wheel now, this treasure vaguely seemed to be reacting as it no longer seemed to be in a deep slumber. From this moment onwards, this dim, radiant wheel is truly related to me. It was I who received it from the dim, radiant emperor. Officially beginning to refine this treasure, Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, retrieving another item. This was the high-grade sacred artifact that had originally belonged to the phoenix pupils Yuan Xianqing of Wudong Slope, the 5 phoenix fan. After Yuan Xianqing's death, this sacred artifact had fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands. It was not rare for martial practitioners to have their weapons destroyed in battle. Still, with the dark green bamboo cane in hand, Yan Zhaoge was extremely advantageous in obtaining the treasures and weapons of his opponents. In the Battle of Circumference Mountain, with the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation, besides Qing Shizi and the other 2 late Immortal Bridge martial saints, he had been able to achieve victory without even having to fight. Therefore, even as Yan Zhaoge's battle accomplishments in rampaging through the southern blazing heaven territory this time had been illustrious, he had also reaped many bountiful spoils of war, as he had profited immensely. Not counting those he had slain in the Taoist temple, just from the moment he had landed in the endless mountain range of the southern blazing heaven territory. He had slain over 10 immortal, bridge, martial saints of the south. Due to the scarcity of raw materials, high-grade sacred artifacts were hard to come by. Many martial saints who had ascended the immortal bridge could only continue using mid-grade sacred artifacts. Fortunately, the opponents in the battles at Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain had not been low, possessing abundant resources. In the end, Taoist East Spring, Zhao Zhen, Yuan Xianqing, Zhang Shuren, Peng He, Taoist Leading Mist, and Qing Shizi had all provided Yan Zhaoge with a high-grade spoil of war. Apart from that, Yan Zhaoge had also obtained 2 high-grade sacred artifacts, as he had come from the endless mountain range, having slain countless martial practitioners of the south, including the golden crow incinerating heaven saber of 3-foot mountain that he had obtained from the Taoist temple. Yan Zhaoge had obtained a total of 10 high-grade sacred artifacts this time. Chapter 1007. Excluding 3-foot mountain's golden crow incinerating heaven's saber, Qing Shizi's dark dragon whip and Taoist Leading Mist's bright, barbaric Taoist robes, Yan Zhaoge had obtained 7 high-grade sacred artifacts from the martial practitioners of the south. Not even mentioning the people he had killed, just taking these spoils of war from the south was already a great blow to the vitality of the southern blazing heaven territory. Under Golden Court Mountain's lead, the martial practitioners of the southeastern Yang heaven territory launched their follow-up attacks on the south very smoothly. Not only did Golden Court Mountain completely suppress Wudong Slope, but the other southeastern martial artists also had the upper hand against the southern martial artists. This was especially so as they followed the route of Circumference Mountain, the announcing Peace Mountain Range, and the vast Yumoun Plains all the way west, following the path that Yan Zhaoge had taken to return east once more. The martial practitioners of the southeast were relaxed and happy on their journey. Having already been plowed through by Yan Zhaoge once, it would be very hard for the martial practitioners of the south to organize a strong resistance. The quality is very good. Looking at the 5 phoenix fan in his hands, Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh. I'm used to being extravagant. A prodigal like me will probably incur the wrath of many. After recuperating for some time, Yan Zhaoge gradually regained his vitality. After feeling that he had finished his preparations once more, Yan Zhaoge sent the 5 phoenix fan into the slot of the dim radiant wheel where the wilderness-devouring art was inscribed. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge no longer had to attack as he stimulated the dim, radiant wheel to counterattack. Currently, he was already gradually establishing some sort of connection with the dim radiant wheel. With just a thought, the dim radiant wheel shook slightly. While it was not completely obeying Yan Zhaoge's instructions, the 5 phoenix fan that had been delivered to its doorstep was still swallowed of its own accord this time. The concept contained within the 5 phoenix fan manifested the silhouette of a phoenix amidst the cosmic space within the aperture of the dim radiant wheel. The dim radiant wheel moved slightly, but not intensely. Yan Zhaoge knew that it was the ever-bright art of the dim radiant 12 arts at work. Ever-bright, the 8th art of the dim radiant 12 arts. In the past, the scriptures of the radiant sect of the Sea of Imperial Reed, the radiant illumination art, originated from this. This included the inextinguishable radiant body, the endless radiant palm, and other secret arts. Light always shines, eternal and inextinguishable. A cultivator's breath was long and steady, and their true essence was vigorous. They were good at protracted battles, and at the same time their defensive power was extremely strong. Some of the characteristics of the concept were similar to Wudong Slope's Phoenix True Form Scripture. Although it was not as good as the Phoenix True Form Scripture, it was still very outstanding. However, although the external characteristics were similar, the underlying principles were fundamentally different. Therefore, after the initial tremors, the dim radiant will fell silent once more. The way to refine this celestial artifact was to figure out and refine the principles and intents of the other celestial artifact to improve oneself, not to dissect the other celestial artifact. Therefore, when the target was unable to improve itself, it would not make any moves. The current 5 Phoenix fan and the Purple Sea sword were both because of this. Still, Yen Jiaoge had only been using this 5 Phoenix fan as a medium and bridge in the first place, supplying his martial concept to the dim radiant wheel. However, it was not the peerless heavenly scripture. The reason was none other than the fact that the peerless heavenly scripture was too profound. Firstly, Yen Jiaoge himself was still in the midst of unceasingly studying and comprehending. Secondly, the peerless heavenly scripture was far superior to the final art of the dim, radiant 12 arts, the art of peerless infinity. If they were to blindly merge them, it was very likely that the peerless heavenly scripture would turn the tables on them. However, the foundation of the dim radiant wheel was the dim, radiant 12 arts in the end. With the peerless heavenly scripture as the foundation, Yen Jiaoge, who had yet to push open the door to immortality, would not be able to successfully forge an immortal artifact. The final result of this would be both sides suffering heavy losses as they all parted ways. Still, as Yen Jiaoge's cultivation base grew higher and higher, the dim radiant wheel also nearing completion, it would be best if things could turn for the better at that final moment. Therefore, Yen Jiaoge was currently providing another supreme martial art to the dim radiant wheel, the Dark Moon Pill Scripture. The target he was aiming for this time was the 5th art of the dim radiant 12 arts, the art of extreme yin. This art was cultivated in by martial practitioners, using the cold, tranquil nature of extreme yin to cause life force to wither and the soul to wither. It was one of the few sinister arts of the dim, radiant 12 arts, being close to the devilish Tao. When used against enemies, it would formlessly harm them. It was worth mentioning that it was countered by the art of extreme yang of the dim, radiant 12 arts to a certain extent. Meanwhile, a portion of the Dark Moon Pill Scripture had a similar effect. Yen Jiaoge's understanding of the internal history of the dim, radiant sect following the Great Calamity was comparatively limited. Still, having read through the art of extreme yin of the dim, radiant 12 arts, he vaguely had a feeling. The seniors of the dim, radiant sect, or yin, Tianxia himself, had most likely obtained a remnant version of the Dark Moon Pill Scripture, combining it with their martial arts as a result, finally producing the art of extreme yin. The Dark Moon Pill Scripture did not merely expound on those brutal, vicious concepts. Still, the remnant version that the dim, radiant sect had obtained seemed to only touch upon these. Now that Yen Jiaoge was providing the complete Dark Moon Pill Scripture, the 5th of the dim, radiant 12 arts would be able to advance to the next level, its foundation becoming more robust as it would no longer be a completely unorthodox sword. Seeing yet another hole on the black metal wheel from which a deathly pale, cold radiance was projected, the corners of Yen Jiaoge's mouth arched upwards. Of the 2 holes that were right next to each other, one emanating vast, majestic sunlight while the other emanated cold, tranquil moonlight, as they seemed rather unique in their own right. Yen Jiaoge's following days were extremely fulfilling. Or he would study and comprehend Yen Di's grand simplicity, splendor cloud, concentrating on his cultivation. Or he would attempt to refine the dim, radiant wheel. Ever since returning to Broad Creed Mountain, Yen Jiaoge had virtually not left the mountain at all, as he had been fully focused on his cultivation. Having just stirred up a storm in the world beyond worlds, he instead quietened down. Broad Creed Mountain seemed to have become low-key as well. Not only did they seldom participate in the attacks of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory against the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, they did not make any major movements even in the Royal Reed Sea. The only relatively major disturbance was that Broad Creed Mountain's chief, Yen Di, had successfully ascended the Immortal Bridge. Apart from that, it was exceptionally peaceful. It was just that no one in the entire world beyond worlds would underestimate Yen Jiaoge and Broad Creed Mountain now. At the same time, many people were actually waiting for the southern Exalt Zhuang Shen to return to Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, waiting for the Heaven Emperor to return to Kunlun Mountain's illusory coming peak. At that time, Whether Yen Jiaoge and Broad Creed Mountain were a newly risen legend or a short-lived shooting star would truly be revealed. Whether it was Wudong Slope, who was currently badly battered by Golden Court Mountain, or Illusory Coming Peak, who had remained silent after the deaths of Qing Shizi and Taoist Leading Mist, they were probably all waiting for that moment as well. In the world beyond worlds, 5 years had passed since the battle at Circumference Mountain. Within a cave manor on Broad Creed Mountain, Yen Jiaoge sat facing Yen Di and Yen Di. I intend to make another trip to the vast ocean world. Yen Jiaoge said calmly, I cannot be sure when the Heaven Emperor will return or when the Southern Exalt will return. Still, I will do it as soon as possible. Yen Di nodded, go ahead. Yen Jiaoge said, during this period of time, I will have to trouble you and the sect to help me investigate something. He handed over a jade slip to Yen Di. Carefully measure the flow of the earth veins of the Royal Reed Sea according to the methods and procedures laid out within. See if you can discover anything special, similar to the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Yen Di raised his brows as he roughly read through it and saw some clues. Yen Jiaoge lightly tapped his temple, many a time, returning to the very beginning. The solution to a problem might be hidden there. Chapter 1008. When Yen Jiaoge had first arrived in the Royal Reed Sea, his cultivation base had still been low as he had been weak. Their main enemy, the Radiant Light sect, had the possibility of being a threat to Broad Creed Mountain of the Eight Extremities world. It was like a butcher's knife hanging over the Eight Extremities world, which could descend at any moment. At that time, Yen Jiaoge had been moving between the major powers of the Royal Reed Sea, expanding the space in which he could operate. During this process, they had disrupted the Grand Xian dynasty's plans to set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation, simultaneously killing and injuring many of their people, causing their enmity to grow deeper and deeper, to the point where they were irreconcilable enemies. At that time, Yen Jiaoge had not been concerned about why the Heaven Emperor had secretly ordered Xinlingzi and the others to come to the Royal Reed Sea to set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation. Also not being concerned about why the Emperor had been so fixated on searching for the legendary Earth, Queen of the Four Imperials of Taoism. That was a problem that the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia should be considering. Yen Jiaoge only had to consider how to raise his strength in order to deal with the threat posed by the Grand Xian dynasty. Now, however, when he had to face the Heaven Emperor directly, the heaven-bearing effecate formation, which he had not paid much attention to previously, became the focus of Yen Jiaoge's gaze once more. Why did the big dry emperor secretly order people to set up the heaven-bearing effecate array? Why did the location of the formation seem to be fixed on the southeastern Yang, Heaven, Territories, Royal Reed Sea? Why is this Tao sect great emperor so bothered and unable to let it go after being obstructed? Apart from the Heaven Emperor himself, the reactions of the others were also a little strange. While the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia was a sword cultivator, he was very mild most of the time, having the attitude of making things convenient for others and himself. However, as a ruler of the First Realm and a sword cultivator, if he was provoked, he would rather break than bend. Even in the face of a perfected immortal emperor who had pushed open the gate of immortality, he would not yield. Still, after having first learnt of the existence of the heaven-bearing effecate formation, Chao Jia had still tacitly allowed Kongping and the others of the Grand Xian dynasty to remain in the Royal Reed Sea and continue setting up the formation. It was just that the existence of Yen Jiaoge and Broad Creed Mountain had prevented the Grand Xian dynasty from achieving anything. Yen Jiaoge was on friendly terms with Golden Court Mountain, and Golden Court Mountain was more or less biased towards him and Broad Creed Mountain in secret. It just so happened that a great battle was about to erupt between the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, with Phoenix, Ritual Mountains, Wudong Slope also wanting to get rid of Yen Jiaoge. In the end, when the war between the southeast and the south had erupted, the Heaven Emperor had kept the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia busy, making use of the southern Exalt Shin to take care of the martial practitioners of the southeast, as well as Yen Jiaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. This instead infuriated the southeastern Exalt Chaojia, who contacted the Brocade Emperor to assist him, finally forcing the Heaven Emperor and the southern Exalt Shin into retreat. The other peak experts of the world beyond worlds did not support or interfere with this. Logically speaking, searching for the Earth Goddess, who had been missing since the Great Calamity, was a huge matter for the entire Taoism. Yen Jiaoge believed that the peak experts of Taoism would all attempt to search for it if they had a way. As for the other peak experts of the world beyond worlds, the Heaven Emperor's actions were viewed more as a personal matter of the Heaven Emperor. Therefore, it was only the Brocade Emperor who intervened in this matter out of his personal friendship with the southeastern Exalt. Since it was a private matter, what kind of reason could it be? Yen Jiaoge, who was about to face the might of that immortal emperor, was very interested in this. I will personally take responsibility for this matter. Yendi's interest was piqued as he kept the jade coin. Yen Jiaoge stood up. Father, I'll be heading over to the vast ocean world then. Yendi nodded. Yes, rest easy. To be honest, I cannot rest easy. Still, it is not that I cannot rest easy here. Yen Jiaoge smiled bitterly. Miss Guan Yulua from the north has sent news that the door that Yunqing entered will only have a chance to reopen after a few years at least. Feng Yunqing's departure had cut off her path of retreat to a certain extent. Therefore, Yen Jiaoge was unable to ascertain whether she was safe or not. While he knew that this was actually a very normal thing for a martial practitioner with a firm who harbored great ambitions, Feng Yunqing herself possessed outstanding talent, also possessing the extreme Yin crown and the cold sun divine saber. Still, it would be impossible for Yen Jiaoge to not be worried at all, no matter how much confidence he had in Feng Yunqing. As the chief of a lineage, I feel very comforted to have such a descendant amongst my disciples, Yendi said. Still, I can understand your thoughts. Yen Jiaoge sighed towards the heavens. Father, the wives of the men of our Yen family are really worrisome. Yendi said exasperatedly, How can you say that? Let alone finding your wife to the point where my hair is almost turning white. My wife has gone missing again. Yen Jiaoge shrunk his neck, but still muttered softly. Yendi was angered by his lazy look as he pointed at him, unable to speak. Just as he was about to strike him, Yen Jiaoge had already fled the secluded room. Looking at his son's fleeing figure, Yendi did not know whether to laugh or to cry. After a while, Yen Jiaoge popped his head out from the door. Right, father, how is that junior apprentice brother Xia? 5 years ago, Xia Guang, who had returned to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory with Yen Jiaoge, had managed to enter Broad Creed Mountain as he had wished. To him, none of the various tests had been difficult. While he had started out as a white-clothed disciple due to the sex rules, he had very quickly donned a blue robe before even having a black border on the robe, becoming a direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Meanwhile, the master he had finally acknowledged was none other than the chief, Yendi. Shocking talent, exceptional comprehension ability, diligent and hardworking, Yendi evaluated. As for Xia Guang's fiery temperament that was easily broken, he did not care much about it. To a certain extent, Yendi was someone with a similar temperament as well, just that he did not display it as openly as Xia Guang. Yen Jiaoge asked, Has he still not found his kin? Yendi shook his head. No. When the consecutive Drum mountain ranges, listening Thunder Peak's Xia family had been exterminated that year, apart from Xia Guang, only 2 of their descendants who had been tempering outside had survived. After Xia Guang had returned to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory with Yen Jiaoge that year and entered Broad Creed Mountain, he had immediately returned to the consecutive Drum mountain range to look for his kin. Still, he had received news that his elder brother and sister had not returned. Over the past 5 years, Broad Creed Mountain had sought Golden Court Mountain's help in searching within the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Still, they had not been able to find them. Xia Guang had originally been terrified, as he had thought that the two of them had fallen into the hands of 3-Foot Mountain. Still, after asking around, he had gradually confirmed that 3-Foot Mountain had no news of their whereabouts. Xiaoguang could only temporarily suppress his anxiety, as he thought that his elder brother and sister might have learned of their family's situation from the outside as well. Fearing that 3-Foot Mountain would eliminate them by the roots, they had temporarily gone into hiding and concealed their identities. Therefore, after settling down in Broad Creed Mountain, he would venture outside from time to time. The fame of the blood thunderbolt Xiaoguang was already no longer limited to the Royal Reed Sea, as he had become a rather famous martial practitioner of Broad Creed Mountain after Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had entered secluded cultivation in recent years. Xiaoguang had no intention of making a name for himself. Instead, he hoped that his kin would receive news of this and come to the Royal Reed Sea to look for him. Junior apprentice brother Xia has really gone through a lot of trouble. I hope that his elder brother and sister are blessed by the heavens and can reunite with him soon, Yan Zhaoge sighed. Yan Di nodded slowly. This new disciple of his could be said to be in the same boat as them. Yan Di's gaze drifted for an instant before turning resolute once more. The Human Exalt Stage! Chapter 1009. Yan Zhaoge also desired to ascend to the Human Exalt realm as soon as possible. However, that was the goal of a martial practitioner. When it came to his mother, Xue Chuqing, he didn't need to wait that long. Having already been to the immortal court, in the eyes of Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu, and the others, he had already given up. Of course, the return of Chao Jia and the others also entailed the return of the Southern Exalt Zhuangxin, as well as the return of the Western Exalt, who was on bad terms with the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia. The conflict between the immortal court and Buddhism gradually turned from intense to peaceful once more. With the matter over there having come to an end, the Heaven Emperor might also be able to return to the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge and all of Broad Creed Mountain had to make preparations early on. After formally bidding farewell to Yan Di, Yan Zhaoge headed to the vast ocean world. There was no need to specially leave someone behind in the world beyond worlds this time. Pan Pan would accompany him down to take up the role of a protector. Ahu and Xiao AI remained in the world beyond worlds to cultivate. The environment here was better. In the past few years, Ahu had cultivated in seclusion and finally succeeded in transcending mortality and entering the Saint Realm, stepping into the martial Saint Realm. Ying Longtu and Si Gongqing were the same. Among them, Si Gongqing was slightly earlier. What was especially worth mentioning was that Ying Longtu had transcended mortality and entered sainthood at the age of 27, setting a new record for Broad Creed Mountain. Considering that he had only come to the world beyond worlds as a martial grandmaster, this speed was definitely amongst the top even in the entire world beyond worlds. Apart from that, Xiao AI and Shi Jun had also reached the transcending mortality martial grandmaster realm, and were in the process of breaking through to the martial sacred realm. As a fourth-generation disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, the fact that Shi Jun had reached such a cultivation realm made Yuan Zhenfeng, Yan Di Fangjuan, Fu Enshu, and the other seniors of Broad Creed Mountain feel gratified. While Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di had seldom moved about in recent years, with Broad Creed Mountain also having been rather quiet, the accumulation of the entire clan had grown more and more profound. A year after Yan Zhaoge had entered secluded cultivation in the vast ocean world, his father, the chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Di, had advanced further into the 8th level of the martial saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. Today, the conditions for Broad Creed Mountain to officially reopen its headquarters in the world beyond worlds and accept disciples were already ripe. At the level of the large forces and peak experts, everyone was still observing. Only after clashing with the likes of the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt would they be able to tell whether Broad Creed Mountain was a dragon or a snake. However, to the middle and lower class martial practitioners, especially the ordinary commoners who were completely unaware of the situation, they did not know of the situation that Broad Creed Mountain was about to face. They could only know that a new legend had risen in the southeastern Yongheaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. And these people were the true targets of Broad Creed Mountain's recruitment. While Broad Creed Mountain rejoiced in Yen Di's advancement, they were in no rush to officially open the mountain. It was not that they were fearful of bigwigs like the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt, or that their current foundation was still unstable. There was only one reason. Yen Jiaoge was still in secluded cultivation in the vast ocean world. Most of our sect's current situation and reputation in the world beyond worlds was single-handedly established by Jiaoge. Yuan Jingfeng made the final decision. How can we not wait for him when we officially open our sect? Yen Di did not try to be modest or avoid suspicion as he directly nodded and said, "It is as Master has said." Feng Zhuyin smiled slightly. With Zhaoge's current cultivation and experience, he still has not taken in a disciple. I wonder if anyone will be able to catch his eye when he opens the mountain this time? Having been in the world beyond worlds for more than 10 years, while Feng Zhuyin still had to shoulder many of the sect's daily affairs, he had spent most of his time cultivating as he gradually regained his vitality. While he had not advanced by leaps and bounds like Yen Di, he had already successfully broken through space and seen true divinity not long ago. Adding another seeing divinity martial saint to Broad Creed Mountain. Due to his previous grievous injury, his current improvements were rather eye-catching. The hidden dragon of the 8 extremities world vaguely showed signs of emerging from the abyss in the world beyond worlds. That matter that Jiaoge mentioned before going to the vast ocean world has already come to an end. Yuan Jingfeng said, "It is just that I do not know how much these investigations will be able to bring us." While Yen Di and Yen Jiaoge had surpassed their predecessors after many years of cultivation, Yuan Zhengfeng had also attained the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late-seeing divinity stage. His strength was extraordinary as he could challenge many 7th-level martial saints. When he had accumulated enough, he would be able to attempt a breakthrough into the immortal bridge stage. Yen Di said, "I have already ordered Hu Ting to bring something to the vast ocean world and hand it over to Jiaoge. When he emerges from seclusion and returns to the world beyond worlds, I believe there will be an answer." As he had said, Hu had already arrived in the vast ocean world. Many years had passed, and the current situation of the vast ocean world had already changed once more. While Broad Creed Mountain had yet to officially advance into the vast ocean world, the influence of Yen Jiaoge and the others still subtly influenced everything here. Changli Mountain had already gradually become the strongest power of the vast ocean world. Time flowed rapidly in the vast ocean world. More than 30 years had already passed since Yen Jiaoge had been active there that year. Changli Mountain's Chief Gao Tianzhong had already been the current #1 expert of the vast ocean world back then. In recent years, he had passed the position of chief to his disciple, while he himself had entered secluded cultivation, hoping to break through into the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. Still, this did not affect the activities of Broad Creed Mountain's disciples here. After descending from the world beyond worlds and meeting with the Broad Creed Mountain elder who was presiding over this place, Hu prepared to head to the bewildering Mei Sea. Yen Jiaoge still chose to enter secluded cultivation there this time. When those of Changli Mountain learnt that someone had descended from the world beyond worlds, the current chief immediately sent someone to invite him over. The newcomer was a martial grandmaster who was very young, around 30 years of age. Having attained the martial grandmaster realm at such a young age, he was indisputably a genius of the vast ocean world. This youth was a disciple of Changli Mountain's current chief, a famous rising star of Changli Mountain and even the vast ocean world. Still, he was extremely courteous towards Hu. Changli Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain had always been on good terms over the years. Not putting on airs, Hu immediately followed the other party to pay a visit to Changli Mountain. Having met him once before, the current chief of Changli Mountain knew his identity and was slightly shocked. "Congratulations, Mr. Hu, on transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Still, you have actually personally come to the vast ocean world. Could it be that the traceless Cloud Dragon King has some instructions for you? Or is the traceless Cloud Dragon King himself in the vast ocean world? Ahu chuckled. I indeed have an errand to attend to this time. It will not affect the overall situation of the vast ocean world. There is no need for Chief Song to think too much about it. Chief Song asked solemnly, Is there anything that you need my Chongli Mountain's help with? Ahu shook his head, no need. I alone am enough. Send my regards to your master, Chief Gao, for me. Hearing Ahu say this, Chief Song nodded, asking no further. He wanted to invite Ahu to a banquet, but Ahu did not stay for long as he immediately took his leave. After personally sending Ahu off, Chief Song watched him leave as he muttered to himself, I wonder what the traceless Cloud Dragon King wants to do. Beside him, his disciple asked curiously, The first person of our vast ocean world to ascend to the world beyond worlds that year was that traceless Cloud Dragon King? I wonder what the situation is like now. What situation? Chief Song glanced back at his disciple. That mister who just left is his retainer. The youth opened his mouth wide. Retainer? Marshal Saint. Chapter 1010. The youth was taken aback. He unconsciously looked in the direction in which Ahu had vanished, but he was already long gone. It was just that what his master had said still shocked him to the point of being unable to close his mouth. The reason was none other than the fact that the current Ahu was shockingly already a martial saint. Even though the current situation of the vast ocean world was already very different from when Yen Zhaoga had been active in the past, a martial saint expert was still an indisputable hegemon. The youth had previously gone to invite Ahu on Chief Song's orders. He had been respectful as he dared not neglect his etiquette in the least. Even if Ahu was unrelated to Broad Creed Mountain, this would not change in the slightest, because he alone was sufficient to cause massive waves that surged to the heavens in the vast ocean world. This was still because Ahu had not fought much in the vast ocean world. Everyone's understanding of his personal strength was still limited to his cultivation base. In truth, it was still hard to say whether the current chief of Chongli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong, who was currently in secluded cultivation, could defeat Ahu, whose cultivation base was lower than his. Is that Mr. Tiger not an elder of Broad Creed Mountain? The youth asked dazedly. Looking at his disciple, Chief Song sighed, not blaming him for his loss of composure. It is not your fault that you are so shocked. When your master first saw Mr. Tiger that year, he was still a martial grandmaster. Chief Song sighed. Still, he is very young relative to his cultivation base. I originally thought that he was one of Broad Creed Mountain's core disciples. Never would I have thought that he would actually be the personal servant of the traceless Cloud Dragon King. Chief Song shook his head repeatedly. The disbelieving expression on his disciple's face had yet to fade. Even a martial grandmaster, being a servant is really too humiliating, too spineless, too inconceivable? Chief Song said slowly, especially when this person has actually already transcended mortality and entered sainthood. Yet from the looks of it, he still seems to be willing to be the servant of someone else. Is that even more unacceptable? The youth nodded. Chief Song continued. Have you ever thought about it from another angle? What kind of person could cause a martial grandmaster, even a martial saint, to be willing to be his servant? The traceless Cloud Dragon King is actually that terrifying? The youth felt that only the word terrifying could describe such a person. As time flowed quickly in the vast ocean world, this youth had only been born after Yen Zhaoga had left the vast ocean world. When he had entered Chongli Mountain to learn martial arts, Yen Zhaoga had not been active in the vast ocean world besides secretly cultivating in seclusion. He had heard many rumors about Yen Zhaoga. However, just the rumors alone were not enough for him to truly understand and feel Yen Zhaoga. In recent years, Broad Creed Mountain had geniuses like Su Fei, Shi Jun, Eng Longtu, and Si Kongqing who had been active in the vast ocean sea, possessing shocking strength. However, most of them had left the vast ocean world before their cultivation bases had reached the peak. All along, Broad Creed Mountain had only used this place as a tempering ground for their younger disciples. Of the experts of Broad Creed Mountain who presided over this place, the one with the highest cultivation base was the Grand Elder Zhang Kuan, who had finally broken through his bottleneck of several decades ago, transcending mortality and entering sainthood. As a martial saint, he naturally could not be underestimated. However, Zhang Kuan did not have a flamboyant personality. Most of the time, he advanced and retreated alongside Changli Mountain. The current Changli Mountain was the strongest power of the vast ocean world, often needing the combined might of a few other sects to be able to keep it in check. As a disciple of Changli Mountain, while this youth could only sigh emotionally at the excellence of Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners, he still felt a great sense of honor towards himself and Changli Mountain. He was confident in himself, taking pride in his clan. Having heard of Yan Zhaoge's various legendary stories, he had more of this as a goal, firmly believing that he would be able to attain such heights one day as well. As a martial practitioner with his own beliefs and great ambitions, it was very normal for him to have such thoughts. It would be strange if he did not. However, now that the tip of the iceberg had been revealed, this youth instantly felt horrified. What kind of person could make a martial grandmaster or even a martial saint willingly serve him as a servant? Just thinking about this question a little deeper, he felt dizzy as he dared not think about it any further. Glancing at his disciple, Chief Song sighed inwardly. He naturally did not want to intentionally deal a blow to his disciple. The other party was the most outstanding disciple of Changli Mountain's younger generation, a pillar of their sect. However, some horizons had to be opened at the end of the day. Some things had to be experienced at the end of the day. He had gone through such things that year as well. Swiveling his head and gazing in the direction in which Ahu had vanished, Chief Song had a complex expression on his face. Both of them claimed to be the 5 peaks of Taoism of pre-Great Calamity times, yet their fates are vastly different. I wonder what sort of wondrous land the people of Broad Creed Mountain speak of is in the world beyond worlds. I really want to experience it for myself. Amidst his endless emotions, an all-encompassing radiance suddenly shot up from the depths of Changli Mountain, shooting straight into the horizon. Chief Song and his disciple were both shocked at first before they were overjoyed. Master has left seclusion. Grand Master has left seclusion. The current chief of Changli Mountain, the current #1 expert of the vast ocean world, Gao Tianzhong, had finally left seclusion today after many years of seclusion. All of Changli Mountain rejoiced at the fact that Gao Tianzhong had successfully ascended to the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. With this, Changli Mountain's position as the #1 sect of the vast ocean world was completely solidified. With this, even if the other powers of the vast ocean world joined forces, they might not be able to withstand the pressure brought about by Changli Mountain. Speaking of this, we really have to thank Broad Creed Mountain. Chief Song regained his wits as he said emotionally, "If not for the fact that we obtained that treasure that only exists in the world beyond worlds from them, Master would probably not have been able to succeed so quickly." The youth beside him said excitedly, according to the words of those of Broad Creed Mountain, "As long as Grandmaster can advance a single step further, he will be able to ascend to the world beyond worlds as well. At that time, the future prospects of our Changli Mountain will be even greater. Everything is possible." Chief Song said, "How can it be so simple? The world beyond worlds has as many experts as there are clouds. First, not speaking of others, Broad Creed Mountain's heavenly rock, Elder Su, who once resided at our Changli Mountain, was still a martial grandmaster when Master had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood then. However, there was news from Broad Creed Mountain a few years ago that Su Tianpeng had already attained the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, even faster than Master. Hearing his words, the youth had just wanted to say something when his body suddenly shook. He was already a martial grandmaster now, as he would be able to stabilize himself amidst tempestuous waves and tempestuous storms, maintaining his balance. However, that shake just now had nearly caused him to directly fall over. Even Chief Song's body shook as he nearly toppled over. This shaking did not originate from Changli Mountain beneath their feet. It was not even limited to the directionless sea where Changli Mountain was located. Instead, it was the entire vast ocean world that was shaking together at this moment. A great, irrepressible fear arose within the hearts of all the vast ocean martial practitioners. It was as if they were facing the end of the world. In truth, if this shaking continued uncontrollably, the vast ocean world would be facing waves even more terrifying than the shaking of the dragon tomb that year. In the past, each time the dragon tomb had shaken, the vast ocean world would experience a great tribulation, withering once. Now that the dragon tomb had been broken, the tribulation had ceased. However, the shaking now might cause the entire vast ocean world to collapse completely, reduced to dust. Chapter 10:11. What happened? Sect leader Song and his disciple were both shocked, but they also felt a sense of despair, as if they were powerless to resist the will of heaven. Has anything special happened recently? A deep male voice suddenly rang out. Sect Master Song and his disciple looked over and saw that it was the old sect master of Changli Mountain, Gao Tianzhong. Unable to congratulate his master for coming out of seclusion, sect leader Song hurriedly said, "If there is something special, Mr. Tiger, a disciple of the traceless Cloud Dragon King, has come to our vast sea. He just left not long ago. Huang Hudding has either come here on the orders of Traceless Cloud Yen or—" Gao Tianzhong's pupils dilated slightly, or Traceless Cloud Yen was in the vast ocean world previously. The young man panicked. All this commotion is caused by the Traceless Cloud Dragon King? Does he want to destroy the vast ocean world? Sect leader Song rebuked. He has no reason to do that. There was a similar incident in the past, but it wasn't as big as it is now. Gao Tianzhong looked in the direction of the bewildering Maize Sea. Previously, Yan Zhaoga had entered secluded cultivation there. That day, in the bewildering Maize Sea, a pillar of light shot into the sky and illuminated the world. The entire vast ocean world bore witness to Yan Zhaoga's ascension. But today, the tremors did not come from the bewildering Maize Sea or any specific place. Instead, it was the entire vast ocean world that was shaking. However, Gao Tianzhong was still looking in the direction of the bewildering Maize Sea. Chief Song and his disciple both understood. Was it because the traceless Cloud Dragon King had transcended the third level of the martial saint realm and ascended to the world beyond worlds that year? Gao Tianzhong said, "This time perhaps it will be a similar situation. Let us wait patiently." Even if they wanted to do something, there was nothing they could do. If this tribulation really wanted to destroy the vast ocean world, even Gao Tianzhong, who had just left seclusion as a late-merging avatar martial saint, would be powerless to resist it, as he would similarly be unable to survive. Even if all the current experts of the vast ocean world joined hands, it would still be futile, as everyone could only close their eyes and wait for death. The sky collapsing tribulation would cause the sky to collapse, and all living beings under the sky would be destroyed together. However, this calamity did not last for too long. Very quickly, the tremors calmed down. Everything returned to normal. Everything that everyone had just experienced with fear and trepidation seemed like an illusion. It really is Yen Cloud's trace descending into the vast ocean. Gao Tianzhong was confident. The people of Changli Mountain looked at each other, their expressions complicated. In the end, they all sighed in unison. Those who had seen Yan Zhaoga in the past all felt as though they were in a dream now, as it seemed even more unreal than the great tribulation and earthquake from before. Meanwhile, Ahuhu had previously bid farewell to Chief Song and his disciple and headed to the bewildering Maize Sea. Naturally sensed the changes in the vast ocean world as well. After being stunned for a moment, he opened his mouth and laughed. He was overjoyed. Young master has succeeded. After the tremors disappeared, Ahu rushed to the bewildering maze sea. At this moment, this place no longer resembled how it had been when Yen Jiaoge had broken through space to see true divinity and ascended to the world beyond worlds earlier. After the quaking of the entire vast ocean world had ceased, the bewildering maze sea seemed to have regained its usual calm. Just as Ahu was gazing into the distance, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Why did you come down as well?" "Young master." Turning his head, Ahu saw Yen Jiaoge standing right behind him. Ahu asked excitedly, "Young master, have you also ascended the immortal bridge, like the family head?" Yen Jiaoge smiled, not saying anything. However, in Ahu's eyes, Yen Jiaoge's figure seemed to have vanished before him, replaced by a starry cosmos. The numerous stars circulated within this cosmos, intersecting and forming their own trajectories, yet also influencing one another. Other than being unable to see the birth and destruction of stars, it was like he was facing an actual sea of stars in the cosmos. On this day, Yen Jiaoge successfully ascended the immortal bridge, stepping into the 7th level of the martial saint realm, the early immortal bridge stage, as he officially began his path towards the immortal realm. Ahu was filled with admiration as he only regained his wits after a long time, hurriedly saying, "Family head said that the matter you asked him to investigate before entering secluded cultivation has come to an end. He asked me to deliver it to you." "Oh." Hearing his words, Yen Jiaoge's eyes lit up. Ahu handed over a jade coin to Yen Jiaoge. Seeing it, Yen Jiaoge saw that it was precisely the one he had given to Yen Di that year. After glancing through its contents, a strange light flickered within Yen Jiaoge's eyes as he fell into deep thought. After a long time, Yen Jiaoge stroked his lower chin as he muttered to himself, "Seems like it's going to work." Now, as time passed and the quaking of the vast ocean world ceased, the various vast ocean martial practitioners all calmed down as they saw the scenes of the end of the world vanish. While there seemed to be no abnormalities occurring over at the bewildering maze sea this time, everyone simultaneously hurried over to it. A newly ascended 3rd level martial saint, Gao Tianzhong, the strongest native martial practitioner of the vast ocean world, was the first to arrive even though he was not the closest. When he saw Yen Jiaoge, Gao Tianzhong was greatly shocked. At this moment, the Yen Jiaoge that appeared in his field of vision resembled a mortal, completely ordinary and unremarkable. Not only was there no true essence emanating from his body at all, the qi and blood of his entire body also appeared weak and light, as it was not as powerful as those who cultivated in martial arts at all. From the looks of it, even a martial practitioner who had just begun cultivating in the most basic stance arts for a few months would be more powerful than Yen Jiaoge. Yet it was precisely such a person who stood in the air above the bewildering maze sea, like it was flat ground, as though nothing had happened. Gao Tianzhong himself could also lock his true essence and not let it leak out, looking like he had returned to his natural state, lifting something heavy as if it were light as he stood in the air. Still, he was clear that he was actually still able to emanate his true essence, thus being able to hover in midair. It was just that he was able to use the smallest amount of strength to easily accomplish what others would have to expend all their strength to do. Moving 1,000 caddies with 4 ounces of strength was very miraculous. Still, 4 ounces of strength was still needed to move 1,000 caddies at the end of the day. Yet, the Yen Jiaoge before him truly did not leak any true essence at all. His actions completely defied logic. Seeing Yen Jiaoge like this, Gao Tianzhong was rather at a loss as to how he should speak. As the other vast ocean world martial practitioners arrived in succession, seeing Yen Jiaoge's appearance, they did not pay much attention to it at first. Still, when they had gradually come to their senses, shocked looks appeared on all of their faces. It was Yen Jiaoge whose expression was as per usual as he smiled and nodded towards them. "Long time no see, everyone. How have you been?" He extended his fingers, making a grabbing motion within the air. The surrounding heavens and earth instantly distorted. "This Yen has some matters that I need to attend to in the world beyond worlds. I won't be catching up with you all this time. If we have the time next time, we can slowly chat again." The world before the eyes of Gao Tianzhong and the others blurred as they saw a continuous chain of mountains actually appear out of thin air. A continuous chain of mountains had appeared on the surface of this bewildering Mei Sea. On one of the mountain peaks, a terrifying storm was rampaging. It was precisely Tribulation Wind Mountain. The wound of the sky that led from the vast ocean world to the world beyond worlds was located in the sky above Tribulation Wind Mountain. Moving mountains and shifting seas was something that even martial saints could do. Still, that was something that could only be done at a relatively close distance. Still, what shocked Gao Tianzhong and the others was that Tribulation Wind Mountain was on a continent far away from the vast ocean, being as far as the eye could see from the bewildering Mei Sea. At this moment, it was actually like Yan Zhaoge had moved it to the bewildering Mei Sea. Wasn't it said that when they descended, their cultivation bases would be suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm? All the vast ocean world martial practitioners had blank looks on their faces. Chapter 1012. Yan Zhaoge's current cultivation base had indeed been suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm. Still, his vision, knowledge, and methods had never been something that martial practitioners of the third level of the martial saint realm could compare to. This included himself as well. As his cultivation increased day by day, Yan Zhaoge's powerful theoretical reserves were also unceasingly being converted into actual experience, no longer remaining on paper. There was an intrinsic difference between the two, as they were transformed along with Yan Zhaoge's own growth. The stability of the spatial boundaries of the vast ocean world was far inferior to that of the world beyond worlds. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge was able to distort the spatial distance here, causing Tribulation Wind Mountain that was far away to appear on this bewildering Mei Sea. After all, if the current Yan Zhaoge were to slightly release his power, while he would be repelled by the power of dimensions and be unable to remain here, a single thought from him would be enough to reduce this place to nothing. Waving goodbye to Gao Tianzhong and the others, Yan Zhaoge strode forward, his figure rising into the air as he had already stepped into the massive crevice above the sky that resembled a rift. Following closely behind, who wielded a heavenly connection jade, entering the wound of the sky alongside Yan Zhaoge. Accompanied by the disappearance of the two, the wound of the sky and the sky above also vanished along with it. The Tribulation Wind Mountain that had been in the air above the bewildering Mei Sea had also disappeared. The space was like a picture that had been curled up, twitching. After a short while, everything returned to normal. The bewildering Mei's ocean was covered in layers of mist while the tides rose and fell below, and it was just like before. At this moment, Gao Tianzhong and the others seemed to wake up from a dream. While Yan Zhaoge was already nowhere to be seen, they all simultaneously bowed towards the sky up above. It was as if he was worshipping God. Just what cultivation level has the traceless Cloud Dragon King reached? Everyone had the same thought in mind, and it lingered for a long time. There was no lack of enemies present, but at this moment, no one had any thoughts of finding trouble with the other. They were all feeling complicated and indescribable. Gao Tianzhong looked around and finally broke the silence. We're witnessing a living legend together. Yan Zhaoge, who had already returned to the world beyond worlds through the wound of the sky, was unable to hear the exclamations of those of the vast ocean world. What he was currently pondering about was still the world beyond worlds royal reed sea, regarding the matter that he had entrusted to his father and the clan before descending to the vast ocean world. The result had already been achieved. For Yan Zhaoge, who had just emerged from seclusion and successfully ascended the immortal bridge, it could be said to be a double blessing. Now that I think about it, the spiritual qi circulation of the earth veins in the royal reed sea being extraordinary as the border between the south and the south can also be expected. After returning to the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge didn't cause such a huge commotion like when he had experienced seeing divinity and ascended previously. Everything seemed calm and natural. Looking at the slightly rippling sea of the phoenix-bearing region before him, Yen Jiaoge pondered, whether it is the southern blazing heaven territory or the southeastern yang heaven territory. The spiritual qi veins of the earth veins are both blazing hot and yang. Where the two meet, it would be even more so. Circumference Mountain of the southern blazing heaven territory should have been in a similar situation. However, there was a dynasty river that ran through Circumference Mountain from north to south. With its abundant water qi, it affected the flow of spiritual qi in the earth veins there. With that, the situation there was different from that of the Royal Reed Sea. Choosing this place to set up the heaven-bearing effecate formation was indeed not without reason. Yen Jiaoge muttered to himself. Ahu asked, "Young master, are you going to take a look around the Royal Reed Sea next?" Yen Jiaoge nodded. "That's right. I still have to inspect the area first before I can actually make the arrangements. I was only ordered to deliver something to you this time. Never had I thought that you would just so happen to have emerged from seclusion." Who scratched his head. Family head and the old chief previously unanimously decided that they would wait for you to emerge from seclusion and return to the world beyond worlds before officially holding the opening ceremony. Yen Jiaoge smiled. "Oh, is that so?" Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. Family had successfully advanced a step further earlier, already reaching the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm, the mid-immortal bridge stage. That really couldn't be any better. Yen Jiaoge looked overjoyed. He raised his head and thought for a moment before saying, "The situation is still unclear. We still have to make the best use of our time. Still, there is no need for our own arrangements to be affected by others. Prioritize yourself and deal with whatever comes. The time has long since come for our sect to open its doors in the world beyond worlds." Yen Jiaoge said to Ahu, "How about this? I will walk around the Royal Reed, see myself. After everything has been settled, I will naturally return. You should first report to my father, Grand Master, and the others. Do whatever you need to do. Everything can be arranged accordingly. You can send out the invitations to the guests now." Ahu answered, "Yes, young master." As Yen Jiaoge traversed the Royal Reed Sea, Ahu returned to Broad Creed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region. Receiving Ahu's report, Broad Creed Mountain was naturally overjoyed. After Yendi, Broad Creed Mountain had a second Martial Saint expert who had ascended the Immortal Bridge. Also, it was Yen Jiaoge who possessed shocking strength. The entire Broad Creed Mountain had been flourishing in recent years, accumulating strength as it was increasingly showing signs of soaring. Yen Jiaoge's strength and potential had always left everyone sighing in admiration. As his potential gradually transformed into greater and greater strength, his prestige grew as well as everyone's trust in him grew firmer and firmer. Yen Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and the others had no objections after learning of Yen Jiaoge's current plans. The threat of powerful enemies like the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt still existed, as it was unknown when they would arrive. While Broad Creed Mountain would not be easily shaken by the outside world, it was impossible for Yen Jiaoge and Broad Creed Mountain to ignore this latent threat. The official opening of Broad Creed Mountain was currently a major matter of utmost importance. If they wanted everything to go smoothly, they naturally had to make more preparations in order to be confident. As Yen Jiaoge traversed the Royal Reed Sea, all of Broad Creed Mountain began operating as well. The envoys dispatched to various lands began sending invitations for the opening ceremony to the various guests. The news that Broad Creed Mountain was about to officially open its doors and accept disciples began spreading into the surroundings with the Royal Reed Sea as its center. It was not just in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. It was similarly widespread in the neighboring southern blazing Heaven territories, Circumference Mountain, and other places. As the lord of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, Golden Court Mountain, who had always been on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain, would naturally receive the invitation. The southeastern Swords Mistress, who presided over the border between the two territories, was the first to learn of the news. Even though she had always been valiant despite her age, not losing out to men, She was still slightly taken aback upon receiving the invitation. The Golden Court mountain martial practitioners who were with her exchanged looks, not knowing what to say for a time. These people of Broad Creed Mountain are really magnanimous. After a long while, someone said disbelievingly, as soon as the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt return, they will definitely find trouble with them. Under such circumstances, opening their headquarters so ostentatiously, are they looking down on the Heaven Emperor and the others? Chapter 1013. After receiving the news that Broad Creed Mountain was about to officially accept disciples, the Golden Court mountain martial practitioners were first silent before an uproar ensued. Could it be that Broad Creed Mountain wants to move their entire sect to the circumference mountain range of the southern Blazing Heaven territory? They would not be able to set up the 9 Bends, Yellow River Formation in the Royal Reed Sea. Someone asked, still, even if they did, they might not be able to resist the Heaven Emperor and the Southern Exalt, right? Someone pondered. It is said that the immortal artifact left behind by the dim, radiant Emperor has fallen into Broad Creed Mountain's hands. Broad Creed Mountain has never denied it. Could this be where their confidence lies? Everyone was saying that Broad Creed Mountain had obtained the dim, radiant Emperor's legacy, the legendary immortal artifact. It was just that no one had actually seen it before. In the great battle beneath Broad Creed Mountain that year, Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di and the others had joined forces to slay Guanlide, Shun Lingzi, King Xuanqing, and Dao Shi, achieving glorious battle accomplishments that were unbelievable to onlookers. At the time, many had believed that it was due to the immortal artifact. Still, Yen Zhaoge had rampaged through the south afterwards, killing his way back to the southeast and shocking the world with his battles at Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain. Most people were beginning to view Yen Zhaoge's strength seriously, even as they judged Yen Di and the other Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. Everyone began to grow cautious as well. More and more details were unearthed, such as how Yen Di had slain King Xuanmu of the 6th level of the Martial Saint Realm when he had just ascended to the world beyond worlds. Comparing this, everyone was stunned to discover that Broad Creed Mountain did not just have a single vicious character other than Yen Zhaoge. In recent years, Su Fei, Xiaoguang, Englongtu, Xikongqing, and the other young Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners had similarly achieved glorious battle accomplishments. Everyone was gradually getting used to the strength of Broad Creed mountain martial practitioners now. Looking back at the great battle beneath Broad Creed Mountain now, many people guessed that no immortal artifact had participated in that battle. Seeing how Yen Zhaoge had fought his way back from the south to the southeast with no trace of an immortal artifact as well, everyone began to wonder again. Perhaps the news that the Radiant Light sect had spread that year was fake? While the Radiant Light sect was of the direct lineage of the Dim Radiant sect, their relationship with Broad Creed Mountain had been extremely bad as well. Still, they all knew that Yen Zhaoge had really obtained the immortal artifact back then from the Dim Radiant sect from the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. Still, everyone of Golden Court Mountain knew that Yen Zhaoge had truly obtained the legacy of the Dim Radiant Emperor within the Dim Radiant Mausoleum. At this moment, everyone thought of this point. It's not an immortal armament. It's said that it's only an embryonic immortal armament. The Southeastern Sword's Mistress shook her head. When the others heard this, they all frowned. An immortal artifact embryo has a long way to go in order to become an immortal artifact. That is a treasure that can only be refined by a true immortal great emperor who has pushed open the gate of immortality. Even if ordinary people get their hands on it, they won't be able to completely refine it, right? The Southeastern Sword's Mistress said slowly, "Normally speaking, this is indeed the case." She gazed towards the horizon, in the direction of Broad Creed Mountain. Other than the news that Broad Creed Mountain is preparing to hold its official opening ceremony, it is also mentioned that the Yen father and son have both ascended the immortal bridge. Everyone around him nodded in unison. Their expressions were filled with admiration and complicated emotions. Virtually everyone present had personally witnessed Yan Zhaoga's journey from the world beyond world's royal reed sea all the way to this day. In the short span of a dozen years, he had already walked a path that many people couldn't finish in their entire lives. Considering his current cultivation base and lifespan, the amount of time he had spent on this journey had been extremely short. Someone said, looking at Yan Zhaoga's strength as a late-seeing divinity martial saint, if he were to establish the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation at Circumference Mountain now that he has ascended the Immortal Bridge, he might still be able to protect himself. Still, he would probably not be a match for the Heaven Emperor. The address indicated on the invitation letter to us is Broad Creed Mountain in the Spirit Inheritance region of the Royal Reed Sea. The Southeastern Sword's Mistress said slowly. The martial practitioners of the Southeast exchanged looks. Without the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, and with immortal artifact still in its embryonic form, what should we do? One of them finally smiled bitterly. If the Heaven Emperor has returned, the Brocade Emperor should have returned as well? I wonder if the Brocade Emperor will make a move then, other than the Southeastern Sword's Mistress and the others who were near the border of the two territories. Broad Creed Mountain had naturally sent invitations to Golden Court Mountain as well. While they did not know when the Southeastern Exalt Chaojia would return to Golden Court Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain naturally had to extend an invitation out of courtesy. The same was true for Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peaks, Red, Lotus Cliff. With the Brocade Emperor yet to return, Fu Ting was in secluded cultivation and unable to leave. Still, the ingenious flying peak martial practitioners who had received the Brocade Emperor's instructions earlier immediately expressed that they would be sending a representative to Broad Creed Mountain to observe the ceremony when the time came. It was not just limited to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, as all powers who were on friendly terms with Yan Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain received invitations as well. For example, the chief of the Central June Heaven Territory's Heavenly Hut Mountain's Jade Mountain sect, Lu Xiangtong, had received an invitation as well. It was instead Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale of the Northern Profound Heaven Territory's lineage that Yan Zhaoga, Yan Di, and the others had their own considerations. The Northern Exalt's granddaughter, Guan Yulua, was on extremely good terms with Broad Creed Mountain's disciple, Feng Yunxing. Still, this was a personal friendship. As her identity was too special, whatever she did would often be seen by others as being on the Northern Exalt's orders. Meanwhile, the Northern Exalt had no conflicts with the Heaven Emperor or the Southern Exalt. If it was just Feng Yunxiang alone, he might have protected her on account of the fact that she had saved his granddaughter. Still, Yan Zhaoga would not feel so good about helping Yan Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain stand against the Heaven Emperor just because of this. If he sent an invitation to profound remnant locale, even if it was Guan Yulua alone, the outcome would still be unknown, as it might put the other party in a difficult position. With Feng Yunxing coincidentally not present, Broad Creed Mountain ultimately decided not to send an invitation to profound remnant locale. Still, Yan Zhaoga still sent a personal letter, asking Guan Yulua to help him find out Feng Yunxing's exact whereabouts in the north. This way, the awkwardness of whether or not she would come to Broad Creed Mountain could be avoided. Instead, Broad Creed Mountain sent an invitation over to Green Sky Mountain's grave Thunder Palace of the Northeastern Sky Heaven Territory. As for whether the Northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu would accept the invitation, that would have to depend on his intentions. As compared to the guests that Broad Creed Mountain had invited, those who received the news instantly erupted. Countless youngsters and even famed solitary practitioners began anticipating the day when Broad Creed Mountain would officially open its doors. Ever since Yan Zhaoga's shocking battles at Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain that year, countless people had been waiting for this day. Meanwhile, illusory coming peak of Kunlun Mountain of the Central June Heaven Territory and Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory naturally received the news as well. Apart from them, Nomli Mountain of the Western Turtle Heaven Territory, 3-Foot Mountain of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, and countless sects of the Southern Blazing Heaven Territory all received the news as well. Many people ground their teeth hatefully. Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, who had suffered the most grievous casualties at Yen Zhaoga's hands that year, were even more agitated. Just as everyone's hearts were blazing with fury, they all felt Phoenix Ritual Mountain shake as a whole. In the northern sky, a sea of flames obscured the sun as Phoenix Ritual Mountain appeared. The spirits of the Wudong Slope martial practitioners simultaneously rose. The southern Exalt Zhuang Shen had finally returned to the southern Blazing Heaven Territory. Chapter 1014. Having left the southern Blazing Heaven Territory and headed for the central June Heaven Territory, the southern Exalt Zhuang Shen had finally returned to Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope after being gone for 8 or 9 years. For mortals, their lifespans were merely 100 years. 8 or 9 years was already not a short period of time. However, for experts with high cultivation bases, they might very well enter secluded cultivation for more than 10 years in a single time. The last time the southern Exalt Zhuang Shen had entered secluded cultivation, close to 20 years had passed. It was just that there had never been a time where Zhuang Shen felt as though things had remained the same, but people had changed. Currently, he was seated on the main seat of the Great Hall, gazing unblinkingly at those of his lineage before him. Zhuang Shen's appearance had not changed in the least as compared to that year. He was still lean and rather handsome as he looked to be in his 30s. His snow-white hair was combed into a simple bun. However, looking at everyone before him, Zhuang Shen's expression was heavy. His in-laws, his junior apprentice brother, Blazing King, Peng He, was nowhere to be seen. While their relationship was not as close as Peng He's, his senior apprentice brother treasured branch-suppressing peak. Zhang Shuren, who he trusted greatly, was also nowhere to be seen. The disciple he valued the most, the one he had painstakingly groomed, Phoenix pupils Yuan Xiancheng, was also nowhere to be seen. Apart from that, there were many others of Wudong Slope who would never be able to appear in this great hall ever again. Finally, there was also his own son. Zhuang Chaohui. Zhuang Shen looked at the desolate hall before him, not speaking for a long time. A middle-aged man in the garb of a Confucian scholar said, "Senior apprentice brother Zhang and junior apprentice brother Peng are no longer here. The southeast is powerful. We can only defend Phoenix, Ritual Mountain, and await your return. Senior apprentice brother Zhuang." Looking at that middle-aged Confucian, Zhuang Shen said slowly, "It has been hard on you, junior apprentice brother Mao." The middle-aged Confucian lowered his head, saying, "Chief, please make a decision." This person was naturally the sole surviving bigwig of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, Phoenix Crying Southern Territory, Mao Yuancheng alongside Peng, he and Zhang Shuren. He and Peng, he had come from the same lineage as the southern Exalt Zhuangshen. Several hundred years ago, when the previous generation was in charge of Fengyi Mountain and Zhuangshen's master was in charge, Mao Yuancheng was actually the most valued successor. At that time, compared to Zhuangshen, their master had always favored Mao Yuancheng. He had even wanted Mao Yuancheng to take over his legacy and take over Wudong Slope. But later on, Zhuang Shen, who was relatively ordinary in his youth, grew stronger and stronger, and finally overtook him. Time, Zhuang time him. Time. However, it was also true that Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope's lineage had flourished in his hands, and the Phoenix True Form Scroll had become even more complete and profound. Later on, when Zhuang Shen ascended to the mortal Exalt realm, Fengyi Mountain also reached the peak of its history. Shuren had for time, and Huang God time, Mountain Zeng Mountain. To the human Zhang, time on time to time on. On time. Zhang time. On time, am. Under time, time, time. Time, time, time. Time. Time, 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 ZT for time. If it really was a tough job, Zhuangxin's most valued disciple, Yuan Xianqing, would not have accompanied him. When Zhuangxin had left for the central June Heaven territory, it had been the blazing king Peng, he who had stood guard over Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope. Ever since that year, Mao Yuanqing himself had actually kept a low profile. The phoenix-crying southern territory of the past seemed rather undeserving of its name now. This time, it was only after Zhang Time and Peng he had perished that Mao Yuanqing had returned to Wudong Slope to manage the situation. As an expert of Wudong Slope, who was second only to Zhuangxin, Mao Yuanqing had instead kept an even lower profile. Make a decision? Zhuangxin's expression was calm, no ripples visible on it at all. Still, all the Wudong Slope martial practitioners present felt as though the entire world they were in seemed to be ablaze. Before them, a fiery phoenix flapped its wings and cried. Still, tears of blood were clearly flowing from its eyes. Seeing the illusion of the phoenix weeping blood, everyone, Mao Yuanqing included, fell silent out of fear. As the illusion vanished, Zhuangxin remained expressionless, his emotions seemingly having not fluctuated in the least. Still, everyone knew that that illusory scene just now was actually the true expression of Zhuangxin's inner thoughts. A total of 37 people of my Wudong Slope died at the hands of that scum, surnamed Yan. Zhuangxin stood up. Amongst them were two late immortal bridge martial saints, the disciple I am most proud of and the most outstanding descendant of our sect's younger generation. There was also my own son. He looked at Mao Yuanqing. If I do not return this time, junior apprentice brother Mao, you'll take over as chief. Mao Yuanqing lowered his head. I am willing to follow senior apprentice brother as we head to the southeast together. What are you saying? Zhuangxin frowned. The lineage of our sect cannot be broken. Mao Yuanqing raised his head, looking at Zhuangxin. Zhuangxin said, regardless of how Xianqing and the others died, the truth is that they all perished at Circumference Mountain. While I have returned, Chao Jia has returned as well. If we battle at Circumference Mountain, the outcome will be hard to predict. Mao Yuanqing was silent for a moment before he said, then, senior apprentice brother, why must you? Zhuangxin said calmly. In order to take revenge for Master that year, I dared to battle a 9th-level martial saint as a 7th-level martial saint. Now that I am in charge of the South, could it be that the older one is the more cowardly they become? Mao Yuanqing was silent for a while before he said, is this why you are Phoenix soaring the 9 heavens, while I am only Phoenix crying southern territory? I may die earlier than you. Zhuangxin said mildly, while I am stronger than you. There are others who are stronger than me. Still, do not think that I have been blinded by rage. I am calmer than I have ever been. Revenge at all costs. Revenge comes first, then at all costs. Hearing Zhuangxin's words, the spirits of Mao Yuanqing and the other Wudong Slope martial practitioners rose slightly. Now, the space outside of Wudong Mountain shook like ripples on water. A figure walked out from within. His arrival did not alarm anyone of Wudong Slope, as only Zhuangxin sensed it. Brother Lang has arrived. Zhuangxin apologizes for not welcoming you earlier. Brother Lang? Lang. Hearing this, Mao Yuanqing and the others were all taken aback before they rejoiced. The Western Exalt has arrived? Zhuangxin said mildly. Even without the matter of Chao Hui and Xianqing, I have invited Brother Lang to my Wudong Slope as a guest to discuss the matter of conquering the southeast. Amidst his words, a middle-aged man walked in. Brother Zhuang, I have heard about the matter. My condolences. Seeing him, the Wudong Slope martial practitioners all bowed. Greetings, Western Exalt. The person who had come was none other than the Lord of the Western Turtle Heaven Territory, the chief of Nongli Mountain, the Western Exalt Lang Qing. Since Brother Lang already knows, I will speak no further, Zhuangxin said. I wonder if Brother Lang can lend me a hand. Chapter 10:15. The Western Exalt Lang Qing's attire was somewhat similar to Mao Yuanqing's, as they were both dressed like scholars. Still, he had an additional Taoist robe on top. He had 3 strands of long black beard on his chin that were neatly combed. "We have a common enemy, Chao Jia," Lang Qing said. "The newly risen Broad Creed Mountain is an unexpected variable. From the looks of it now, this Broad Creed Mountain is just like a watchdog reared by Chao Jia. As long as this nail is not pulled out first, Golden Court Mountain will always be stable." As Lang Qing spoke, he slowly shook his head. "I'm also very willing to pull out this nail first, but not now." Zhuang Xin did not feel that Lang Qing was evading the responsibility. Instead, he calmly asked, "Brother Lang, have you heard any news?" "That's right. I have come to inform you this time." Lang Qing nodded. "Fu Jinxiu has returned to the world beyond worlds. Also, news from Ingenious Flying Peak says that he intends to protect Yan Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain." The moment these words came out, the faces of all the Wudong Slope martial artists present sank. The Brocade Emperor's clear stance had surpassed their predictions, but no one questioned it. The southeastern Exalt Chao Jia had a close relationship with the Brocade Emperor, while the western Exalt Lang Qing was like fire and water with Chao Jia. He could also be considered a close friend of the Brocade Emperor Fu Yinqi. After the Brocade Emperor had failed to mediate between Chao Jia and Lang Qing, he generally maintained a neutral stance of not helping either side. But to the Wudong Slope, this was an insurmountable mountain. Zhuang Xin asked slowly, "When did this happen?" "It's almost the same time as when we came out of seclusion," Lang Qing replied. Clearly, he already had a plan. The Heaven Emperor has yet to return from the void outskirts. If we go to the southeast now, we'll only be running into a wall in vain. Lang Qing's words were relatively polite. For Lang Qing, who was on rather good terms with the Brocade Emperor, it might just be hitting a wall. Still, for Zhuang Shen and Wudong Slope, it would probably not be as simple as hitting a wall. Someone blurted out, "If we only make a move against Broad Creed Mountain and not Golden Court Mountain, would the Brocade Emperor act as well?" Lang Qing was not offended by his sudden interruption and only nodded slowly. That Wudong Slope martial artist's expression suddenly changed slightly. Could it be that some of the rumors are true? The Brocade Emperor wanted to select a husband for Red Lotus Fu? "The one you're interested in is that little thief surnamed Yan?" Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xin also looked at Lang Qing with a probing expression. While all of Wudong Slope hated Yan Zhaoga to the core, they had to admit that he was probably the most outstanding genius of the world beyond world's younger generation in recent years. The name of the fallen deity was widely spread even in the southern blazing heaven territory. "I can't be sure, but it shouldn't be." Lang Qing shook his head. "The news spread by Ingenious Flying Peak is that Yan Zhaoga once saved Futing. Therefore, they have to return this favor." Zhuang Xin pondered for a moment before saying, "The Brocade Emperor might not be able to act." "Oh." Lang Qing looked at Zhuang Shan in surprise. Beside him, Mao Yuanqing coughed lightly as he added, "It is not that your information is wrong, Western Exalt. Chief means that while the Brocade Emperor might have the intention to act, he might not be free to do so when the time comes." Lang Qing frowned. "What do you mean?" Zhuang Shen whispered a few words, and Lang Qing's expression changed. "I was just about to ask Brother Lang to help me see if my method is feasible," Zhuang Shen said. Lang Qing pondered for a moment before slowly nodding. "There is a high chance of success." He turned to look at Zhuang Shen. "It looks like Brother Zhuang has been planning this for a long time." Zhuang Shen said calmly, "It was for Golden Court Mountain back then. While the Heaven Emperor had a conflict with the Brocade Emperor, I still had to make more preparations. Still, it is for that Yan Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain now. There is no need to be disappointed, Brother Lang. If I do not guess wrong, Chao Jia will definitely act to assist Yan Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain this time. We still share the same enemy. Lang Qing said, Brother Zhuang's words are not wrong. Still, since you have such a move, I am more inclined to wait a while longer. Zhuang Xin nodded. Wait for the Heaven Emperor to return as well. That's right. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. Moreover, there is no need for 10 years at all. Lang Qing said, If the Brocade Emperor acts, the Heaven Emperor will be able to block him. If the Brocade Emperor does not act, we will definitely win. There is no possibility of anything unexpected happening at all. Brother Zhuang, your method has a high chance of success. Still, we have to consider the possibility that the Brocade Emperor might still be able to arrive in time. Zhuang Xin's expression was calm as he said slowly, You are right, Brother Lang. Actually, even if the Brocade Emperor is unable to act, the two of us joining forces might not necessarily succeed. I was already intending to ask for assistance in the first place. Lang Qing asked, Who do you intend to find? Brother Lang, you should know what that Yan Zhaoga looks like, Zhuang Xin asked instead. Don't you feel that he looks similar to someone else? Lang Qing's gaze hardened as images of Yan Zhaoga that he had seen before swiftly surfaced within his mind before he compared them with the others in his memories. It would have been fine if Zhuang Xin had not mentioned it. Now that he had mentioned it, Lang Qing gradually grew suspicious as well. That grand disciple of Hu Yuexin, Xue Chuqing? Lang Qing frowned. They are related by blood? Mother and son? While there are indeed some similarities between their brows, there are also many people who look exactly like them even though they are completely unrelated. At this point, the Western exalt Lang Qing suddenly halted, his gaze flickering as he seemed to be pondering something. Zhuang Xin said, That's right. If it is just looks, it would be nothing much. Still, I noticed something. You and I both know that Chao Jie protects descendants of the dim, radiant sect. Still, that scum surnamed Yan, having entered the dim, radiant mausoleum, even if he does not have an immortal artifact, he would definitely have obtained Yin Tianxia's legacy. He is not a direct descendant of the dim, radiant sect. It would be fine if Chao Jie did not fly into a rage, but he actually continued to look after him? This is not normal. Hearing Zhuang Xin's words, Lang Qing stroked his beard. Everyone suspects that Hu Yuexin's descendant might have inadvertently obtained the clues left behind by Yin Tianxia that year. That Yan Zhaoga is related to Hu Yuexin's descendant. That Chao Jie views him differently? No. Lang Qing shook his head again, his eyes narrowing into slits. It was not inadvertently obtained. From the looks of it now, Hu Yuexin and Yin Tianxia might have been acquaintances in the first place. That is why the things that Yin Tianxia brought back ended up in Hu Yuexin's hands, and are now in the hands of her grand disciple. He opened his eyes. What a great, dim, radiant emperor! What a great way of deceiving everyone! His successor is not a descendant of the dim, radiant sect at all, instead being a descendant of Hu Yuexin's lineage. Zhuang Xin nodded. Chao Jie is more or less an insider. Lang Qing looked at him. In that case, the person you are looking for to assist you. Taoist, One Heaven of the East, Zhuang Xin answered. Lian Zulin of the Northwest. Taoist One Heaven, the Lord of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the Chief of Remote Cloud Mountains Clear Light Locale, the Eastern Exalt. Lian Zulin, the Lord of the Northwestern Dim Heaven Territory, the Lord of the Red Sea, the Northwestern Exalt. Chapter 1016. Yan Zhaoga's mother, Xue Chuqing, was secretly wanted in some places of the world beyond worlds. Or rather, she might not be wanted, but there were many people who wanted to find her. These were mainly the Central June Heaven Territory, the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, the Northwestern Dim Heaven Territory, and the Western Turtle Heaven Territory. Now that they knew that Yan Zhaoga and Yan Di might be related to Xue Chuqing, they now had an extremely powerful clue in their search for her. Therefore, Zhuangxin had the confidence to invite the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven and the Northwestern Exalt Lianzilin to assist him. Still, when the name of the Northwestern Exalt was mentioned, Zhuangxin looked at Langqing. Generally speaking, besides the central June Heaven territory, the other 8 territories of the world beyond worlds were not on good terms with the neighboring territories. The accumulation of disputes, big and small, would eventually lead to a tense relationship, even if it did not turn into a feud. However, some of them could be restrained, while others would gradually erupt. This was not just reflected between the southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the southern Blazing Heaven territory. The southeastern Yang Heaven territory and the eastern Vast Heaven territory, the eastern Vast Heaven territory and the northeastern Sky Heaven territory, and the northeastern Sky Heaven territory and the northern Profound Heaven territory were not on good terms. Similarly, there were many conflicts between the western Turtle Heaven territory and the northwestern Dim Heaven territory. The western Exalt Langqing had a calm expression on his face. At the very least, she and I share the same opinion regarding Hu Yuexin's descendant. This is the reason why I asked her to help me. I believe she won't refuse. Zhuangxin nodded. That's good. He had previously adopted a neutral attitude towards Xue Chuqing's matter. If the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not make a clear decision, then he would ignore it. Now, however, having vaguely sensed the relationship between Yan Zhaoge and Xue Chuqing, Zhuangxin's opinion on this matter naturally changed accordingly. While there is no concrete evidence, my deduction should not be wrong. Yan Zhaoge is related to Hu Yuexin's descendant, Zhuangxin asked. Since that is so, can Elder Wang step forward? Langqing shook his head. He might be able to make things easier for us, but I don't know if he will show up personally. Zhuangxin raised his head slightly, exhaling slowly, when news of the immortal artifact of the dim, radiant mausoleum having fallen into the hands of that Yan Zhaogebak then spread. Since Elder Wang did not make an appearance, it is hard to say now. The Wudong Slope martial practitioners behind him all revealed looks of regret. The Elder Wang that Zhuangxin and Langqing mentioned was none other than the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng, the Lord of the Central June Heaven territory, one of the peak figures of the entire world beyond world's martial saint realm. More importantly, Wang Zhengqing's decisions were often backed by the will of the earthly sovereign. It doesn't matter. Zhuangxin's gaze was deep as he slowly said, "Contact Taoist, One Heaven, and fellow Taoist Lian." Langqing said, "We need to appease the others as well. Let's make some appropriate concessions to prevent people from causing trouble behind us when we head to the southeast." Zhuangxin nodded, saying slowly, "Since that is so, let us wait for the Heaven Emperor to return to the world beyond worlds. When we emerge from seclusion, the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor are in extra-dimensional space. They might also be able to extricate themselves and return. The Heaven Emperor has long since learnt of the deaths of Qing Shizi and Taoist leading Mist. While the Brocade Emperor is fast, the Heaven Emperor should not be much slower than him." Zhuangxin turned to look in the direction of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. "Opening ceremony? It just so happens that there's still some time left. Since that's the case, we'll also go congratulate you on that day." Broad Creed Mountain soon learnt of the news that the Southern Exalt had finally returned to the Southern Blazing Heaven territory. This was because the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia had similarly returned to the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. After learning of all that had happened earlier, the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jia too felt this to be unexpected. Still, he quickly made arrangements. With regards to Broad Creed Mountain's opening ceremony, Chao Jia had clearly expressed that he would personally attend the ceremony. With that, Broad Creed Mountain and Golden Court Mountain both understood that the Southeastern Exalt was going to support Yan Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. At the same time, Yan Zhaoge and the others learnt from Chao Jia that the Brocade Emperor Fu Yinqi had already returned from extra-dimensional space, returning to the world beyond worlds. News from Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peaks, Red, Lotus Cliff, confirmed this as well. While there was still no news of the Heaven Emperor's return, the Brocade Emperor might have returned before him. Most people heaved a sigh of relief at this. After thanking the guests of ingenious flying peak, Yen Jiaoge continued making preparations neither hurriedly nor slowly. From the looks of it, after experiencing a peak, the conflict between the immortal court and Buddhism will gradually calm down afterwards. Yen Jiaoge pondered. Barring any major incidents, the next peak might have to wait another 100 years. A hint of gloominess flashed through Yen Jiaoge's gaze. With the great battle between the immortal court and the blessed lands having ended, the war had turned into a phase of overall confrontation and local conflicts. With that, the immortal court might be able to divert more attention to the world beyond worlds. The after-effects of him obtaining the dim, radiant might gradually begin to manifest. The immortal court might still be far away, but it was still unclear what the bigwigs of the world beyond worlds, who were right before him, would think of this. The myriad dragon palace hovered above Yen Jiaoge's head. Its door open as the space within was blurry. Now a completely transparent silhouette appeared, gradually becoming clearer as it finally manifested as a massive black metal wheel. Of the 12 slots on the wheel, 9 of them were currently flickering with light that was bright or dim, rotating alongside the black metal wheel. While it still looked ordinary, the power contained within was vigorous and tyrannical to the extreme. Because it had yet to be completely refined, it was still not convenient to wield it. Even so, however, the weight of its power was already enough to leave one sighing in amazement. It was precisely the dim, radiant wheel. After a long period of refinement, this treasure was already much more perfected than it had been in the past as it unceasingly advanced towards completion. Towards Yen Jiaoge, it had long since ceased to be as indifferent as it had been in the past. While it could not be as nimble as a sacred artifact, Yen Jiaoge had already gradually developed a telepathic connection with it. Yen Jiaoge temporarily halted with the remaining 3 slots. His current cultivation base was still low. While his artifact forging techniques were exquisite, the time was still not ripe for him to completely refine it into an immortal artifact. Still, according to his original plan, it would already be sufficient. Not completely refining it into an immortal artifact, there would not be much of a difference between 9 slots and 11 slots in his plan. Keeping a few high-grade sacred artifacts would be more beneficial in raising the combat power of himself and his sect. Before their opening ceremony, the 10 exalts had all returned from Kunlun Mountain. At the same time, the Brocade Emperor had also been able to free himself from extra-dimensional space. While the Brocade Emperor had returned a little earlier, the Heaven Emperor would not be much later, as he would likely return before their opening ceremony. Yen Jiaoge did not believe that the Southern Exalt would let the matter rest, since he had yet to make a move. Perhaps everyone was waiting for that day to arrive. The Royal Reed Sea was about to welcome an unprecedented event. Chapter 1017. Who knows how many people are probably just waiting to watch this opening ceremony? Yen Jiaoge pondered as he went through his preparations once more. This battle could be considered one of the few times that Yen Jiaoge did not have sufficient confidence in winning. Until the final moment, no one knew how many enemies there would be, who they would be, and how many helpers they would have. The situation was very unclear with many factors influencing it, and he had too little information on hand. For example, he had met the Northeastern Exalt once due to his mother, and they seemed to have left a good impression on each other. Still, it was completely unknown whether this bigwig would help him. There was not much of a deep relationship between them, and there was no conflict between the Northeastern Exalt and the Southern Exalt. Why would he help him? Moreover, there was also the pressure of the Heaven Emperor. Why would the Northeastern Exalt offend the Heaven Emperor for no good reason at all? On the contrary, if the relationship between him and his mother Xue Chuqing was known by others, the Eastern Exalt, Western Exalt, and Northwestern Exalt might come looking for trouble. While this might not be definite, Yen Zhaoge had to consider it. This was something that he could already foresee after having a rough understanding of the situation and making preparations for the worst. Because he had too little information on hand, he might not even be aware of some things, as unexpected accidents might occur at any time. For example, what were the views of the world beyond worlds' 3 sovereigns regarding his mother, the dim radiant wheel that he possessed, and the dim radiant emperor that year? What were the attitudes of the other 3 emperors apart from the brocade emperor and the heaven emperor? What were the attitudes of the other exalts of 10 territories? If he could not understand himself and the enemy, many of his current deductions might be completely wrong. Still, Yen Zhaoge was not panicked or fearful as he just unceasingly sorted out his thoughts. Doing his best, not leaving any openings or flaws behind, was definitely the foundation of everything. With this as a prerequisite, he would make more contingency plans and plans. If there really were any changes that were completely unexpected, he would have to act according to the situation. Of course, if the brocade emperor acted as he had agreed, things would be much simpler. Most important is still myself. Yen Zhaoge raised his head and looked at that dim radiant wheel. Yen Zhaoge had invested quite a bit in this big fella. It was truly a super money-eating machine. Not counting the dim radiant lamp used by the dim radiant emperor Yin Tianxia as a foundation, Yen Zhaoge had already expended a pile of high-grade sacred artifacts in order to refine it. After the golden sun wheel and the 5 phoenix fan, the dragon tail whip, the blazing flame saber, the heaven reversing axe, the dark horn dragon whip, and the other 2 high-grade sacred artifacts from the southern blazing heaven territory, the true slaying sword and the light, dust, formless armor, were all smelted by the dim radiant wheel. The concepts contained within these sacred artifacts were all extraordinary, but most of them were not needed by the dim radiant wheel. Yen Zhaoge was using them as a medium to transmit the various peak martial arts that he was proficient in. In addition, there was also the golden crow heaven incinerating blade and the purple sea sword that had been swallowed at the beginning. Of the 10 high-grade sacred artifacts that Yen Zhaoge had brought back from the southern blazing heaven territory, only the bright, barbaric Taoist robe and the phoenix cry crown were now left, as well as the original golden sun wheel and the heaven-earth reversing axe. However, there was always a reward for his efforts. What 10 high-grade sacred weapons could not do, this big fellow before him could. Although the refinement was not complete, it was a very important part of his plan, provided that his deductions were not wrong. Yen Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, suddenly smiling. A big stage. I like it. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, let it come quickly. I can't wait any longer. In the days that followed, Yen Zhaoge tempered his body while continuing to perfect his various preparations. During this period of time, unbeknownst to the outside world, Broad Creed Mountain actually had a 3rd immortal bridge martial saint. Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone had finally succeeded in establishing the orbit of the movement of stars within his internal universe as well, causing his acupoints that had already seen divinity to circulate as he ascended to the immortal bridge stage. This time, it was the Northern Ocean clone who had benefited from his main body's experience in ascending to the immortal bridge stage that had finally succeeded in surpassing that bottleneck. At the same cultivation level, Yen Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone was inferior to his main body. Still, Yen Zhaoge had an idea regarding this clone, which seemed rather feasible from the looks of it now. Following the powers of the Kunpeng, the True Dragon, the Tao Tai, the Pishio, and the Bifong, Yen Zhaoge had merged the power of the Golden Crow within as well. The simultaneous strengthening of various powers and treasures, as well as the usage of unique techniques, had allowed the Northern Ocean clone to improve at a tremendous rate. He was also verifying that his original idea was getting closer and closer to success. As time passed, the date of Broad Creed Mountain's official opening drew nearer and nearer. Just then, a message arrived. Following the Brocade Emperor, the Heaven Emperor had finally returned to the world beyond worlds as well. The Heaven Emperor has returned to the world beyond worlds. Beneath the blue skies, the roving jade heavens, green duckweed mountain, scenery peak, flowing heaven cliff. Within a cave manor, a handsome youth rested sideways on a bed. While he looked relaxed and languid, he possessed a certain air of his own. This person in this cave manor was naturally the owner of this place, the Dragon Spring Emperor of the Jade, clear lineage, who had entered the prime clear lineage, Long Xingquan. In front of him stood a white-haired old man. This was the Dragon Spring Emperor's eldest son, the lord of Green Duckweed Mountain's minor white peak, Gao Xuebua. He nodded, saying, "Yes, father. The Heaven Emperor has already returned to the world beyond worlds. He should be the greatest threat to Broad Creed Mountain." The Dragon Spring Emperor smiled. "I wonder if anyone else will make a move." Gao Xuebua asked, "Are you returning to the world beyond worlds?" The Dragon Spring Emperor shook his head. "That would instead invite calamity upon Broad Creed Mountain. We should leave it to Jinbei to handle." Gao Xuebua frowned. "If it is that person, his attitude in recent years, I believe that he will not disappoint us," the Dragon Spring Emperor said mildly. "Something major is about to happen in the world beyond worlds this time." World beyond worlds, Central June Heaven Territory, Kunlun Mountains, Southern High Peak, Qilin Cliff. Within the cave manor, an old man looked at the numerous images of light before him, remaining silent for a long time. After a while he muttered, "It is actually not a coincidence. Such a martial Tao should not be wrong. Still, how was it achieved? Also, the ages do not match. Now someone entered. Master, the Southern Exalt is waiting outside." The old man turned, revealing an ancient face that was heavy like the great earth. This was none other than the lord of the Central June Heaven Territory, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing. He pondered slightly before retrieving a jade box. "Hand this to Southern Zhuang." The disciple received the order, received the jade box, and bowed before withdrawing. The door, soundlessly, closed behind him. Wang Zhengqing gazed at the changing images of light before him, remaining silent. Outside the cave manor, the Southern Exalt Zhuangxin, who looked like a white-haired youth, sat on a stone bench beneath a pine tree, calmly looking at the chessboard before him as he did not move or speak. Seeing someone come out, Zhuangxin gazed over, who delivered the jade box to him. Zhuangxin received the jade box and opened it, a brilliant light erupting from his eyes. "Thank you, Elder Wang." Zhuangxin closed the jade box, standing up and cupping his hands towards the cave manor. Then he turned and transformed into a fiery phoenix, soaring into the air and instantly leaving. Chapter 1018. The day of Broad Creed Mountain's disciple recruitment ceremony was about to begin. After the news had spread, youngsters of various lands who were looking forward to joining Broad Creed Mountain all hurried over. The reason they had spread the news so early was to give these people time to get there. After all, it was a long journey. For martial practitioners, and even mortals with comparatively lower cultivation bases, they might not be able to reach the foot of Broad Creed Mountain their entire lives if they did not have any special means of transportation. Just the Royal Reed Sea alone, from south to north, from east to west, spanned more than 1,000,000 kilometers, let alone the heavens and earth outside of the Royal Reed Sea. In order to receive these people who wished to join them and also to expand their influence, Broad Creed Mountain had dispatched many people to various locations. Only those who had passed the initial selection process would be brought back to the Royal Reed Sea and Broad Creed Mountain to participate in this ceremony. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain still had relatively few members in the world beyond worlds. Still, the already famous Broad Creed Mountain had attracted many young geniuses of their own accord to join them, saving them a great deal of effort. In the Royal Reed Sea, while Broad Creed Mountain had not been high profile these past years, it had already soundlessly, gradually permeated the entire Royal Reed Sea. It was like back in the Eight Extremities world. Broad Creed Mountain had possessed the land of the Heaven Domain, but had many smaller sects subordinate to it, forming a massive network. Currently in the Royal Reed Sea, This network was also beginning to take shape. Relying on this network, Broad Creed Mountain's recruitment of talents and recruitment of disciples this time was greatly facilitated. Are you feeling bored, not going out to receive guests? There were not many young martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who were still here. Most of them had been sent out, with only a few remaining on the mountain. Yan Zhaoge naturally did not need to be sent out. Not only could he not be sent out, he had to remain on the mountain. Some of the guests invited to the ceremony this time had come to Broad Creed Mountain and needed him to receive them. Beside Yan Zhaoge stood two youngsters who shook their heads upon hearing his words. No. One of them was tall and sturdy. His facial features looked rather handsome. It was just that he wore a black Yan Zhao mask over his right eye. It was none other than the orphan of the listening Thunder Peak Xia family, Xia Guang, who had accompanied Yan Zhaoge back from the southern Blazing Heaven territory. At this moment, Xia Guang appeared to be less than 20 years of age. At that time, he'd overutilized his blood thunderbolt ritual in a fierce battle with an elder of 3-foot mountain, causing his lifespan to be greatly reduced, causing him to look as if he was over 50 and about to enter old age from the prime of his life. That was not because Xia Guang had intentionally changed his appearance. Instead, it was because his lifespan had been greatly damaged. According to his lifespan, he was indeed about to step into old age. But now, he seemed to have returned to his youth. This was not because he had intentionally changed his appearance. Instead, after entering Broad Creed Mountain, he had been able to cultivate in one of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures, the life creation heavenly scripture, thus greatly increasing his longevity. Compared to his long lifespan, his current age couldn't even be considered a young man. He could only be considered a teenager. Xia Guang's current attire had also changed from his original red clothes to the standard attire of a core, direct disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Like Yan Zhaoge, he wore a white robe and a blue robe with a black border. If possible, he naturally hoped to be a receptionist and welcome guests. More than 6 years had passed since the massacre of the Xia family at listening Thunder Peak. There should be 2 other survivors aside from Xia Guang. Yet, after so many years had passed, Xia Guang had still not been able to find his kin. As time passed, Xia Guang felt increasingly uneasy, his hopes diminishing. It was just that he was unwilling to give up. After Yan Zhaoge had shocked the world by rampaging through the south previously, Broad Creed Mountain's momentum had been extraordinary this time's opening ceremony, causing the clouds all around to move. If his kin were still alive, they would likely have rushed over after receiving the news. Still, Xia Guang was not suited to be a receptionist. First, not mentioning his violent temper and quick temper, he had seldom interacted with the outside world when he had lived in seclusion in the Xia family. While he had often ventured outside to temper himself after having entered Broad Creed Mountain, he had still not been very mature in how he dealt with people. This had to do with his experiences and also his personality. In recent years, the Blood Thunderbolt Xia Guang had been a rather resounding name of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Still, there were both good and bad aspects to this name. While Xia Guang had established Broad Creed Mountain's might with his outstanding strength, he had also stirred up some trouble, big or small, from time to time. While many things were not necessarily his fault, if someone more experienced in human relations were to handle them, the results would be much better. Of course, in comparison, Yan Zhaoge was much better at stirring up trouble than him. While Xia Guang did not want to remain on the mountain, he had always unconditionally obeyed whatever Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di said. It was just that ever since people had come to join the mountain, he had often been secretly keeping watch at the entrance of the mountain, seeing if any of his kin had arrived. Standing beside Yan Zhaoge alongside Xia Guang was a young girl who also appeared to be less than 20 years of age. She was beautiful and transcendent, just that a cold intent emanated from her entire body. It was Qing. She had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood several years ago. Not counting Xia Guang, who had come to join him, She was the fourth martial saint of Broad Creed Mountain's third-generation disciples after Yan Zhaoge, Su Fei, and Feng Yinsheng. In recent years of cultivation, she had already attained the second level of the martial saint realm, even beginning to attempt a breakthrough into the third level of the martial saint realm. Still, ever since having come to the world beyond worlds, as compared to Su Fei, Xiaoguang, and even Longtu and Shijun, Xikongqing had been much more low-key. Most of the time, she would be cultivating in seclusion within the mountain. At this point, Xikongqing was also aware of many things as she understood that the situation was unique. Therefore, she did not object to the arrangements made by Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu, and the others. She was not a restless person, as she was more willing to immerse herself in the ocean of martial arts and explore its profundities. When she had ventured out to temper herself in the past, it had been more for the sake of tempering herself rather than out of interest. Not being a receptionist, remaining on the mountain would have more time to cultivate. Xikongqing would naturally not feel bored. If I am not wrong, junior apprentice sister Xikong, after this opening ceremony, there will be a preliminary confirmation of your matter, Yan Zhaoge said. It is just that it is still uncertain whether the outcome will be good or bad at that time. You still need to be prepared for it. As compared to whether it would be safe or not, the outcome here more referred to whether Xikongqing still had to remain low-key and bide her time like she was now. Xikongqing said calmly, "It is fine. I understand." Now, some other Broad Creed Mountain disciples approached, unable to conceal the reverence in their gazes as they looked at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge turned, smiling. "What is it?" That disciple hurriedly answered, "Senior apprentice Uncle Yan, a guest has arrived. Chief invites you to go receive him." "Oh," Yan Zhaoge asked, "do you know who it is?" The other party answered, "He calls himself the Earthly Young Master, surnamed Chen and named Kunhua." Chapter 1019. Chun Kunhua. Hearing his words, a playful expression appeared on Yan Zhaoge's face. Yan Zhaoge had naturally heard of the Earthly Young Master, Chen Kunhua, before. However, compared to him, Yan Zhaoge had heard more about his elder brother, the Upper Exalt, Qin Qianhua, the publicly acknowledged strongest martial saint of the world beyond worlds, the number one Exalt. His twin brother was Chan Kunhua, who had the name Earthly Prince. He was also a top expert with extraordinary talent who had made a name for himself at a young age. While he was not as shockingly talented as Qin Qianhua, his name could still shake the world beyond worlds. It was worth mentioning that there were rumors that Chan Kunhua had been pursuing ingenious flying peaks Futing, but there was no news of it. Yan Zhaoge paid some attention to this matter. While it had been the former Heavenly Young Master, the current Upper Exalt Qin Qianhua, who had helped 3-Foot Mountain back then, it had been Chan Kunhua who had been closer to 3-Foot Mountain afterwards, as 3-Foot Mountain had been at his beck and call, contributing much to him. Compared to first young Master Qin, this second young Master Qin had a closer relationship with 3-Foot Mountain. 3-Foot Mountain's two supreme treasures, the Soul Flag and the high-grade sacred artifact, the Golden Crow incinerating Heaven Saber, had both fallen into Yan Zhaoge's hands. After inspecting it, Yan Zhaoge discovered that there was a special sigil on it which did not seem to be the handiwork of 3-Foot Mountain. After falling into his hands, these seals slowly faded away. Analyzing the use of these runes, Yan Zhaoge could tell that they did not possess any killing power, being more of a type of marking and guidance. Once the Soul Flags and the Golden Crow incinerating Heaven Saber were controlled by someone other than 3-Foot Mountain, 3-Foot Mountain and the people behind it would sense it. It seemed that the other party already knew that the item had fallen into his hands. Honestly speaking, Yan Zhaoge did not care much about Qin Kunhua. While Qin Kunhua was actually a cultivation level higher than him, as he was a mid-immortal bridge martial saint, Qin Kunhua's cultivation base. This was not arrogance. As compared to the Earthly Young Master Qin Kunhua, there was someone more worthy of Yan Zhaoge's attention. This person was naturally the former Heavenly Young Master, the current Upper Exalt, Chen Qianhua. If there were any variables sufficient to influence the overall situation in the upcoming Broad Creed Mountains opening ceremony, this Upper Exalt would definitely be one of the top few. Yan Zhaoge did not fear powerful enemies, but he hated the element of uncertainty. Coincidentally, according to the many rumors circulating in the world beyond worlds, Chen Qianhua, the #1 expert beneath the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, just happened to be the person who was the most unpredictable, or rather, the most unstable factor. For example, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and other supreme beings, it was difficult for others to guess their thoughts, because they were shrewd, not easily revealing their emotions. But at the very least, according to their past experiences, there were clues to follow, and they could be summarized into a pattern. Even if it was a disguise, at least there were clues. There was only the Upper Exalt Chen Qianhua who was temperamental and often acted unexpectedly, with many contradictions and abnormalities. Even the few emperors couldn't grasp his thoughts. Still, no matter how one put it, he was the most outstanding martial genius of the world beyond worlds in recent years. The other bigwigs all treated this peerlessly talented junior with a lot of preferential treatment, while Chen Qianhua's title of Earthly Young Master corresponded to his brother's title of Heavenly Young Master that year, if not for the tacit approval of the Earthly Sovereign and Earthly Exalt of Kunlun Mountain's Southern High Peaks Chilin Cliff. This title of Earthly Young Master would probably not have spread throughout the entire world beyond worlds and become publicly acknowledged. It was hard to say how much of this was due to Chen Qianhua's own talent and how much was due to his elder brother's reputation. What Yan Zhaoge was interested in now was whether or not Chen Qianhua would come now that Chen Qianhua had come. Amidst his thoughts, Yan Zhaoge arrived at Earth Peak. Apart from Chen Qianhua, many guests had already arrived at Broad Creed Mountain as well. For example, martial practitioners of the Brocade Emperor's lineage at Ingenious Flying Peak's Red Lotus Cliff had already arrived. They had not come late just because they were of the Brocade Emperor's lineage, instead arriving rather early. Of course, it was not Fu Ting. Yan Zhaoge, who was well aware of the reason, was not surprised. Meanwhile, Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and Chief Zhou Haoxing of the Dim Darkness sect had already arrived as well. As compared to their previous united resistance against the Grand Xian dynasty, the other powers of the Royal Reed Sea had already tacitly acknowledged Broad Creed Mountain's position as the hegemon of the Royal Reed Sea. Broad Creed Mountain's recruitment of disciples within the boundaries of the Royal Reed Sea this time had also received the tacit approval, even assistance, of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the others. This was the authority of a hegemon, having the greatest priority in selecting the most outstanding local geniuses. The local geniuses would naturally wish to join the strongest power. Still, due to the great geographical distance and other factors, it would be very easy for them to be overlooked. Meanwhile, Broad Creed Mountain had been able to select materials from the territories of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, the Dim Darkness sect, and the other powers this time. The possibility of an undiscovered gem appearing in the vast ocean was indisputably very small. Of course, Broad Creed Mountain rarely went to the extreme. It was only during such a large-scale opening ceremony that they would recruit such talents on such a large scale. Still, such ceremonies would naturally not be held frequently. Yan Zhaoge saw that Earthly Young Master in a side hall of the Great Hall. He could be said to be handsome, his attitude amiable as one felt as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. It was rumored that, as compared to the elusive first young Master Qin, this second young Master Qin was rather well acquainted with many people in the world beyond worlds. Please forgive me for coming uninvited. Chen Qianhua was also observing Yan Zhaoge. After appraising him for a moment, he cupped his hand, smiling. Yan Zhaoge returned the greeting. Our clan naturally welcomes you having come from afar. Please do not blame me for any lack of etiquette. Playing with the fan in his hand, Chen Kuinhua smiled. It is me who has been presumptuous. I am someone who likes to make friends and join in on the fun. Your clan's opening ceremony is a rare event in recent years. My heart itched. I came here rashly. I have let young Chief Yen see a joke. Make friends? Join in on the fun. Yen Zhaoge glanced at Chen Kuinhua. The meaning behind his words was rather thought-provoking. Make friends with whom? Join in on the fun. It seemed like it could be understood from any angle. Second young master Qin speaks too seriously. This Yen does not dare to accept the title of young chief. While my father is the current chief, the position of our clan's chief is not hereditary. The various seniors have yet to decide on the next chief. Yen Zhaoge said nonchalantly, I am used to being lazy. I fear that I would not be able to take on such a great responsibility. Hearing his words, Chen Kuinhua smiled. I was rude. Please do not take it to heart, young Master Yen. It is just that after seeing your esteemed father, you are clearly the most outstanding amongst your peers of the same generation. Therefore I was moved. I hope that you will not take it to heart. Why would I? Earthly young master is too polite. Yen Zhaoge smiled as well. Their first meeting could still be considered pleasant on the surface. Still, neither of them mentioned the matter of 3-foot mountain. From this alone, Yen Zhaoge knew that the other party might not have come just to observe the ceremony. Still, if they had come with ill intentions, would the upper exalt Chen Qianhua have come? This was the crux of the matter. Chapter 1020. There were many rumors regarding the upper exalt Chen Qianhua. Having never personally seen him in action, Yen Zhaoge was unable to accurately judge his strength. Still, in the battle between the Brocade Emperor and Mars Halberd that year, Yen Zhaoge had personally witnessed the tip of the iceberg of the earth exalt Wang Jingqing's strength. Yen Zhaoge had also seen the little sword god who had assumed the name of Qian Xueji and was active in the world beyond worlds, while his real name was Long Xueji. Through comparison with these two, Yen Zhaoge was able to estimate the general level of Chen Qianhua, who was equally renowned as Long Xueji and surpassed Wang Zhengqing. Putting aside little sword god Long Xueji for now, the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing was a person of legend who could virtually suppress the conflict between martial saints of the world beyond worlds all on his own, even if the target was another supreme being. The reason why he said almost was mainly because he wanted to exclude the upper exalt Qianhua, who was superior to him. Perhaps it could be said that the upper exalt Qianhua was an existence who could suppress the world beyond worlds, even if the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not appear. He might be one of the few experts in history who could fight against some true immortal emperors with his human body. Of course, resisting and being suppressed were 2 different things. Being able to fight against a true immortal and being able to escape from a true immortal were 2 different standards. Without having personally interacted with the upper exalt who stood at the peak of the world beyond worlds martial saint realm, Yen Zhaoge was unable to judge how far he could go. But among the many uncertainties, this was undoubtedly the one that attracted the most attention, especially earthly young master Chen Kuinhua, who came uninvited. It was even more difficult to fathom his intentions. Was he bluffing, or was he a step ahead of his brother? Chen Kuinhua was probably the only one who knew. However, one would not slap a smiling person. With the other party being polite and not displaying any enmity, Broad Creed Mountain naturally wouldn't reject them at their gates, letting others see them as a joke for no reason. Yen Zhaoge also didn't hesitate as he invited Chen Kuinhua to stay in a guest house on the mountain, with other Broad Creed Mountain disciples taking care of things. As the date of the grand ceremony drew nearer, the Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners who had gone out in search of good talents also began gradually returning to the mountain. Most of them headed to places outside of the Royal Reed Sea. This kind of action was actually a bit of a taboo, and it could easily cause the local powerful forces to unite and resist. Still, Yen Zhaoge had rampaged through the south in the past, slaying Zhang Shuren, Peng He, Qing Shizi and the other peak martial saint experts, forming an immense deterrent effect. As the ruler of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, Golden Court Mountain did not raise any objections. Due to the special circumstances of this time's opening ceremony, it would be very difficult for it to happen again in the future. The local bullies of the Setting Sun Archipelago, the Jade Sun Mountain Range, the Green Peak High Plains, the consecutive Drum Mountain Range, and the other regions of the southeast that Broad Creed Mountain had trampled on this time could only pinch their noses and accept it. In the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, Circumference Mountain, and the other places where the Dynasty River flowed were more convenient. Here, Yanjiaoga and Broad Creed Mountain's prestige was even greater. While Yanjiaoga had not set foot in the southern Blazing Heaven Territory since the battle at Circumference Mountain that year, his legend still existed there even now. In places like Circumference Mountain, Yanjiaoga and Broad Creed Mountain were akin to uncrowned kings. It had been like this all these years. Only when the southern Exalt Zhuangxin had returned to the southern Blazing Heaven Territory this year had this situation eased somewhat. Still, because the southern Exalt had not immediately acted up, Yanjiaoga still maintained a certain level of authority over the region of the Dynasty River. Broad Creed Mountain's martial practitioners had brought back many good seedlings from there as a result. Young Master, there are indeed some good seedlings this time. Currently, Broad Creed Mountain still appeared rather lacking in manpower in the world beyond worlds. Therefore, who had previously been dispatched outside as well, having just returned not long ago. Xiao Ai was also in a similar situation. Still, after having returned, Xiao Ai first focused on something else. Young Master, this maid saw that earthly young master just now. While he is inferior to young master, he is still an extraordinarily handsome man. Xiao Ai clenched her fists, her eyes shining as she said excitedly to Yanjiaoga, "If he is still unmarried, he can get an evaluation below A." Yanjiaoga rolled his eyes. "Xiao Ai, you make me worry very easily like this. An enemy could easily take you down with just a beauty trap." "How could that be?" Xiao Ai waved her hands. "Only young master and young master are above A. However outstanding the others are, they can only get an A at most." Hearing her words, Yanjiaoga did not know whether to laugh or to cry. "Should I feel gratified now that you say this?" Yanjiaoga put a hand on his head. While the girl before him remained infatuated, she had finally agreed not long ago to make a special exception for Yanjiaoga and Yendi in her evaluation. Only their evaluation did not depend on whether they were unmarried or not. Xiao Ai sat there, her cheeks resting on her hands. "I heard that his elder brother, the Upper Exalt, is even more extraordinarily handsome. I wonder how he compares to the Brocade Emperor." Yanjiaoga rolled his eyes. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi could be said to be the man with the most outstanding appearance. Still, as Xiao Ai had said, while the lofty Brocade Emperor caused her to drool over him, he was only given an A rating. Of course, because this grade was too outstanding and incomparable, this girl made an exception for the second time, specifically adding an above A grade for the Brocade Emperor alone. Yanjiaoga and the others nearly spat out mouthfuls of rice. "Today is the day of the opening ceremony. Young master." Ahu looked at Yanjiaoga. "How do I put it? It is abnormally calm." Yanjiaoga said, "It is the calm before the storm. Since the Heaven Emperor has already returned, if something happens, it will be today. Since it is not early, it will definitely not be late." Amidst their conversation, other disciples of Broad Creed Mountain came to report that the most important guest thus far had arrived. The Lord of the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, the Southeastern Exalt Chaojia, had finally arrived. Yanjiaoga went to receive him. There was no need for words, as they had already come to a tacit understanding. "I have something to ask the Southeastern Exalt about." While something major was bound to happen today, Yanjiaoga was calm and composed as he sent a sound transmission to Chao Jia. "This might be a little presumptuous. It concerns my mother." Chao Jia knit his brows, looking at Yen Zhaoge. To tell you the truth, I have already learnt of some things after making a trip to the territories of the Immortal Court. I guess that my mother's matter is related to the Immortal Court. Yen Zhaoge said, Am I right? Chao Jia's brows eased slightly before he knit them again very quickly. He was silent for a moment before he did not immediately answer, instead saying, Do not leak this matter. Yen Zhaoge generally understood what Chao Jia was thinking. He did not mention that his situation was different from Fu Ting's as he nodded, answering, Rest easy, I understand. At this point, a sword light suddenly flew over from the west, descending towards Broad Creed Mountain. Broad Creed Mountain was familiar with the newcomer. It was precisely the southeastern sword's mistress. Not obstructing her, the sword's mistress rapidly landed on Broad Creed Mountain, coming before Yen Zhaoge and Chao Jia. Looking at Yen Zhaoge, she did not communicate with Chao Jia via sound transmission, as she instead said directly, Something has happened. The volume of the Dynasty River is decreasing rapidly. If this continues, it will definitely be cut off by today. Chapter 1021. The Dynasty River was a renowned water vein of the world beyond worlds. It originated from the central June Heaven Territory's screen, Moat Snow Mountain, and it headed southeast, passing through the central June Heaven Territory and southern Blazing Heaven Territory. In the Battle of Circumference Mountain that year, Yen Zhaoge had shocked the world. It was precisely this river vein that he had established the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation, trapping and slaying 3 late immortal bridge martial saints. After that battle, even though Yen Zhaoge had returned to the southeast, no longer having set foot in the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, still, the martial practitioners of Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope had not dared to take a single step into Circumference Mountain for many years before the Southern Exalt had returned. It was not just Circumference Mountain. Wherever the Dynasty River flowed within the southern Blazing Heaven Territory, the martial practitioners of Wudong Slope had all evacuated. The entire eastern region of the southern Blazing Heaven Territory had virtually become Yen Zhaoge's tacit territory. Without the Yellow River of Nine Bends Formation, the Dynasty River itself was a natural moat for many people. The surface of the river was vast as the sea, the momentum of its waters shocking, such that even immortal bridge martial saints would find it hard to stand firm within. Even an exalted martial saint with a human immortal body would find it difficult to stop it. But today someone had done it. A martial saint. Right after the Dynasty River left the screen moat Snowy Mountain, the river channel had just widened. The flow of the water had slowed down slightly, and it wasn't as rapid as its source. Between the heavens and the earth, a fire phoenix was currently flapping its wings. The entire sky was illuminated into a fiery red. The fire phoenix was like a transparent light and shadow. In the center of the light and shadow, there was a figure shrouded in rainbow light. A handsome man with snowy white hair and brows was none other than the Southern Exalt, Zhuangxin. He looked down at the rushing river below. Wudong Slope's 2 great elders, Zhang Shuren and Peng He, as well as the most outstanding successor of the younger generation, Yuan Xianqing, had perished because of this water vein. Zhuangxin raised his head and looked in the direction of the river. His gaze seemed to pierce through space and time, landing on Circumference Mountain. Without saying a word, he took out a jade box and opened it. Inside the jade box was a patch of yellow soil. As Zhuangxin moved, it fell towards the river below. The soil did not disperse upon contact with water. Instead, it grew on its own and expanded continuously, looking like a yellow cloud. There was more and more soil, and as the volume spread, it didn't become thinner. Instead, it remained tough and dense, unassailable. In the end, the yellow soil directly filled up the entire Dynasty River, as if reclaiming the sea to create land. It forcefully blocked the wide and boundless Dynasty River. The water of the Dynasty River was extremely violent and rapid, and this place was close to the source of the screen moat Snowy Mountain, so the water was even more abundant. the river of the Chao dynasty, which had its way blocked, suddenly swelled up. As it rushed forward, it spread to the banks on both sides, forming a dam that was about to burst. But the hazy yellow soil didn't retreat, but advanced instead, and it actually forcefully resisted the Dynasty River as it surged towards the source of the screen, Moat Snowy Mountain. Along the way, the rising river water was also blocked by the yellow soil that spread out like smoke. No matter how much water flowed out, the soil would grow even more, following the movement, not allowing the water to be exposed at all. In the end, they actually blocked all the way to the source of Dynasty River on screen, Moat Snowy Mountain. A great river that flowed through the world beyond worlds was forcibly obstructed at its source. At this moment, the entire screen, Moat Snowy Mountain, and the continuous mountain range were trembling slightly, and it seemed like the earth was quaking. But the soil firmly sealed the mouth of the river. Within the sky, the southern Exalt Zhuang-Xin, who was enveloped by the silhouette of a fiery phoenix, slowly exhaled as he saw this. He, or rather, they had limited time. If things dragged on for too long, well, the soil would be able to block the mouth of the river. The spiritual chi circulation of the earth veins around the central June heaven territories, screen, Moat Snowy Mountain, would definitely be thrown into complete chaos. At that time, it would bring a calamity to the central June heaven territory. The Earth Exalt who had handed the jade box over to Zhuang-Xin would definitely not be happy to see such a thing. Success or failure will be decided today. Zhuang-Xin kept the empty jade box, no longer looking at the shaking screen Moat Snowy Mountain as he turned and flew towards the southeast. Before long, he saw a person standing in midair, waiting for him. The Western Exalt, Lang Qing. Seeing Zhuang-Xin, Lang Qing said, "Everyone else has already set off. We are the only ones left." With the breath soil successfully blocking the Dynasty River, the water vein of the Dynasty River in the southern blazing heaven territory will soon dry up, Zhuang-Xin said. The Yen family scum will no longer be able to establish that Nine Bends Yellow River Formation. The soil within the jade box was a divine soil known as the breath soil. It could grow on its own, never decreasing in consumption. In pre-Great Calamity times, there had been a treasure known as the Nine Heavens Breath Soil, also known as the earlier Heaven Breath Soil. Its defensive power was shocking as it could withstand the attacks of various treasures and supreme martial arts, possessing countless miraculous uses and variations. Following the Great Calamity, this treasure had been lost, with only the later Heaven Breath Soil existing in this world. While it did not possess those miraculous variations and uses, it was the bane of all water beneath the heavens. After having cut off the Dynasty River with this breath soil, Zhuang-Xin headed south alongside the western Exalt Langqing. Their target was the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory, the Royal Reed Sea. As time passed, the southeastern Swords Mistress, who had originally been patrolling the area where the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory and the southern Blazing Heaven Territory intersected, quickly realized that something was wrong with the situation in the Dynasty River. The surging river first slowed unceasingly before its water level dropped unceasingly. As time went by, there was actually the possibility of its flow being cut off. The southeastern Swords Mistress immediately felt that this was not natural, instead being man-made. At this time, at this place, in this situation, the other party's target was unquestionably Yanjiaoga and Broad Creed Mountain. At the same time, this also included the southeastern Exalt Chaojia, who was assisting Broad Creed Mountain, and those of Golden Court Mountain. Decisively, the southeastern Swords Mistress hurried over to Broad Creed Mountain in the Royal Reed Sea. After being reminded of this by the southeastern Swords Mistress, Yanjiaoga and Chao Jia exchanged glances before Chao Jia said, "It should be the work of Southern Zhuang and the others." "It is fine." Yanjiaoga shook his head. "We have only lost a path of retreat. Since our sect is holding its opening ceremony in the Royal Reed Sea, this would be the main battlefield should something happen. Because of this, Broad Creed Mountain had even already urged many small and mid-sized sects of the royal reed sea to temporarily retreat along with the commoners of the mundane world, lest they be caught in the crossfire. It looks like there will indeed be unwelcome guests coming today. Yen Zhaoga's expression was calm. After receiving the news, Broad Creed Mountain regained its calm after a brief uproar. Everything was still progressing in an orderly manner. As time passed, the seats were filled with guests as the auspicious hour approached. Broad Creed Mountain's official opening ceremony in the world beyond worlds was about to begin. It was just that as time passed, a more serious problem than the dynasty river's flow being cut off appeared. One of the world beyond worlds' 5 emperors, the Brocade Emperor, who had previously agreed to come to Broad Creed Mountain in the royal reed sea to observe the ceremony, still had yet to appear. At this moment, anxiety truly arose within the hearts of many Broad Creed Mountain martial practitioners. Even the Golden Court mountain martial practitioners grew uneasy. Looking at the representative of Ingenious Flying Peak, Yen Zhaoga saw that he too was puzzled, embarrassed, and anxious. As his father, Yen Di, gazed over, father and son exchanged gazes, both their expressions rather strange. It was just like when they had gone to the minor No Hatred Dao arena back then. It seemed like they had been stood up by that bigwig again. Chapter 10:22. Back at the minor No Hatred Dao arena, Yen Zhaoga and Yen Di had originally been invited by the Brocade Emperor as guests. The result had been very awkward. Their host had disappeared. Also, they had not been seen for a long time, causing Fu Ting and the others of Ingenious Flying Peak to feel very troubled. In the end, the Brocade Emperor had not returned, as Mars Halberd had instead arrived. Only then had Yen Zhaoga and Fu Ting mistakenly entered the Immortal Court, and Yen Di obtained the Grand Simplicity, Splendor Cloud. Fu Ting had always felt apologetic over this matter. Still, the Brocade Emperor had never explained why he had missed his appointment back then. The matter could only be left unsettled. Never would she have thought that a similar situation would actually occur this time. The Brocade Emperor was carefree and casual, not bothering about trifles. Still, he had always placed great importance on keeping his promises. It had already been abnormal for him to miss his appointment the last time. Now that he had done it again, it was even more unsettling. He did not seem to have any motive to specifically target Yen Zhaoga and Broad Creed Mountain. With his status and identity, he could just say so directly if he did not want to come. There was no need for him to lie and then miss his appointment. Still, things seemed very wrong this way. Yen Zhaoga could smell the scent of a scheme from this. Mars Halberd challenged again, suddenly appearing to obstruct the Brocade Emperor. Yen Zhaoga pondered. Or is it the same thing that happened at the minor No Hatred Dao arena back then, with him being obstructed again? Whatever it was, for it to happen at this critical juncture, there was definitely someone behind it. Yen Zhaoga pondered for a moment before smiling. While the Brocade Emperor has not arrived, we can still begin the ceremony on time. Perhaps the Brocade Emperor will only arrive a little later? Just like when he had challenged Mars Halberd back then. The Southeastern Exalt Chow, Jie, did not object. The Brocade Emperor will not mind. Yen Di nodded, communicating with the representative of Ingenious Flying Peak, who had arrived. The other party felt rather uneasy and awkward too, as he did not object to Broad Creed Mountain's idea. Amongst the guests, the earthly young master Qin Kuinhua sat there, drinking by himself as his gaze swept slightly across those of Broad Creed Mountain and Ingenious Flying Peak. Finally, his gaze stopped on those of Ingenious Flying Peak. The Brocade Emperor missed his appointment. Qin Kuinhua stroked his cup, his eyes lighting up slightly. This is interesting. Feeling his gaze, Yen Zhaoga looked over. Retracting his gaze, Qin Kuinhua smiled amicably at Yen Zhaoga, raising his cup in greeting. Yen Zhaoga raised his brows slightly, gazing at him for a while before finally smiling, not saying anything as he turned his head away. "Oh, Chun Kuinhua's smile faded a little when he saw this. His gaze flickered slightly as he stared at Yan Zhaoge's back, seemingly wanting to do something. Still, after hesitating for a moment, he finally gave up. Chen Kuinhua's body relaxed completely. He refilled his glass and drank happily. The southeastern Exalt Chao Jie and the southeastern Sword's Mistress naturally had seats of honor. At this moment, they could only calm down and silently observe the situation. Golden Court Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain were now bound together for good or ill. The invading enemies had come for Broad Creed Mountain as well as Golden Court Mountain. Yan Zhaoge stood behind Yan Di, facing him on the main seat where Yuan Zhengfeng, Feng Zhuan, and the other higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain sat quietly. The time for the grand ceremony to officially begin finally arrived. Yan Di stood there calmly, his gaze sweeping across the entire area. He did not speak, and his gaze was not sharp. However, the great hall of heaven rising peak instantly fell silent at this moment. Everyone knew that everything was about to officially begin. Ing Longtu had a serious expression on his face as he was fully focused on wielding the bell hammer, striking it onto the golden bell beside him now. The heavy sound of the bell resounded far into the distance, reverberating 9 times in a row as it was deafening. The entire Broad Creed Mountain was currently filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. At the foot of the mountain, at the Earth Peak, a group of youths who wished to enter Broad Creed Mountain were waiting there. There had originally been some noise, but as the bell rang out, everyone immediately ceased speaking, their expressions solemn. As the bell rang out one after another, the people at the foot of the mountain grew increasingly solemn. Our clan has opened its doors and recruited talented people. My Broad Creed Mountain is greatly honored by your presence. Yan Di's voice reverberated between the heavens and the earth. As the current chief of Broad Creed Mountain, this Yan first thanks you all here. Everyone in the great hall was currently looking quietly at Yan Di, who was speaking. Fairly speaking, in the current Broad Creed Mountain, in terms of fame, the person with the most prestige was Yan Zhaoge, a 3rd-generation disciple. His battle accomplishments at Vast Spirit Mountain and Circumference Mountain had been too glorious as the name of the fallen deity had spread throughout the entire world beyond worlds. Still, looking at Yan Di now, no one dared to underestimate him. It was precisely because Yan Zhaoge's previous battle accomplishments had been too glorious that everyone had begun collecting as much information as they could about his past experiences, especially researching them. During this process, the great battle that had decided Broad Creed Mountain's position as the hegemon of the Royal Reed Sea had also entered the sights of more and more people, being broken down and analyzed bit by bit. Therefore, it was not just Yan Zhaoge. Yan Di had drawn the attention of the entire world beyond worlds as well, opening the path to the heavens with a saber and domineeringly ascending to the world beyond worlds. He had slain King Xuanmu of the late, Seeing Divinity stage as soon as he had arrived. In the battle of Broad Creed Mountain afterwards, he had battled a group of Immortal Bridge Martial Saints as a Seeing Divinity Martial Saint. While it had been a chaotic battle, in terms of the final head count, besides Shenlingzi and Kong Ping, everyone else on the Immortal Bridge had perished beneath his saber. Guan Lide of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, King Xuanqing of the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm, Daoist Shi, Hidongqing, and Gu Zhang of the 7th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Casting aside their prejudices and underestimation of the past, no longer blindly guessing and finding excuses, when the martial practitioners outside of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory had earnestly inquired about the true situation of that battle down below Broad Creed Mountain, their shock was no less than when they had first heard of Yan Zhaoge's battle at Vast Spirit Mountain. From the time he had ascended to the world beyond worlds till now, around 13 years had passed. From the early Seeing Divinity stage, Yan Di had broken through all the way to the mid-Immortal Bridge stage. Such a speed caused the entire world beyond worlds to sigh in admiration. Not only did he possess outstanding strength, His talent was shocking as well. Looking at Yen Di, who was currently presiding over the ceremony, and Yen Zhaoge beside him, everyone felt complex emotions. Such outstanding geniuses had offended the Southern Exalt and the Heaven Emperor. Today's opening ceremony was likely to decide their fates. Currently, it was filled with guests, and Broad Creed Mountain had opened its doors. Yen Zhaoge, Yen Di, and the others seemed to be welcoming the most glorious moment of their life force to date. Yet, this might also be the most dangerous moment of their lifetimes. The presiding over the ceremony, Yen Di, was just about to speak when his gaze suddenly focused slightly as his gaze seemed to penetrate through the building. Gazing outwards, Yen Zhaoge and the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia both did the same. Powerful auras were currently rapidly approaching from the northeast of the Royal Reed Sea. Chapter 10:23. The Royal Reed Sea was located by the western border of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. To the northeast of this place was still the territory of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. However, if one continued to head northeast or north, one would arrive at the eastern vast sky territory, feeling the boundless, vigorous aura that filled up the heavens and earth. Yen Zhaoge knew that the newcomer was at least a human immortal. However, there was more than one aura. Moreover, as the two auras intersected, it was clear that they were in an intense conflict. They were not from the same side. As the two great experts battled intensely, they neared Broad Creed Mountain. At least they didn't lose their minds and didn't cause great destruction to the living beings on the ground along the way. As the two clashed, a long crevice was ripped open in the sky, seemingly without end as it extended all the way from the northeast of the Royal Reed Sea. The heaven and earth spiritual qi circulated, but in a short period of time, it was actually unable to mend that mournful crack. When Broad Creed Mountain had battled the star-plucking practitioner Guan lied in the past, Yen Zhaoge had also left behind a wound in the heavens and earth which had not healed for a long time. However, compared to the current scene that resembled a heavenly tribulation, the wound was much smaller. If one were to look down from even further away at this moment, they would be able to see that this terrifying fissure had begun to appear in the eastern vast heaven territory, slanting towards the southwest as it practically tore apart every place in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory. Such an intense conflict was quickly sensed by everyone else in the great hall of Broad Creed Mountain's Heaven Rising Peak. No one was surprised. The same thought popped up in everyone's minds at the same time. Here it comes. Yen Di's expression was mild. It looks like yet another esteemed guest has arrived. Then he walked out of the hall. Beside him, Yen Zhaoge walked outside as well. It was the same for the southeastern Exalt Chao Jia on the guest seat. The other guests, as well as Broad Creed Mountain Martial practitioners, could no longer sit still as they rose and left the great hall. Outside the hall, Yen Zhaoge saw lightning flashing and thunder rumbling in the distant sky. Although they had yet to see him, most of the people present already had an idea. "Elder Lu has arrived," Chao Jia said as he looked at the dense thunderclouds in the horizon. Yen Zhaoge nodded. "It's the northeastern Exalt." 4 Broad Creed Mountains opening ceremony this time. Yen Zhaoge had sent an invitation to the northeastern sky, Heaven Territories, Green Sky, Mountains, Grave Thunder Palace. Still, the northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu had not responded. He didn't say that, but he didn't say that he wouldn't come. From the looks of it, this supreme being of the human realm had good intentions. As the news that the Brocade Emperor was going to personally attend the ceremony at Broad Creed Mountain spread, the pressure brought about by the Heaven Emperor lessened greatly. It was just that, on the surface, the northeastern Exalt actually did not have much contact with Yen Zhaoge and Broad Creed Mountain. There were merely a few people of Golden Court Mountain who knew about this. If Xue Chuqing's relationship with Broad Creed Mountain had yet to be exposed, the northeastern Exalt who had once taken care of Xue Chuqing in secret coming to Broad Creed Mountain for no apparent reason might arouse suspicions as they might be able to see through some clues. And now he had finally come. The reason was that someone else had arrived. This person's arrival meant that the relationship between Yan Zhaoge and his mother was already no longer a secret. In this way, even more people would come here. With the Brocade Emperor and the Heaven Emperor restraining each other, the pressure on Broad Creed Mountain had increased greatly. Under such circumstances, the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu had instead rushed over to the southeast to lend a helping hand. He chased after his opponent all the way, the two of them fighting from the lands of the eastern vast Heaven Territory all the way to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distant horizon. Other than thunderbolts, there was also a great tree that towered into the heavens. Its 9 branches extended into the surroundings, extending amidst space as they towered between the heavens and the earth. The massive tree that was even taller than a mountain peak hovered in midair, yet was moving rapidly as the light of thunder wreathed its entire body as it was quick as flashing lightning. Needless to say, it was none other than the lord of the eastern vast Heaven Territory, the chief of remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale, the eastern exalt, Taoist One Heaven. Nearing the region of the Royal Reed Sea, the branches of the ancient tree abruptly shook as a figure appeared atop the tree. It was a middle-aged man who had a graceful bearing and was dressed in a green scholar's robe. It was precisely Taoist One Heaven. Instead of wearing a Taoist robe, he wore a scholar's robe and was also so powerful. This was a characteristic that had been passed down in the world beyond worlds for many years, as everyone here did not need to clearly see his appearance to know who he was. Amidst the all-encompassing sea of thunder, a tall figure with a jade belt around his waist and a purple crown on his head surfaced. This tall old man with a ferocious appearance and a purplish-red face was naturally the northeastern exalt, Lu Jinggu. As he faced off against Taoist One Heaven, his voice reverberated like a great bell. The Heaven Emperor and Southern Zhuang have blood enmity with Broad Creed Mountain. It is fine if they personally make a move. Yet, One Heaven, you want to make a move as well, bullying the weak as the strong. Aren't you ashamed? Taoist One Heaven shook his head. I originally thought that she had inadvertently formed connection with the dim, radiant Emperor. From the looks of it now, everything has long since been planned out. The situation is much more serious than previously predicted. It is naturally best to resolve it as soon as possible. For the greater good, these minor details are already insignificant. He gazed at Lu Jinggu. Instead, must you personally enter the river and stir up this mess for no reason at all? Standing amidst the sea of thunder, Lu Jinggu's every word was like a thunderclap exploding. Everyone is related. How can there be no reason at all? It is still too early to say whether everyone really feels it or not. Taoist One Heaven was not enraged, as his expression remained indifferent, as he just said, I just received news that the Brocade Emperor will not be arriving today. You can still make it if you leave now while the Heaven Emperor has yet to arrive. Lu Jinggu's pupils dilated, but his decision did not waver in the least. There is no need for further words. Taoist One Heaven nodded, yet gazed towards the northwest of the Royal Reed Sea. There is indeed no need for further words. There was shockingly yet another powerful aura approaching from that direction. Yan Zhaoge and the others sensed it as well atop Broad Creed Mountain, similarly gazing towards the northwest. That was the southern blazing Heaven Territory. If they continued north, it would be the central June Heaven Territory. The light of fire suddenly lit up in the northwestern sky. A sea of fire instantly filled the air, clashing with the sea of thunder. Amidst the boundless blazing fire, a 5-colored phoenix that was wreathed in multicolored light emerged from within. Enveloped by the silhouette of the phoenix was a handsome man with snowy hair, the southern exalt, Zhuang Xin. There was another person accompanying Zhuang Xin who slowly walked out of the sea of fire, the surrounding blazing fire unable to harm her in the least. It was a petite, thin woman who was completely wrapped in a blue cloak, only her face visible. While the woman could not be said to be supreme beauty, merely possessing average looks, she gave off a shocking feeling. That was because her baleful qi was even denser than that of Zhuang Xin beside her. Northwestern Exalt, Lord of the Red Sea, Lien Zolin. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. Since the Western Exalt has arrived as well, why not show yourself? Beneath the Sea of Fire and the Sea of Thunder, the true surface of the Royal Reed Sea had originally been completely empty. Now, however, a voice resounded. Not a simple youngster indeed. The air above the surface of the sea shook slightly as a formless figure manifested. The figure gradually turned from transparent to tangible. Seeing him, those of Broad Creed Mountain all simultaneously inhaled a breath of cold air. If not for him taking the initiative to show himself, 99 out of 100 of them would not be able to find him even if they diligently searched for him. It was none other than the Western Exalt, Lang Qing. For Exalts were bearing down on Broad Creed Mountain. If the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie and the Northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu were included, more than half of the world beyond worlds, 10 Exalts were currently gathered in this region of the Royal Reed Sea.